Hello. 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 Mic check.
Hello. Hello.
Good morning to one and all present here. I request Speaker of this session, Mr. Amit Kumar Dubey, and Session Chair, Professor Dr. Naveen Kumar Chaudhary, to kindly come over to the dais and take their respected seat. Education is the manifestation of perfection already in man. Quoted Swami Vivekananda. We humans, we are all born with tremendous qualities and knowledge within us. It is education which will provide us, manifest us, and give us the perfection we have. Thus, it is important to get educated to bring out the inner qualities and talent within us. Namaskar to the Congress of Dignified Luminaries and Eminent Speakers. I, Ishita Banerjee, from School of Management Studies, welcome you all to the second day of the International Conclave on Forensic Accounting and Fraud Investigation, jointly organized by our esteemed National Forensic Sciences University and Digital Accounting and Assurance Board, International Affairs Committee, Western India Regional Council, ICAI, conducted in association with CPA Australia, Caseware Idea, Diligent Canada, Satori India Limited, Varna University of Management, Bulgaria, Europe School of Accountancy, University of Technology, Malaysia, and EME Solutions. On the first day of the conclave, we amassed a lot of knowledge about forensic analysis, data analytics for business decisions, and fraud detection. We were also introduced to the FAIS, that is the world's first full set of forensic accounting and investigation standards. We also learned from the different fraud cases that occurred in and around us, and that was really thrilling. In the second day, we will be discovering interesting facts about many other different topics, and the first being disrupting traditional models, the e-discovery tools. So, I take this opportunity to introduce Mr. Amit Dubey, a renowned national security expert and a crime investigator on cyber forensics and ethical hacking to various Indian investigation agencies and police departments. The Parliament of India also invited him to consult on parliamentary standing committees on cyber security issues. A prominent speaker and a renowned name on national and international cyber security conferences. A Commonwealth UK Chevening Fellow, Mr. Amit is also an advisory member to various startup boards and security forums. Mr. Amit has written 4 books on his cybercrime investigating experiences, which includes few of his interesting and thrilling crime cases that he has worked and solved successfully. Mr. Amit, who is known for his hacking expertise and proactive approaches to tackle the expected cyber attacks. We are really enthralled to have him with us. Thus, now I would request Professor Mukund Purohit to welcome Golden Peacock and Aegis Graham Bell awardee, Mr. Amit Dubey, who is the speaker of this plenary session, with a token of love. Thank you, sir. I would also like to take this opportunity to welcome Professor Dr. Naveen Kumar Chaudhary, Dean of School of Cybersecurity and Digital Forensics, Gandhinagar Campus, NFSU, who is also the Campus Director of NFSU Goa Campus. He is also an expert in cybersecurity, e-governance, digital forensics, network security, and communication engineering, with over 24 years of rich experience as an academician, cybersecurity enabler, administrator, and cyber forensic expert. Professor Chaudhary received the Chairman Chief of Staff Committee Commendation Award for drafting a visionary document on space technology capacity building in the year 2015. He is also a member of a University Grants Commission panel on developing an ecosystem for cybersecurity in higher education institutions. I would now like to hand over the mic to the speaker of the session, Mr. Amit Dubey, and request him to initiate the session.
Morning, everybody. Namaskar, Jai Hind.
We have kept your PPT with us. You have? Yeah, we have. You shared it, right?
You can open it. I don't know whether you have it or not. Are you sure?
Just this is the PPT changes.
Thank you.
Hello. So good morning, and thank you for having me here. I can see many dignitaries, experts, deans, and many seniors here, so I'm very, very thankful to the management for giving me this opportunity to speak in front of you guys. I'll just share a few of my experiences of investigation. And I like to start my session with this line. I would love to change the world. But they won't give me the source code. So I truly believe that this entire world is a software program. And we all humans are like artificial intelligence plugins. Just like any typical AI engine is trained through data, we are also trained by data, right? So we are the product of that data that has been fed to us since our birth. Information from our teachers, parents, neighbors, friends, books, news, and then social media and many other sources we have been consuming, we actually become the product of that information. This is a very important line. And I realized it when I read the Bhagavad Gita. Bhagavad Gita का एक 13th chapter है. उसका टाइटल है Who am I? अर्जुन कृष्ण से पूछते हैं कि मैं हूं कौन, और फिर उसके बाद बड़ा साइंटिफिकली भगवान कृष्ण एक्सप्लेन करते हैं कि तुम हो कौन. और इवेंचुअली क्या रियलाइज होता है कि हम वो नहीं है जो हम मानते हैं अपने आप को. वी आर डिफरेंट देन दैट. सो एक्चुअली हम हमेशा ये सोचते हैं वी आर द प्रोडक्ट ऑफ दैट इन्फॉर्मेशन. वी स्टार्ट डिफेंडिंग दैट इन्फॉर्मेशन ऑल अवर लाइफ. हम जहां पैदा हुए हम उसको डिफेंड करने लगते हैं. दिस इज द बेस्ट प्लेस, बेस्ट फूड, बेस्ट ये. बट वो हम है ही नहीं. हम तो कुछ और हैं. वी आर समथिंग एल्स. हम वहां तक कभी पहुंचते नहीं. And because we are the product of that data, and if that data can be manipulated, we can manipulate you. So that is the key behind every cyber crime, every crime in fact which is happening today using internet or cyber world. If we understand this key, we can not only protect us, we can also investigate very effectively. So I'll use that knowledge here probably, and we'll try to give you some interesting ideas. एक मोबाइल फोन आप सारे यूज कर रहे हैं. कैन यू डू वन एक्सरसाइज फॉर मी? ओपन योर ब्राउजर एंड जस्ट टाइप privacy.net/analyzer. क्या करना है आपने टाइप करना है privacy.net/analyzer. मैं देखता हूँ यदि इंटरनेट से कनेक्टेड है तो कैन आई डू इट हियर. Yes, start the test. And the moment you will click that start test button, you can see lots of information about you. क्या देख सकते हैं आप? You can see your location, you can see your IP address, you can see your charging status of your mobile phone, how much mobile is charged. Privacy.net/analyzer. Privacy.net/analyzer. Can somebody help me here? देखता हूं इसमें दी क्रोम तो है नहीं. जस्ट ओपन द ब्राउजर इफ यू कैन. तो किया किसने किया? ओह वेरी गुड. इंफॉर्मेशन दिख रही है आपको अपनी? आपकी लोकेशन, आपका ब्राउजर वर्जन, आपका कौन सा डिवाइस है? आईफोन है, एंड्रॉयड है, मैक है, लिनक्स है, विंडोज है. यू कैन सी क्लियरली. एंड देन द चार्जिंग स्टेटस इज वेल. दिस इज जस्ट 4%, 5% of the information which I can steal from your mobile phone, laptop by sending you a link. अभी उसके आगे और भी टेस्ट हैं. अब ऊपर देखोगे तो 4-5 टेस्ट है ऊपर हैं. ये वेबसाइट मैंने नहीं बनाई है. दिस इज ऑलरेडी देयर एंड दिस इज स्टीलिंग योर इंफॉर्मेशन. So if they can do it, anybody can do it. Anybody can send you a link and can steal so much information. Just when you click this link, they can get these many details about you. मैं यहाँ लिख रहा हूँ if it is okay, it's there. No internet, sorry. But I. Okay, it's blocked or?
Continue to site. It is not secure. So
Okay. Okay, thank you. If you go to the second test, उसमें क्या है? उसमें एक combo box होगा. And what is that combo box? When you fill lots of forms from your mobile phone and laptop, you provide lots of details: your name, mobile number, email ID, Aadhaar card, PAN card, bank account detail, password, etc. All those details are saved in your browser. Next time when you fill any other form and you need to fill the same information again, you don't need to type that entire information again. If you type A, it will show you Amit Dubey. If you type 9, it will show you mobile number. If you type first letter of your address, probably it will show you the complete address. And it saves your typing hassle. But with a risk. And the risk is all this information is stored in your browser and I can steal it on a single click. And if you're in your combo box, if you see any of this information, that means you are at risk with that information. You know the browser, the browser has all your password in clear text. It is not encrypted. You know this? You all are forensic experts, so I'm starting my session from the level 1. You already know few things. I'm just trying to revive those informations. If you go to the third option, जो तीसरा उसमें test है, it will start telling you the details about your other sessions which has been logged in through your laptop or mobile phone. If you have logged in YouTube or any other session, I can steal all those sessions on a single click. We call it session hijacking. अभी एक हफ्ते पहले ऑनरेबल चीफ मिनिस्टर हिमाचल यूपी के सीएम का सीएम ऑफिस यूपी जो ट्विटर हैंडल है वो हैक हो गया. आई गॉट ए कॉल एट 11:20 PM नाइट कि हैक हो गया और उससे बिटकॉइन रिलेटेड कुछ ट्वीट्स हो रहे हैं. पता है आपको? न्यूज में आया था. 11:20 रात में हुआ है. 15 मिनट में हमने रिकवर भी कर लिया. जब रिकवर किया मैंने कहा एक बार देखो जरा पासवर्ड चेंज कर लॉग आउट करो लॉग इन करो. हो गया. विच मीन्स इट वॉज नॉट हैक्ड, only the session was hijacked. What is session hijacking? कि without knowing your password somebody can control your social media account or email account. That means session hijacking because they know your session ID. And the same session ID they can use. We can steal the session if your browser is vulnerable. अब आप लोग देखेंगे जो उसमें थर्ड टेस्ट था या फोर्थ टेस्ट था जिसमें ब्राउजर के बारे में बताया गया है. You can see your browser version there. और इनफैक्ट पहले वाले लिंक में ब्राउजर वर्जन बता दिया था. यदि आपका ब्राउजर वर्जन क्रोम का 104 नहीं है, and if it is 91, 92, 93 or something, which means you are vulnerable to session hijacking. आप में से कितने लोगों का 90 से 100 के बीच में है वर्जन? Can somebody? कुछ लोग हैं जिनका क्रोम अपडेटेड नहीं है. It is still 90 to 100 which has that vulnerability, session hijacking. You can just search on Google and you will find that. So the person who was managing Twitter handle of Honorable Chief Minister, he was using his laptop. He was also using his laptop for WhatsApp web connectivity. He got a link. He clicked on that link and his session was hijacked because his browser was not updated. Simple. We got the root cause. Request किया भाई इसको update कर लो. But every day we see lots of such simple. I'm just telling you very, very simple tricks through which the information is gathered, compromised or crime takes place. पर इसी information को मैं investigation में कैसे use करता हूँ? How many of you know about Discord? Very good. आगे के लोगों ने हाथ नहीं उठाया. How many of you know about Discord? I'm again requesting. Because it has become age specific. जितना मैं छोटे बच्चे से बात करता हूँ उसको ज़्यादा पता होता. When I speak to 14 years, 15 years, 16 years age kids, they all know Discord and they all are on Discord. 100%. Because Discord is offering them pirated games, battle points, and different such hacks. What is Discord? Discord is an anonymous chat app which is used by criminals. फिर सारे बच्चे क्यों हैं उस पे? क्यों उनको anonymity चाहिए? Why do they want to hide themselves? And why they are exposed to criminals? Because now criminals are there. It's the biggest risk. How many of you are on Telegram? How many of you chat on Telegram? देखा सारे हाथ नीचे होते चले गए. टेलीग्राम है सबके पास, चैट कोई नहीं करता, तो फिर टेलीग्राम है क्या? Telegram is not a chat messenger app. We all know this. Telegram is a search engine. जो भी हैक्ड चीज चाहिए उस पर ढूंढ लो. ड्रग खरीदना है टेलीग्राम, गन खरीदना टेलीग्राम, बिटकॉइन खरीदना टेलीग्राम, पायरेटेड लाल सिंह चड्डा चाहिए उस पर मिल रही है HD क्वालिटी, Netflix password, thousands of password you can get on Telegram, Hotstar password, everything you get, right? So Telegram has become hub of pirated, stolen content. Nobody is using it for chat. So try to understand the demarcations and utility of different such applications, whether it is Discord. How many of you use VPN? Which VPN? If I may ask. Proton VPN. Do you know कौन सा VPN criminals यूज कर रहे हैं आजकल? हाँ जी? Tor तो VPN, Tor तो फिर पूरा ब्राउजर है सर. अब मैं किताबें खोल लेता हूं क्योंकि अब वाले सवाल आने वाले हैं. अर्बन VPN यूज कर रहे हो कि वो उसमें बड़े आसानी से पाकिस्तान का IP एड्रेस मिल जाता है. पब्लिक को कंफ्यूज करना बड़ा आसान होता है. So we all study the pattern of criminals and we create a database of that information so that we can analyze what they are going to do in future. That is the power of that data that we will see. I'll just share a case study first and then I'll ask few questions. ये केस किसने सुना हुआ है मेरे से? यदि कुछ लोगों ने रेडियो शो सुना है तो सुना ही होगा. ओके, वेरी गुड. कुछ एक दो लोगों ने सुना है. थैंक यू सर. हुआ ये कि I was in Denmark in 2019 and I got a call from a minister. I'll not reveal the real name, location, etc. But yeah, the investigation process you will learn through this. I got a call कि there is a letter getting viral on different social media platforms against him and it has 15 corruption charges. And of course he has not done those corruptions. So वो letter viral हो रहा है और he wanted to know कि ये कौन viral कर रहा है. And he was having he was in huge pressure कि या तो resign करो या पता करो. तो मैं चूंकि बाहर था, I was not able to access any other information to investigate it further, but I could definitely see the Facebook. तो मैंने कहा सर मैं Facebook पे एक बार देख लेता हूँ. So see how I started analyzing this data, which is already there. And I got to know from Dean sir कि yeah, there is a course which is especially for data analytics. कितने लोग हैं data analytics में यहाँ पे? काफी लोग हैं. Data analytics tools सबको आते हैं, पर data analytics से करना क्या है, पहुंचना कहाँ है, ये मैं थोड़ा सा hint दूंगा. Because I also use lots of tools and scripts. So I started analyzing Facebook data and I found that lots of people are writing against this person since almost 1 month negatively. लिख रहे हैं इसके बारे में बहुत कुछ, 1 महीने से abusive लिख रहे हैं. फिर मैंने और डीपली नोटिस किया तो पता पड़ा कि काफी सारे लोग इन्हीं की पार्टी के हैं जो उसको लाइक कर रहे हैं, कमेंट कर रहे हैं, शेयर भी कर रहे हैं, पोस्ट नहीं कर रहे हैं. लोगों को लगता है लाइक किया किसको पता पड़ेगा. अब मैंने वो प्रोफाइल डंप करने शुरू किया एक एक्सेल फाइल में. Started taking all those profiles, those were liking, commenting, sharing, posting, and belong to his own party. मुझे 527 profiles मिले. जब I got 527 profiles, then my focus was to identify the location of all those profiles because any conspiracy will start from a location. It cannot be random. I cannot start conspiring against you, engaging people from Romania, Korea, China. ऐसा नहीं हो सकता. Normally, what happens that some trustworthy people will sit at a location. They'll discuss, they'll start, others would join eventually. So what was the location? हर conspiracy में, हर crime में location बहुत important होती है. So when I did location analysis, I found that 145 profiles belong to the same location. मैंने उस समय नाम रख दिया धर्मपुर. It was a different name. फिर मैंने देखा कि धर्मपुर मिनिस्टर साहब कब गए थे. देखा 1 महीने पहले गए थे. Was there any news, negative news और कोई असंतुष्ट वगैरह वहाँ था? कुछ मिला नहीं. फिर मैंने उसमें से देखा कि लीडर्स कितने हैं. सो आउट ऑफ 145 प्रोफाइल्स, हाउ मेनी ऑफ देम आर लीडर्स हैविंग 5000 फ्रेंड्स ऑन देयर फेसबुक प्रोफाइल और lakhs of followers on their Facebook pages. I got 17 people. Those were of that criteria. Then out of 17 people I extracted how many of them had some earlier positions in party or in government. या तो ex minister हो या ex president, vice president, secretary रहे हो. I got 3 profiles. All these 3 profiles I submitted to the SP साहब. And I said, sir, मेरा doubt इस पे है, आप देख लीजिए एक बार. He asked me, are you sure? मैंने कहा, sir, sure नहीं हूँ, because this is just data analysis. It can go wrong because normally जो leaders के social media है वो उनके team members manage करते हैं. And this could be their opinion as well. तो आप एक बार अपना check कर लेना. He was under pressure. He had his own some inputs, surveillance inputs. He zeroed down on one profile and arrested that guy next day. Google पे news आ गई, X इरिगेशन मिनिस्टर अरेस्टेड। आप साहब प्रेशर बन गया उन पर, उनका थोड़ी देर में मुझे कॉल आ गया कि हमने अरेस्ट तो कर लिया, बट नाउ वी आर ऑन बैक फुट बिकॉज हिज मोबाइल इज फॉर्मेटेड एंड हिज लैपटॉप इज फॉर्मेटेड, सो वी डोंट हैव एनी एविडेंस एंड विदाउट एविडेंस नाउ वी आर ऑन बैक फुट। हमने अपनी पार्टी के आदमी को अरेस्ट कर लिया। तो मैंने कहा सर इसका मतलब है दो चीजें प्रूव होती हैं इफ ही हैज फॉर्मेटेड हिज मोबाइल फोन एंड लैपटॉप। पहली चीज कि आपके डिपार्टमेंट से किसी ने उनको बोला कि वो अरेस्ट होने वाले हैं, क्योंकि फॉर्मेट ऐसे तो होता नहीं है 2 मिनट में। सेकेंड कि इनका कोई ना कोई कनेक्शन तो है, ऐसे कैसे फॉर्मेट कर लिया। लेकिन अब मैंने कहा मैं कोई भी स्ट्रेटजी बताऊंगा तो दैट विल बी लीक्ड श्योरली, क्योंकि आपके डिपार्टमेंट के लोग इन्वॉल्व हैं, दिस पर्सन इज वेरी इन्फ्लुएंशियल, सो लेट मी कम बैक एंड देन आई विल डू व्हाटएवर आई वांट टू डू। मैं वापस आया, अगले हफ्ते आ गया मैं, फिर दे सेंड मी एन हेलीकॉप्टर में गया उस लोकेशन पर। तो वेरी फर्स्ट थिंग वी डू, वी रिकवर द डिलीटेड कंटेंट। जब डिलीटेड डेटा मोबाइल से लैपटॉप से निकाला, देन वी फाउंड ऑल दोज फाइल्स, those were having those 15 corruption charges. But having those files in your mobile phone and laptop is not a sufficient proof. You can always say कि मुझे आया था मैंने डिलीट कर दिया, so what? हमें क्या प्रूफ करना है कि इन्होंने क्रिएट किया फाइल, इन्होंने ही वायरल किया फाइल, क्लियरली प्रूव करना विद एविडेंस एंड सी कैसे ये प्रूव होता है। द नेक्स्ट थिंग विच आई एनालाइज्ड हिज सीडीआर एंड आई फाउंड, जब भी आप सीडीआर एनालाइज करें सिर्फ कॉल मत देखें, ऑलवेज लुक फॉर ओटीपीज, ऑलवेज लुक फॉर ओटीपीज। OTPs are much more useful. So मुझे एक WhatsApp का OTP मिल गया जिस दिन वो अरेस्ट हुए दोपहर में 3 बजे। I got an OTP record morning 11 AM in his CDR. इसका मतलब है कि उनको 11 बजे से पहले किसी ने बताया कि he is going to be arrested. तो उन्होंने उससे पहले फॉर्मेट किया, 11 बजे दोबारा WhatsApp इंस्टॉल किया to make sure that nothing is coming up from the backup and he wanted to doubly make sure कि कुछ भी surface ना हो जाए और वो ना फंस जाए। ऑब्वियसली यही करेगा आदमी, पर इसका मतलब है कि मुझे एक विंडो मिल गई कि सुबह 9, 8, 9, 10 के करीब कॉल किया गया इनको। अब जिसने भी कॉल किया उसने नॉर्मल कॉल तो किया नहीं होगा, व्हाट्सएप कॉल किया होगा। व्हाट्सएप इनका फॉर्मेटेड है, पर देयर इज ए चांस कि जिसने कॉल किया है उसका व्हाट्सएप फॉर्मेटेड ना हो। अब मेरा सवाल आप लोगों के लिए, मुझे पता करना है इनका व्हाट्सएप फॉर्मेटेड है, सामने वाले का मैं डाउट कर रहा हूं नहीं होगा, कैसे मैं पहुंच सकता हूं? इट्स अ वेरी सिंपल ट्रिक। व्हाट्सएप टू कॉल डिटेल तो देगा नहीं व्हाट्सएप, वो तो सर दे देता तो फिर आधे क्राइम ही नहीं होते। आईपी से कैसे पता पड़ेगा? आपने आज तक कभी व्हाट्सएप कॉल डिटेल्स खुद निकाले हैं किसी के? नहीं निकाले ना। तो मैं आपको एक ट्रिक बता रहा हूं, सिर्फ इन्वेस्टिगेटर्स के लिए, मिसयूज मत करना। कॉल डिटेल्स निकालना भी आसान है। देखिए होता क्या है कि आपको एक विंडो पता पड़ गई कि इस समय इन्होंने कॉल किया, तो आप उसका आईपीडीआर निकालिए। व्हेन यू गेट द आईपीडीआर, डू यू नो आईपीडीआर? आईपीडीआर नहीं पता आप लोगों को? सीडीआर पता है? मतलब आप सिर्फ क्राइम पेट्रोल देखते हो, उसके ऊपर कुछ देखते ही नहीं। तो अभी नेटफ्लिक्स पे एक और सीरीज आई है, क्या नाम है उसका, कुछ 42 करके, उसमें आईपीडीआर के बारे में मिलेगा आपको। तो जब आपको टीवी से ही सीखना है तो अच्छे कंटेंट देखो। तो आईपीडीआर इज आईपी डेटा रिकॉर्ड विच टेल्स यू कि इस बंदे ने इंटरनेट पे क्या क्या किया उस समय। ओके मेरा लैपटॉप नहीं है, वरना मैं कुछ रेफरेंस दिखा देता आपको। सो बेसिकली इफ यू आर ऑन व्हाट्सएप एंड यू आर मेकिंग एन ऑडियो कॉल, तो आपके पोर्ट एड्रेस से मैं आइडेंटिफाई कर सकता हूं कि आपने इस समय व्हाट्सएप पे ऑडियो कॉल किया और इतनी ड्यूरेशन की किया। तो जब मैंने आईपीडीआर देखा उस एक्स मिनिस्टर का, तो मुझे पता पड़ा कि सुबह 9 बजे से 9:05 तक भाई साहब ने 2 व्हाट्सएप ऑडियो कॉल की हैं। या तो आई है या गई है, ये पता नहीं पड़ता उसमें, पर ड्यूरेशन सेशन मिल जाता है। और ऑडियो का कैसे पता करेंगे? गूगल पे लिखेंगे सारे लोग व्हाट्सएप ऑडियो पोर्ट, तो आपको 6 पोर्ट दे देगा, पहली लिंक में ही दे देगा आपको निकाल के। वो ऑडियो पोर्ट आपने उसके आईपीडीआर में ढूंढने हैं, कब कब वो पोर्ट पर कनेक्शन हुआ है। यदि हुआ है तो उसने उस समय ऑडियो कॉल किया। वेरी सिंपल, उसका ड्यूरेशन देख लेना। अब ये पता पड़ गया कि इनको 9 से 9:05 के बीच में ऑडियो कॉल तो आई है व्हाट्सएप पर किसने की है? उसके लिए क्या किया कि सीडीआर में मैंने देखा कि कितने लोगों से कम्युनिकेट करते हैं फ्रीक्वेंटली दिन भर में, जो इनके ट्रस्टवर्दी हैं पॉसिबली, जो फ्रीक्वेंट कॉलर्स कौन कौन है। तो मुझे 12 लोग मिल गए जिनसे दिन में 4-5 बार 6 बार से ज्यादा बार बात करते हैं। उन 12 लोगों के आईपीडीआर निकाल लिए गए और हर एक के आईपीडीआर में देखा कि सुबह 9 से 9:05 के बीच में किसने ऑडियो कॉल लगाई है। सिंपल, मेक सेंस। उसमें एक व्यक्ति ने सुबह 9 से 9:05 के बीच में ऑडियो कॉल लगाई थी, तो इसका मतलब ये दोनों आपस में बात कर रहे थे। वो जो दूसरा व्यक्ति था वो इनका ड्राइवर था, मिनिस्टर साहब का। जब उस ड्राइवर का फोन उठाया गया तो उसके फोन में वी गॉट अ व्हाट्सएप ऑडियो कॉल 9 बजे से पहले एक पुलिस ऑफिसर की आई थी। वो चेन पूरी ब्रेक हो गई कि जो वो ड्राइवर था, ही वाज द मीडिएटर, ही वाज आल्सो हैंडलिंग हिज सोशल मीडिया, मिनिस्टर साहब का। और उसका फोन जब हमने जब्त किया तो वी गॉट ऑल द प्रूफ्स। जो मिनिस्टर साहब ने उनको मैसेज किए थे कि इसको वायरल कर दो, इसको इस ग्रुप में भी डालो, इसमें ये चार्ज भी लगा दो, इसको इस वाले फॉर्मेट में भी लिखिए। All these evidences which were sufficient enough to prove that this guy has made it viral. A case which was completely blind otherwise could have been solved because of data analysis. तो यहाँ जितने लोग data analysis के बैठे हैं, आप सब थोड़ा सा confident हो जाइए, क्योंकि आपके बिना कुछ नहीं होने वाला, क्योंकि डेटा इतना हो चुका है, ह्यूज डेटा। सबसे बड़ा गिव अप आईपीडीआर कहना बड़ा आसान है, जब आईपीडीआर निकालो तो इतना बड़ा आईपीडीआर निकलता है, उसमें से मीनिंगफुल इंफॉर्मेशन निकालना बहुत पेन होता है, और वो आप कर सकते हो। जो मैंने यहां बड़ी आसानी से बोल दिया, दिस वाज नॉट सिंपल अदरवाइज विदाउट टूल्स एंड स्किल्स। बट मेथोडोलॉजी यदि आपको क्लियर है, देन यू कैन डेफिनेटली वर्क आउट। तो यदि आपका फोन नंबर मेरे फोन में सेव्ड है और मेरा फोन नंबर आपके फोन में सेव्ड है, और हम दोनों के आईपीडीआर में एक ही ड्यूरेशन पे ऑडियो कॉल हुई है, विच प्रूव्स दैट वी टू वर टॉकिंग टू ईच अदर। So that's the way we can create WhatsApp call register details of anyone. थोड़ा सा एफर्ट है, थोड़ा सा डेटा एनालिसिस है, बट पॉसिबल है। करेक्ट? ये वाली स्टोरी किसने सुनी है? हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू? चलो मैं इसलिए पूछ लेता हूं कि मैं रिपीट नहीं करना चाहता कुछ भी। So in 2011 I was in Finland. I was working for Nokia. और नोकिया, कितने लोग जानते हैं नोकिया कुछ था? थैंक यू। नोकिया वॉज द वर्ल्ड लीडर इन मोबाइल फोन्स। 2007-8 में वो लोग 80% मार्केट कवरेज के संग थे, और यूरोप में आप किसी भी हाथ में जाओगे तो आपको नोकिया फोन ही मिलता था। सैमसंग और बाकी मोटरोला वाज स्ट्रगलिंग टू गेट इनटू दैट स्पेस, स्ट्रगलिंग लिटरली, बिकॉज आई वर्कड इन सैमसंग एज वेल। तो बड़ा प्राइड होता था उस समय, 2011 की बात है, उस समय नोकिया डाउनफॉल पे था, और बिल्कुल लास्ट कोशिश थी उनकी कि कुछ कर लिया जाए। तो उनके जो फोन्स थे नोकिया N95 और N96, पता है किसी को? खरीदे थे किसी ने? बहुत महंगे फोन थे, वेस्टेज ऑफ मनी बिकॉज टू कॉस्टली, बट देवर टाइम से काफी आगे के फोन थे। 8 मेगापिक्सल कैमरा, 12 मेगापिक्सल कैमरा विद ऑल वाईफाई एंड टेलीविजन, जितना फीचर हो सकता था, इट वॉज ओवरलोडेड विद फीचर्स। I was one of the architect of Nokia N95 phone. तो मुझे पेरिस पुलिस से कॉल आया कि there is a crime, मतलब एक क्राइम कहीं पास में हुआ है, and they wanted architect to investigate a phone. तो मैं गया, मुझे भेजा गया, भाई तुम ही चले जाओ। वहां से मुझे लेके वो एक सिटी में गए, रेन करके एक सिटी है पेरिस के पास, 2 घंटे की डिस्टेंस पे। वहां पे एक लेडी से मुझे मिलवाया, और लेडी ने कहा कि अमित, आई गॉट ए कॉल फ्रॉम समवन एंड द कॉलर सेड दैट वी हैव किडनैप्ड योर डॉटर and in next 1 hour we'll kill her if you don't pay 25,000 euros in this account. तो कोई नाइजीरियन अकाउंट उन्होंने भेजा। तो पहले उसको लगा कि प्रैंक है, तो उसने कॉल डिस्कनेक्ट कर दी। थोड़ी देर बाद फिर कॉल आया कि यू हैव ऑलरेडी लॉस्ट 5 minutes, यू विल रिग्रेट ऑल थ्रू योर लाइफ if you are not paying 25,000 euros to this account. These were the times not everybody used to have the phone, so she could not check where is her daughter. So she started negotiating with the caller. She said, see, I'm not that rich, I don't have that much money in my account, I think you are mistaken, you have called to the wrong person. And the caller said, I know who are you and how much money is in your account. नहीं, उसने कहा थोड़ा समय दीजिए, I'll arrange that money and then I'll pay you. And the caller said, wherever you are in your bedroom right now, to your back side there is a wall painting, and that itself cost you around $5,000. इतने बड़े पेंटर की पेंटिंग बेडरूम में टांग के आप बैठे हो, मुझे पता है आपके अकाउंट में कितने पैसे होंगे। तो उसको बड़ा डर लगा, उसने कहा ये मुझे देख रहा है, क्या कर रहा है? वो भाग के अपने ड्राइंग रूम में आ गई। एंड द कॉलर सेड, वेरेवर यू आर इन योर ड्राइंग रूम राइट नाउ, टू योर राइट साइड देयर इज अ फ्लावर पॉट, एंड दैट itself cost you around $2,500, such a antique designer flower pot. Lady was convinced that this guy is able to see her live. She opened her laptop, transferred 25,000 euros to the given account. After 1.5 hours, her daughter came back safely. She was not kidnapped. But the lady was confused that ये हुआ कैसे? How could this guy create such an illusion? उसने पुलिस को रिपोर्ट किया. Police searched entire house. There was no camera, no surveillance unit. So they zeroed down their investigation on that phone. Phone भी scan किया. If you know, Nokia was a proprietary. Nokia was built on a proprietary OS, Symbian OS. तो ऐसा नहीं था कि Android किसी ने भी ऐप बना ली. There is a process to build app on Symbian apps, Symbian OS. तो it was rare कि उसमें कोई वायरस तरह की चीज होगी. तो ने फिर भी देखा, स्कैन किया, they didn't find anything, and they gave up. Eventually they called me. मैंने भी देखा, कुछ नहीं मिला उसमें. Clean phone. वापस आ रहा था मैं. I was at airport and I saw a kid playing a game. एयरपोर्ट पे एक बच्चा एक गेम खेल रहा था, नोकिया फोन था उसके पास, और वो ऐसे कुछ दीवार के सहारे अपना कैमरा लेके चल रहा था. मैंने उसको बुलाया, क्या कौन सा गेम है, क्या कर रहे हो तुम? तो उसने मुझे दिखाया, उसका नाम था ट्रू फाइटर. मैं कैसे काम करता, बोले व्हेन आई लॉन्च इट, इट स्टार्ट्स द कैमरा इन व्यू फाइंडर मोड एंड देन if I carry it towards the wall, it shows me some augmented object. If I capture those objects, I get points. फिर level 1, level 2 ऐसे चलता है. तो मुझे बड़ा अजीब लगा ये. And I am referring 2011, 10-11 साल पहले. मैंने तुरंत आयोग को कॉल किया कि can you confirm if this game is there in that lady's phone? And he confirmed, yes, this game is there. मैंने फ्लाइट कैंसिल की, went back, and then मैंने सारा जो गेम था उसके फोन में उसको रिवर्स इंजीनियरिंग के थ्रू एनालिसिस किया. And I found that almost 150 images were uploaded from that lady's phone to a server in Romania through that game. ये तो तय था कि क्रिमिनल को पता था कि किस दीवार पर क्या है, पर उससे भी बड़ा सवाल ये था कि उसको ये कैसे पता था कि ये लेडी बेडरूम में है या ड्राइंग रूम में. क्योंकि विद ऑल लेटेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजीज आफ्टर 11 years, with all indoor location based tracking methods, it is difficult to identify, it is difficult to find कि आप उस कोने में बैठे हो या इस कोने में बैठे हो. करेक्ट? वी ऑल आर इंजीनियर्स, वी नो दैट इट इज नॉट दैट इजी. तो क्रिमिनल को कैसे पता था कि ये बेडरूम में है या ड्राइंग रूम में आ गई कि या बाथरूम में जा रही है, कैसे पता करता था? हाँ जी, कौन बोल रहा है? आपने स्टोरी सुनी है? आपने सुनी या नहीं सुनी है? सुनिए. तो कोई ऐसा है जिसने नहीं सुनी और वो गैस कर पा रहा है? क्योंकि अभी किसी ने नहीं सुना होगा उन्होंने क्या बोला. एनीबडी एल्स? पार्डन मैम? लोकेशन ऑफ द फोन. घर के अंदर इफ यू आर रेफरिंग जीपीएस, तो घर के अंदर जीपीएस वेरी नहीं करेगा. इट विल, इनफैक्ट जीपीएस वोंट वर्क इनसाइड योर हाउस. इट विल गिव द सेम लोकेशन. आप पूरे घर में घूमते रहिए, एक ही लोकेशन आइए. हाँ जी, ऑन बोर्ड सेंसर जैसे से आप पता कर सकते हो कि बेडरूम में हो, घर में हो, मैं तो हर जगह जा रहे उसको मूव करेगा.
सर,
यस यस
सर, विसिनिटी टू द राउटर.
कहाँ है, कौन बोल रहा है? मैम आपको तो देना पड़ेगा क्योंकि ये इसलिए चेक करना होता है कि लोग ध्यान से सुन रहे हैं कि नहीं. थैंक यू सो मच मैम फॉर योर लवली आंसर. Actually, if you want to track a person, you always need a reference location. Without reference location, you can't track a person. GPS भी काम करता है तो वो 3 सैटेलाइट के रेफरेंस पर आपकी लोकेशन बताता है, जो जियो स्टेशनरी सैटेलाइट है. यदि वो नहीं होंगे तो फिर आपकी लोकेशन किसी के रिलेटिव ही होती है हमेशा. So inside your house there is something which can be used as a reference, which is called Wi-Fi. When you go towards Wi-Fi, your signal level goes up. When you go away from your Wi-Fi router, your signal level goes down. When these images were captured in her house, all images were also captured along with the Wi-Fi signal level at that point. And when this lady was talking to that criminal, he was getting the real-time Wi-Fi signal level. He could figure it out easily कि उसके आसपास क्या होगा. Isn't it brilliant? A person almost 11 years before, he was able to track a person inside an house, जो आज भी हमें otherwise बड़ा challenging लगता है. और 2016 में, yes sir, वाईफाई की जरूरत है, वो तो रेफरेंस पॉइंट है. सिग्नल लेवल तो रिलेटिव ही है ना उसके सारे. आपको बस एक रेफरेंस पॉइंट चाहिए. यहां पर 0.23 dBm सिग्नल लेवल आ रहा है, यहां पर 0.235 आ रहा है, ऐसे ऐसे करके उसने सिग्नल लेवल कैप्चर किया हुआ. अब मैं बीच में खड़ा हूँ और मेरा भी 0.234 आ रहा है, तो इसका मतलब मैं यहीं के आसपास हूँ। दैट्स इट। सो एक सिंगल फिक्स्ड रेफरेंस पॉइंट है और उसके करस्पॉन्डिंग पावर यदि आपको पता है तो आपको पता है कि आप उससे कितना दूर। बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, क्योंकि हर एक रूम में सिग्नल लेवल अलग होगा। आप जब बेड अपने घर में आज देखना, यू कैन इंस्टॉल एन एप्लीकेशन कॉल्ड वाईफाई एनालाइजर। वाईफाई एनालाइजर आपको सिग्नल लेवल देगा आपके घर के हर कोने पे। यू कैन इंस्टॉल एंड यू कैन चेक इट, और आपको बड़ा मजा आएगा कि हर एक कोने पे बिल्कुल यूनिक सिग्नल लेवल दे देगा वो। यस, देयर वाज समबडी। हाँ, Wi-Fi mapper application. There are many such applications.
You can create an entire Wi-Fi map of your house.
Exactly. अब तो खैर काफी आ गई हैं.
It will give you a heat map of the Wi-Fi signal as well.
Correct. और इन्वेस्टिगेशन में मैंने वाईफाई के थ्रू काफी और चीजें निकाली हैं जो, अच्छा एक सवाल पूछता हूँ कि आप वाईफाई से कुछ ऐसी चीज निकाल के दिखाओ जो चौंक जाए आदमी। एक तो होता है कि अपने मैन इन द मिडिल अटैक किया और उसका जो भी ट्रैफिक है मॉनिटर कर लिया, बट विदाउट दैट ऑल्सो यू कैन गेट अ लॉट ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन। वाईफाई हैक करना आता है सबको? कैसे करते हैं? वाईफाई एडेप्टर, कोई एप्लीकेशन बताएगा जो बच्चों भी यूज करते हैं? यस प्लीज। WPS, आप भी एक किताब ले जाओ आके। WPS कनेक्ट इज द ऐप। और मैं 80%, मतलब मैं नॉर्मल, मेरी आदत है कि मैं जब भी कहीं जाता हूँ किसी ऑफिस में या, तो वो यूज करना शुरू कर देता हूँ जस्ट टू टेस्ट कि कितना सिक्योर है। 80% टाइम इट गेट्स हैक्ड विद इन 2 मिनट्स।
सर,
ये मैं जब क्लास, ऐसे बच्चे जो टीनेज होते हैं उनसे पूछा मैंने कि क्या क्या हैक किया। सर वाईफाई, जीमेल, फेसबुक। तो मैंने कैसे हैक किया, उन्होंने मुझे ऐप बताई है। सो दैट्स व्हाट आई स्टार्टेड विद, कि उनका एक्सपोजर बहुत ज्यादा है। वो जीमेल हैक करने के 4 तरीके बता देंगे आपको। अच्छा, व्हाट्सएप हैक करने के कितने तरीके आते हैं आपको? एक भी नहीं आता। अभी मेरे पास 3-4 किताबें और हैं।
सर,
कहाँ है? आप मुझे दिखाई नहीं दे रहे, सॉरी। यस प्लीज।
सर, Nokia N73 didn't had a Wi-Fi module inside it.
N95।
So N95.
हाँ, 95 and 96।
Okay, so I was at the time, sir. of
Thank you
N73
for monitoring it so precisely. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thanks, sir.
इनके लिए प्लीज तालियां, क्योंकि लोग नोटिस नहीं करते चीजें, क्योंकि हम लोग आप कितना आगे निकल आए कि यदि मैं आपको बोलूंगा 12 मेगापिक्सल कैमरा, तो मान ही लोगे होगा। पर सोचो कि यार 12 मेगापिक्सल कैमरा था क्या उसमें? यू शुड चेक। हाँ जी।
Regarding that hacking of WhatsApp, there is a website. If we feed some data, then it automatically attaches a bot to the device log we want to create, and everything would be hidden.
Can you please stand up?
Yes, I'm here.
हाँ, okay.
I don't know the name, but there is some
आंसर नहीं हो
website.
सकता। एक वेबसाइट है वो सर जीमेल हैक कर देती है, ये आंसर थोड़ी ना हो सकता है।
I don't know the
वेबसाइट
exact name.
बताओ।
Exact name I don't know, but it will hack it.
I won't believe then there is any website. हाँ जी बताइए। Pardon sir? AMS5। AMS5 एक स्पाइंग ऐप है, मोबाइल स्पाई एक स्पाइंग ऐप है। उसको इंस्टॉल करके आप पूरे फोन की सर्वेलेंस कर सकते हो। मुझे सिर्फ व्हाट्सएप, हाँ वो तो एक बार इंस्टॉल कर दोगे आप, फिर तो कुछ भी कर लोगे। माई पॉइंट इज आई एम नॉट टचिंग दैट फोन। I don't have physical access of that phone and I need to hack his or her Wi-Fi. किसने बताया मुझे, कैसे सीखा मैं? एक लेडी आई मेरे पास कि मेरे हस्बैंड को पता पड़ जाता है मेरी सारी व्हाट्सएप चैट। मैंने कहा अच्छा, हाँ। तो मैंने कहा वैसी क्या चैट करते हो?
सर,
कह रहे मैटर वो नहीं है, मैटर ये है कि उसको पता पड़ जाता है।
सर, OTP bypass.
OTP bypass।
Yes, sir.
web.whatsapp.com।
Multiple device connect हो सकते
हाँ
हैं ना
जी?
सर?
हाँ जी, क्या ऐप है वो? अरे इतनी जरूरी ऐप थी, भूल कैसे सकते हो आप? देखो मुझे मतलब मुंह जमानी याद रहती है ऐसी ऐप्स। ये तो सबसे ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट ऐप्स हैं। पैरेलल स्पेस, मेरी एक स्टोरी सुन ली किसी ने पैरेलल स्पेस वाली। तो देखिए मैं आपको 4 तरीके खड़े खड़े बताऊंगा 2 मिनट में। मिसयूज नहीं करना है। और ये सारे जैसे मैंने आपको बताया क्रिमिनल्स ने मुझे सिखाए। एक है कॉल मर्जिंग टेक्निक। अभी एक हफ्ते पहले कॉल आया हॉटस्टार की क्रिएटिव हेड का, अमित मेरा व्हाट्सएप हैक हो गया है। मैंने कॉल मर्ज कर दी थी आपने? हाँ, वेरी गुड। कैसे करते हैं कि आपको अचानक एक कॉल आएगा और बंदा बोलेगा मैं, आप मेरे दोस्त हो, कि अमित जी ने आपका नंबर दिया एंड दिस इज सम रिगार्डिंग सम वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कॉन्फ्रेंस और हम आपको बुलाना चाहते हैं। कुछ भी ऐसा बातचीत शुरू कर देगा विद सम कॉन्टेक्स्ट। आप बातचीत शुरू कर दोगे, 15-20 सेकंड की बातचीत के बाद बोलेगा कि आई थिंक अमित इज ऑल्सो कॉलिंग यू, कैन यू मर्ज दीज टू कॉल्स टुगेदर सो वी ऑल कैन टॉक टुगेदर। तो आपको लगेगा हाँ अमित की रेफरेंस से बात कर रहा है, अमित का ही कॉल आने वाला है। एक कॉल आएगा, आप मर्ज कर दोगे। जैसे ही आप कॉल मर्ज करोगे, दूसरे वाले नंबर से एक ओटीपी सुनाई देगा 253467। आपको जब तक समझ में आएगा कि कुछ हुआ, तब तक तो उसने आपका व्हाट्सएप उड़ा दिया, क्योंकि वो जो दूसरा कॉल था वो व्हाट्सएप का था। वी ऑल नो कि अब ओटीपीज कॉल पर भी आते हैं, चाहे जीमेल का ओटीपी हो, चाहे व्हाट्सएप का ओटीपी हो, वी गेट ऑन कॉल एज वेल। सामने वाला क्रिमिनल आपका ओटीपी के लिए रेडी करके बैठा हुआ है। पहले उसने आपको फंसाया बातों में, फिर ओटीपी डिमांड किया ऑन कॉल, कॉल आपको आया बट आपने मर्ज कर दिया, तो मैंने सुन लिया और डाल दिया। 80% व्हाट्सएप इस तरह से हैक हो रहे हैं आजकल, और लोगों को पता भी नहीं पड़ता। उसके बाद कॉल कट भी जाएगी तब भी आधे लोग समझ नहीं पाते क्या हुआ, फिर मुझे बताते हैं कि अरे ऐसा ऐसा हो गया। दूसरा, कॉल फॉरवर्डिंग टेक्निक। एक लेडी लॉकडाउन के टाइम पर, जब लॉकडाउन खुला तो एक बिजनेसमैन यहीं के थे, सूरत के, गुजरात के, और वो इंदिरा गांधी इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट पे थे। एक वीआईपी लॉन्च में एक लेडी, खूबसूरत सी लेडी उनके पास आई और उससे बोली कि मेरा फ़ोन डेड हो गया है एंड आई एम traveling and I need to make an urgent call so that I can inform my family that I am landing at this time and they'll come to pick me. कौन ऐसा निष्ठुर निर्दयी निरीह आदमी होगा जो अपना फोन नहीं देगा? भाई ऐसा क्या जान मांग ली? तो उसने अपना आईफोन खुद अनलॉक किया, दे दिया। मैडम ने एक नंबर डायल किया, *62* मोबाइल नंबर हैश, और वापस कर दिया थोड़ी सी एक्टिंग करके। व्हाट इज दिस नंबर, दिस कोड? आप लोग गूगल करेंगे, कॉल फॉरवर्डिंग कोड्स, रिलायंस का, एयरटेल का, वोडाफोन का। मैं जो बोल रहा हूँ वोडाफोन का है, पर जितने भी आपके ऑपरेटर हैं सब एक फैसिलिटी देते हैं कि यू कैन सेट कंडीशनल कॉल फॉरवर्डिंग ऑन योर फोन। व्हाट इज कंडीशनल कॉल फॉरवर्डिंग? दैट इफ यू आर बिजी और इफ यू आर अनरीचेबल, इफ दैट टाइम एनी कॉल कम्स, इट विल बी फॉरवर्डेड टू दैट नंबर। अदरवाइज यू विल रिसीव योर कॉल, यू कैन मेक कॉल, सो यू विल नेवर रियलाइज कि कुछ गड़बड़ हुई है। पर कंडीशनल कॉल फॉरवर्डिंग यदि सेट हो गई तो आपके ओटीपीज चले जाएंगे, जीमेल का, व्हाट्सएप का। दिस गाय वाज इन प्लेन फॉर 2 hours और 1.5 hours whatever, एंड देन उस समय उसने सारे ओटीपी मांगे, वो उसको फॉरवर्ड हो गए। जब ये भाई साहब लैंड किए तो बहुत सारे नुकसान हो चुका था, इनका पैसे भी जा चुके थे और ही लॉस्ट हिज ओल सोशल मीडिया अकाउंट्स एज वेल। दूसरी टेक्निक हो गई। तीसरी टेक्निक, एंड ये सारी नॉन टेक्निकल टेक्निक बता रहा हूं जो क्रिमिनल्स यूज कर रहे हैं। ये आप लोग जो बोल रहे थे बहुत हाई टेक थी। तीसरी टेक्निक है वॉइस मेल। आप में से कितने लोग वॉइस मेल यूज करते हैं? कोई नहीं करता ना? बस यही हमारे फायदे का है, क्योंकि कोई नहीं करता और मुझे आपकी वॉइस मेल इनेबल करनी है, तो मुझे आपके नंबर से सिर्फ एक एसएमएस भेजना है एयरटेल को या वोडाफोन को, टू इनेबल योर वॉइस मेल। और वॉइस मेल जब इनेबल करने के लिए आप एसएमएस भेजते हो, उस समय अपना पासवर्ड भी भेजते हो। एंड वी ऑल नो और वी डोंट नो कि एनीबडी कैन स्पूफ योर नंबर। मैं आपके नंबर से किसी को भी एसएमएस भेज सकता हूं, आपके नंबर से किसी को भी कॉल कर सकता हूं। दिस इज सो इजी, ऑलमोस्ट एवरी लेवल 3 हैकर्स वुड हैव इट, करेक्ट? और ईमेल स्पूफिंग, मैं किसी के भी नंबर, किसी के भी ईमेल आईडी से ईमेल कर सकता हूं। सो दीज आर द टेक्निक दैट वी यूज टू बिल्ड ट्रस्ट विद द पार्टी जिसको हैक किया जाता है। तो जो पहला एसएमएस है वो तो स्पूफ होकर चला ही जाएगा, आपको एक्नॉलेजमेंट आएगा, बट आपको पता ही नहीं है कि किस चीज का एक्नॉलेजमेंट है, आप इग्नोर कर दोगे। और आपकी वॉइस ईमेल सेट हो गई है, पासवर्ड भाई को पता है। अब आपके पासवर्ड आते हैं, पासवर्ड आपके वॉइस मेल में सेव हो जाएंगे इफ यू आर बिजी, क्योंकि उसी समय पासवर्ड मांगेगा जब आप बिजी हो गए, अनरीचेबल हो गए। और पासवर्ड उसको पता है वॉइस मेल का, तो वो सुन भी लेगा ओटीपी सारे। तो अभी गूगल करना है आपको, वॉइस मेल बेस्ड हैकिंग टेक्निक। गूगल पे बहुत सारे क्राइम मिलेंगे आपको। तो ऐसे करते जाएंगे, ऐसे 7-8 टेक्निक्स हैं जो आजकल क्रिमिनल्स यूज करते हैं टू हैक योर डिफरेंट सोशल मीडिया और व्हाट्सएप अकाउंट। हाईजैकिंग से तो मैंने शुरू किया था, एंड टाइम है क्या हमारे पास? बहुत टाइम है, ऐसा हो ही नहीं सकता। मेरे दिमाग की क्लॉक बता देती है कि टाइम हो गया है। कुछ अब काम की बात बताते हैं, स्टोरी बहुत हो गई। ये तो खैर केस स्टडीज हैं। जब आप डिजिटल एविडेंस कलेक्ट करें, गूगल डैशबोर्ड सबको पता होगा, अब मैं इतना पुरानी चीज नहीं बताना चाहता। गूगल डैशबोर्ड वी ऑल नो, वेरी गुड। गूगल डैशबोर्ड में हमें पता पड़ता है सामने वाले के वो डेटा जो गूगल ने कलेक्ट किया, चाहे आपकी लोकेशंस हो 10-12 साल की, चाहे आपकी ब्राउजर हिस्ट्री हो। एक जो बहुत कमाल की इंफॉर्मेशन है जो वहां से मिलती है और क्रिमिनल इन्वेस्टिगेशन में नॉर्मली लोग इग्नोर कर जाते हैं, वो है आपका प्ले स्टोर। क्या चीज? प्ले स्टोर आपको ये बताता है कि आज तक आपने कितनी एप्लीकेशन इंस्टॉल की फोन में। जैसे मैंने 457 एप्लीकेशन इंस्टॉल किए, तो 457 एप्लीकेशंस के रिकॉर्ड होंगे, कब इंस्टॉल की, कब अनइंस्टॉल की। दिस इज वेरी पावरफुल इंफॉर्मेशन, बिकॉज यदि मुझे आपकी ये रिकॉर्ड मिल जाए तो मैं आपका पूरा चरित्र बता सकता हूं। क्योंकि आप वीपीएन यूज करते हो तो होगा उसमें, कौन कौन सा वीपीएन यूज करते होगा। यदि आपने कोई वीडियो एडिटिंग ऐप किया है किसी को परेशान करने के लिए, मॉर्फ वीडियो बनाने के लिए, तो उसमें होगी। यदि आपने स्पूफिंग यूज किया, कॉल स्पूफिंग, ईमेल स्पूफिंग, तो उसमें होगा कि नहीं होगा। तो कई सारे जो कई बार जो बच्चे ही क्राइम करते हैं, बड़े भी करते हैं, जो हमें सस्पेक्ट पता होता है, सबसे पहले जाके उसका प्ले स्टोर खोल के देख लेते गूगल डैशबोर्ड के थ्रू, एंड इट टेल्स अस एवरीथिंग कि भाई साहब ने कब कब कौन कौन सी एप्लीकेशन इंस्टॉल की थी और कब अनइंस्टॉल कर दी। प्लीज रेफर दैट फॉर योर इन्वेस्टिगेशन, इट इज वेरी पावरफुल एंड दैट डेटा इज ऑल्सो यूजफुल इन सच इन्वेस्टिगेशन। क्या क्या और इंफॉर्मेशन हमें मिल सकती है, वो मैंने एक लिस्ट डाउन कर रखा है। सोशल मीडिया चैट रिकॉर्ड्स जरूर रिकवर करें। जब कोई भी आपको क्राइम ऐसा रिपोर्ट हो, जितना है सब सेव कर लें, इंस्टाग्राम का, व्हाट्सएप का, डिस्कॉर्ड का, क्योंकि डिस्कॉर्ड एंड टू एंड एन्क्रिप्टेड है। यदि फोन से नहीं मिलेगा तो बाद में मिलेगा ही नहीं। लोकेशन ट्रैक उसका निकाल लें, उस पीरियड का जब क्राइम हुआ है। प्ले स्टोर ऐप रिकॉर्ड जो मैं आपको बोल रहा हूँ, कोई वीडियो एडिटिंग ऐप मिल जाए, कोई यूपीआई ऐप मिल जाए, कोई वीपीएन मिल जाए, कोई स्पूफिंग ऐप मिल जाए, ओटीपीज जितने आए सारे लिख लीजिए। कई सारे केसेस मैंने सिर्फ ओटीपीज बेस्ड सॉल्व कर दिए। आईपीडीआर रिकॉर्ड्स उसका मंगा लीजिए। व्हाट्सएप कॉल रिकॉर्ड्स कोशिश कीजिए यदि जनरेट कर सकें। मोबाइल एक्टिविटी रिकॉर्ड्स देख लीजिए। मोबाइल एक्टिविटी रिकॉर्ड कैसे निकालते हैं, जल्दी से बताओ और एक बुक ले जाओ। किसी के मोबाइल की पिछले 12 साल की एक्टिविटी चाहिए मुझे, कैसे निकालूंगा? हाँ जी, आईपीडीआर से। आईपीडीआर 1 साल से पुराना मिलता ही नहीं है। हाँ जी
सर, गूगल एक्टिविटीज से
आ जाओ सर, फटाक से दौड़ के आ जाओ।
थैंक यू।
सब लोग अपना ब्राउजर खोलेंगे और क्या लिखेंगे? myactivity.google.com। अभी तुरंत, जस्ट वेरीफाई। इसको सीखने में कोई टाइम नहीं लगना है। ब्राउजर खोलना है, myactivity.google.com। आपको पिछले 12 साल की एक्टिविटी दिख जाएंगे, आपने अपने फोन पे क्या क्या किया। ये भी लिख लेना है, इसको डाउनलोड करके सेव भी कर सकते हो एक्टिविटीज को। बहुत सारे केसेस से वर्कआउट हो जाते हैं। एक्टिविटी तो दिखेगी सर। जीमेल लॉगिन किया आपने तो फिर आपको मांगनी पड़ेगी गूगल से, हाँ, क्योंकि रिकॉर्ड तो बनेगा आपका, लोकेशन का भी और एक्टिविटीज का भी। It gives you an option to pause it or to stop it, but it collects the information why this option is there now. पहले उसमें ऑडियो रिकॉर्डिंग भी आती थी। यदि आप 3 साल पुराना कोई इन्वेस्टिगेशन किया हो तो उसी डैशबोर्ड में वी कुड ऑल्सो हियर द योर वॉइस सैंपल्स जो टाइम टू टाइम गूगल रिकॉर्ड करता रहता है। सर, एक केस हुआ, एक मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट का मुझे फोन आया और वो लेडी थी, घबरा के बोली कि अरे मेरे फोन में मेरी सारी बातें रिकॉर्डेड है। मैंने कहा मैम वो गूगल करता है। तो कई बार उस वजह से भी लोग डर जाते हैं, लेकिन यू आर राइट, अब उसमें एक ऑप्शन दे दिया उन्होंने कि आप उसको डिसेबल कर सकते हो। बट डिसेबलिंग मीन्स आप नहीं देख सकते, सो दैट योर रिस्क इज लो। ये इसलिए करना पड़ा क्योंकि कई बार क्या होता था, लोगों का जीमेल हैक हो जाता था और फिर वो डेटा भी पूरा सामने वाले के पास चला जाता था। सो गूगल हैज गिवन अ प्रोविजन दैट यू कैन स्टॉप इट टू एक्सेस फॉर योरसेल्फ, बट गूगल इज रिकॉर्डिंग इट because all your profiling, all your services that they can offer you based on that data only. कई सारी सर्विसेज वो दे ही नहीं सकते यदि वो आपकी लोकेशन या इस तरह के सैंपल्स रिकॉर्ड नहीं करेंगे।
Excuse me, sir. Sir,
कहाँ है
on
सर?
your left.
सर
Sir, I have a doubt. Is there a thing like your phone listens to you every time? Because what I have felt that if I am in a group of friends talking about something, say like about a particular car brand, so I constantly get ads regarding that brand only. Like yesterday only what happened, one of our speaker was speaking about this pre-approved loan, pre-approved credit. And at that particular time, within 1 minute, I received a message from Flipkart that you have pre-approved credit for this amount. At that same moment. So is it related to this that phone is listening 24/7?
So it's absolutely 100% correct that phone listens you all the time. If you open your phone और उसको ओपन ना करो, टच भी नहीं करो, सिर्फ उसको बोलोगे ओके गूगल, तो गूगल लॉन्च हो जाता है उसमें. तो इसका मतलब है फ़ोन आपको 24 घंटे सुन रहा है. उसको कैसे पता कि आपने कब ओके गूगल बोला? फिर ये तो क्या मैंने आपको प्रैक्टिकली बताया, लेकिन अभी शशि थरूर जी की अध्यक्षता में एक कमेटी बनी थी और उसमें फेसबुक और गूगल दोनों के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव बुलाए गए थे कुछ साल पहले, 2 ही साल पहले. और उसमें उन्होंने पूछा क्लियर कट, तो दिस इन्फॉर्मेशन इज ऑन गूगल एज वेल. उन्होंने पूछा कि भाई आप हमें हमेशा सुनते हैं क्या? तो उन्होंने कहा हाँ सुनते हैं. तो बोले क्या सुनते हैं? तो जो कमेटी के मेंबर थे बोले कि साहब हम काम की चीज़ें सुनते हैं और जो काम की नहीं होती हैं वो डिस्कार्ड कर देते हैं. तो शशि थरूर जी ने पूछा अच्छा आप कैसे डिसाइड करते हैं क्या आपके काम का है और क्या नहीं है? तो वो चुप हो गए क्योंकि उन्हें टेक्निकल नॉलेज तो थी नहीं. तो सर ये तो नहीं पता, लेकिन हमें बोला यही क्या है कि हम काम की सुनते हैं. तो ये सब चीज़ें तो फिर सुपरफिशियस हैं, सुन रहे हो तो सब सुन रहे हो. So this has been accepted by them, not only in Indian Parliament but also in US Parliament, that they listen you. So it is a known fact now. And to avoid that risk of getting that data leaked, Google ने एक प्रोविजन दे दिया कि वो डेटा आपको दिखाई नहीं देता. पहले वो आपको भी दिखाई देता था जब वो सुनते थे. वही मैं कह रहा हूँ 3 साल पहले आपके रिकॉर्डिंग सैंपल्स मिलते थे डैशबोर्ड में. अब वो नहीं दिलता क्योंकि उससे बहुत डेटा लीक होकर वो मिसयूज शुरू हो गया था, क्योंकि 4 लोग बैठ के कुछ कर रहे हैं और कुछ सैंपल्स रिकॉर्ड हो गया और कल के दिन उन्हीं के अगेंस्ट यूज हो गए. तो हमें क्या करना है, एक्टिविटी रिकॉर्ड लेना है. हमें ये जरूर देखना है कि सामने वाले के फ़ोन में कोई VPN था या नहीं, क्योंकि 99% बच्चों के फ़ोन में तो होता है. चेक फॉर गर्ल्स इमेजेस एंड वीडियोस, रीज़न आपको पता है. प्रॉक्सी कॉन्फ़िगरेशंस देख लीजिए उसके ब्राउज़र में, और डिलीटेड डेटा रिकवर जरूर कीजिए, जरूर कीजिए, क्योंकि उससे इतनी सारी चीज़ें खुलती हैं. पार्डन?
In terms of evidence collection, how do you have a authentic backup of WhatsApp which can be presented before the court? For that matter, even a website, how do you create it as an evidence which can be shown before the courts?
देखिए सबके दोनों के अलग तरीके हैं. पहले तो जो WhatsApp का बैकअप है, it is even if you take the backup of the WhatsApp, it can be encrypted only in your device, decrypted only in your device, because it is using the key which can be used only on that particular device. तो आपने बैकअप ले लिया, हैश वैल्यूज भी निकाल ली, बट जब भी आपको प्रेजेंट करना होगा यू हैव टू यूज दैट फोन एज वेल, और दैट की यू शुड हैव दैट की. तो इस वजह से कई सारी चीज़ें जो व्हाट्सएप चैट की होती हैं कोर्ट में रिजेक्ट हो जाती हैं, बिकॉज वो प्रॉपर बैकअप के संग नहीं प्रेजेंट होती हैं, सिर्फ स्क्रीनशॉट प्रेजेंट होते हैं. और उन्होंने कई बार ये भी बोला कि स्क्रीनशॉट्स विल नॉट बी एडमिसिबल, दो बेस्ड ऑन केस बाय केस वो कई बार कंसीडर किए गए एज ए सेकेंडरी एविडेंस, बट नॉट एन ऑथेंटिक प्रूफ फॉर एनी सच क्राइम. तो उसके लिए यही है कि यदि आपको पूरा का पूरा उसका बैकअप फाइल मिल जाती है, उसको पहले तो पूरे फ़ोन को क्लोन कर लो और बैकअप फाइल को अलग से हैश वैल्यूज़ निकाल के एक रिपोर्ट बना कर रखिए, एंड देन डिक्रिप्टेड फाइल जो है उसको भी स्क्रीनशॉट निकाल के एक रिपोर्ट बना लीजिए विद डेट एंड टाइम ऑफ कोर्स. यदि आप ये तीनों चारों चीज़ें करोगे तभी वो कोर्ट में आप डिफेंड कर पाएंगे, क्योंकि इसमें से एक भी चीज़ को सामने वाला कह देगा कि आपने मैनिपुलेट किया. बट नाउ यू हैव ओरिजिनल बैकअप, यू हैव फ़ोन बैकअप, क्लोनिंग ऑफ फोन, तो उसका स्टेटस पता है उस समय का. और फिर उसके क्योंकि आप बैकअप को प्रेजेंट ही नहीं कर सकते क्योंकि इट इज़ इनक्रिप्टेड, तो आपको डिक्रिप्ट करके उसके स्क्रीनशॉट भी रखना. वी ट्राइड इट, कोई प्रोसिक्यूशन अभी तक हुआ नहीं है, तो इसलिए मैं उस पर बहुत ज़्यादा बोल नहीं सकता. जो डिजिटल एविडेंस एक्ट है उसके हिसाब से सिर्फ लॉयर ज़्यादा बोल सकता है. बट जितना आप प्रोविज़न के संग इन्फॉर्मेशन रखेंगे सामने, जैसे आप वेबसाइट का बोल रहे हैं, वेबसाइट का DNS डिटेल निकालिए, होस्टिंग डिटेल्स जो है, और जो भी सर्वर डिटेल्स हैं, कहाँ होस्टेड है, कब होस्टिंग शुरू हुई, क्रिएशन डेट कब है, कब कब अपलोड हुई, जब उससे डेटा मांगे भी, गो डैडी से मांग रहे हो, तो गो डैडी से उसका पूरा एक डिटेल लॉग मांगिए। जैसे हम कई बार क्या करते हैं, व्हाट्सएप से भी जब लॉग मांगते हैं तो वो सेशन वाइज लॉग दे देता है, डिटेल लॉग नहीं देता। या फेसबुक से लॉग मांगा तो वो सेशन वाइज लॉग दे देता है, तो कुछ ही आईपीज मिलते हैं। पर जब आप उससे डिटेल लॉग मांगो तो बहुत सारे आईपी मिलते हैं। उसका फायदा ये होता है कि यदि सामने वाला वीपीएन यूज कर रहा है, और वीपीएन यूज करके आप आईपी लॉग मिलेगा भी तो वीपीएन आईपीज आएंगे, उससे कोई आइडेंटिटी तो मैच होती नहीं है। पर वीपीएन बड़ा अनस्टेबल होता है। अभी मेरे लैपटॉप में वीपीएन चल रहा है, पर ये डिस्कनेक्ट होगा, कनेक्ट होगा बार बार बीच में, बिकॉज ऑफ बैंडविड्थ इश्यूज। यदि बीच में वो डिस्कनेक्ट हुआ और उस समय मेरा सोशल मीडिया पर कुछ एक्टिविटी हुई तो मेरा रियल आईपी कैप्चर हो जाएगा। तो जब आप डिटेल्ड लॉग मांगे तो चांसेस है कि वीपीएन भी होगा तब भी एक आध कोई आईपी बीच में आपको मिल जाए, चांसेस है। इसलिए आपको बहुत डिटेल ग्रैनुलर लॉग मांगना चाहिए। वो अपना टाइम बचाने के लिए आपको सिर्फ लॉग इन लॉग आउट वाला लॉग दे देते हैं, वो एक दिक्कत है। सेम व्हाट्सएप से जितना भी थ्रेट होता है। तो एक चीज और मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगा फॉर योर सेफ्टी, व्हाट्सएप में कितने लोग हैं जो 2 फैक्टर ऑथेंटिकेशन यूज करते हैं? आपको पता भी है व्हाट्सएप का 2 फैक्टर ऑथेंटिकेशन क्या होता है? क्या होता है? ओटीपी नहीं,
फिंगरप्रिंट सर।
ओटीपी के बाद एक और पिन लगा सकते हो आप उसमें, क्योंकि यदि आप वो लगाओगे तो आपका व्हाट्सएप जितने तरीके मैंने बताए उससे हैक नहीं होगा।
Hello, sir. WhatsApp has just currently gave the update that in two-factor authentication, you also encrypt your backup data with password.
Correct.
So I think that would be the
पर
right answer.
कितने लोगों को पता है कि व्हाट्सएप का बैकअप अब इनक्रिप्टेड कर सकते हैं? 8-10 लोगों को पता है। ये बता रहा हूँ, और ये बच्चों को पता है। मैं एक केस शायद आपको बताया नहीं बताया, जो पैरेलल स्पेस वाला केस है, वो एक 9 साल के बच्चे ने किया था, जिसने सारी मोहल्ले के व्हाट्सएप हैक कर रखे थे और तहलका मचा रखा था उसने। हापुड़ का केस था और पेपर में छपरा हर दिन न्यूज़ किए, घर भूतिया है, इसमें जो भी जाता है उसका व्हाट्सएप हैक हो जाता है। पुलिस को फोन किया, पुलिस वाला गया, कांस्टेबल सर, तो कांस्टेबल के नंबर से व्हाट्सएप आने लगा। अच्छा, पुलिस को बुला लिया, देखते हैं क्या करता है। तो फिर वहाँ सीओ मैम थी, उनका फोन आया मुझे कि यार ये क्या हो रहा है, मतलब ऐसे कैसे हो सकता है? पूरा राउटर बदल दिया, व्हाट्सएप फोन बदल दिए। कैसे करता था वो?
एक्सक्यूज मी सर।
हाँ जी, बस एक बार खड़े हो जाइए कि मैं देख पाऊँ आपको।
सर लेफ्ट साइड।
Okay, thank you.
Sir, I wanted to speak about the two-factor authentication. Sir, I think it provides a double wall for security.
Correct. For WhatsApp. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So आप अंदर जाके प्राइवेसी में सेटिंग्स में जाके 2 फैक्टर ऐड करेंगे तो उसमें एक पिन और ऐड कर सकते हैं, और वो पिन सिर्फ आपको पता होगी, वो OTP तो नहीं है, दैट इज योर पिन. सो इवन इफ समबडी गेट्स योर OTP बाय मिस्टेक, जितने टेक्निक है, तब भी वो आपका व्हाट्सएप नहीं हैक कर पाएगा जब तक उसको वो पिन नहीं पता होगा, भले ही वो बड़ा सिंपल सा पिन हो, बट देयर इज ए लेवल ऑफ प्रोटेक्शन. थैंक यू. यू कैन टेक बुक. तो मैं कह रहा था कि 9 साल का बच्चा, जस्ट समराइज दिस एंड देन विल स्टॉप, एंड इफ देयर इज एनी क्वेश्चन वी कैन डेफिनेटली टेक. तो जब मैंने उसकी चैट देखा, तहलका ऐसे कि वो घर में कई सारे ऐसे केसेस आए. एक्चुअली इसके बाद मेरे पास 16-17 केसेस आए जिसमें बच्चों ने ही आतंक मचा रखा था पूरे फैमिली में, और वो मेनली ब्यूरोक्रेट के बच्चे. एक मुंबई का भी केस था, आपको पता होगा कि वो सब कुछ उसके लैपटॉप से भी चोरी हो जाता था और मोबाइल से बड़ा सेंसेशनल बना दिया था, न्यूज में आया था. सो इन दिस केस घर में किसी के भी नंबर से किसी को व्हाट्सएप आता था, धमकी वाला. जो नंबर से फोन से व्हाट्सएप आ रहा है वो भी सामने पड़ा हुआ है, जहां आ रहा है वो भी सामने पड़ा है, और जब जवाब दे रहा हो यहां से तो जवाब भी आ रहा है, और दोनों फोन सामने. कमाल की बात है. और मैसेज क्या आता था कि अच्छा भाभी जी आज किचन में कटहल बन रहा है. वो छत पे घूम रहे थे एक दिन भाई साहब, तो मैसेज आया, इतनी रात तक क्यों जाग रहा है कुंभकर्ण, सो जा. और ये मैसेज आया उनकी वाइफ के नंबर से. वो भागते हुए नीचे आया तो वाइफ तो सो रही है, फोन बंद है. फिर उनके घर में उनका छोटा भाई आया, वो वापस जा रहा था घर से दिल्ली की ओर, रास्ते में मैसेज आया कि तुम्हारे पिताजी एक्सपायर कर गए. वो घबरा गया, वो उसने पूरे घर में फ़ोन किया, कोई फ़ोन ना उठाए. वो वापस आए तो एवरीथिंग इज नॉर्मल. तो कुल मिला के क्योस मचा हुआ. उसके छोटे भाई के लिए लड़की देखने गए, सिर्फ घर वालों को पता, वो भी लॉकडाउन की ऐसी बीच की बात जहाँ सबको पता भी नहीं पड़ रही थी. बोले हाँ ये लास्ट ईयर फैब की बात है, जब भाई साहब मेरे से आए दुखड़ा लेके, तो बोले कि वो थोड़ी देर बाद मैसेज आया कि जिस लड़की को तुम देख के आए हो उसको हाँ कर दो, वो बहुत अच्छी लड़की है, वो मेरी एक्स गर्लफ्रेंड है। इसको कैसे पता कि हम किसको देख के आए? मतलब उसको सब पता होता था, उसको इस हद तक पता होता था कि नमक कितना है दाल में। एक दिन पंखा चल रहा तो पंखे के घर का वीडियो बना के भेज दिया उसके नंबर से उसके पिताजी को। वो घबरा गए कि कैमरा भी चल रहा है, अब तो सब कुछ कंट्रोल कर लिया इसने। फिर एक दिन एक इंश्योरेंस वाला आया तो उसकी बाइक का फोटो भेज दिया, अच्छा ये इंश्योरेंस वाला है तो उसकी बाइक है। मतलब घबराहट की हालत ये थी कि वो लोग फुसफुसा के बात करने लगे घर में और इशारों में बात करने लगे कि उसको पता ना पड़ जाए, और तब भी लीक हो रही इन्फॉर्मेशन। जब मेरे पास आया तो मैंने सारे मैसेज देखे, मैंने कहा यार तुम्हारा कोई फ़ोन हैक नहीं है। 5-6 फ़ोन लेके आए। वो बोला सर आप क्या बात कर रहे हो, पूरे घर में तहलका मचा हुआ है। मैंने कहा यदि हैक हुआ होता तो अभी तक सारे पैसे निकल गए होते। वो मजे ले रहा है तुम्हारे, तुम्हें डरा रहा है, परेशान तो कुछ किया नहीं उसने। बोले अरे और कितना परेशान करेगा, हम कुछ काम ही नहीं कर पा रहे। तो मैंने फिर सारे मैसेज देखे, तो जब मैंने मैसेज देखे तो उसमें हिंदी को इंग्लिश में लिखा गया था और कई सारी स्पेलिंग मिस्टेक थी। मतलब कई जगह रेप वर्ड भी यूज़ किया था और RABE स्पेलिंग थी। तो मैंने कहा यार ये कोई बच्चा है, ये कोई 13-14 साल का बच्चा है। बोले सर ऐसा कोई बच्चे नहीं है, पूरे मोहल्ले में नहीं है, मेरे पूरे रिश्तेदारों में नहीं है। तो फिर पूरा चार्ट बनाया, किस मोहल्ले में कितने बच्चे हैं, उसके आसपास उसके घर में, सारा चार्ट बना के मैंने देखा तो एक 9 साल का बच्चा उसके घर में था जो उसका खुद का था। तो मैंने कहा यार मेरा शक तो इस पे जा रहा है। तो मतलब इतना चढ़ बैठा मेरे पे, सर आप कैसे आदमी हो, 9 साल के बच्चे पर शक कर रहे हो, मतलब अपनी गलती छुपाने के लिए किसी पे भी शक करोगे? मतलब उसने पूरा मुझे ब्लेम कर दिया। तो मैंने कहा भाई तुम्हारा बच्चा फ़ोन कौन सा यूज़ करता है, वो कोई फ़ोन है तो दे दो। तो उसने एक फ़ोन दिखाया। जब मैंने वो फ़ोन देखा, अच्छा उससे पहले एक चीज़ मैंने नोटिस की कि हर एक फ़ोन के अंदर, ना दिस इज़ लर्निंग विद दिस एपिसोड, हर एक फ़ोन के अंदर एक एप्लीकेशन थी, उसका नाम था पैरेलल स्पेस। कितने लोगों को पता है पैरेलल स्पेस के बारे में? काफ़ी लोगों को पता है, थैंक यू सो मच। पैरेलल स्पेस इज एन एप्लीकेशन विच क्रिएट्स फोन इनसाइड योर फोन। फोन के अंदर एक और फोन क्रिएट कर देती है। सो यू हैव व्हाट्सएप इंस्टॉल इन योर फोन, पैरेलल स्पेस इंस्टॉल करो, फिर एक और व्हाट्सएप इंस्टॉल कर सकते हो। सो बेसिकली यू कैन रन 2 व्हाट्सएप इन ए सिंगल फोन। अच्छा, अक्टूबर 2020 से व्हाट्सएप हैज स्टार्टेड सपोर्टिंग मल्टीपल डिवाइसेस। अब 4 डिवाइस में सेम नंबर चला सकते हो। कितने लोगों को पता है? थैंक गॉड। क्योंकि अक्टूबर 2020 में व्हाट्सएप ने बीटा वर्जन लॉन्च किया और जनवरी में तो क्राइम हो गया। 23 जनवरी से उसको मैसेज आ रहे थे। जब मैंने पूछा कब से आ रहे हैं तो उसने कहा साहब 23 जनवरी से आ रहे हैं। उससे पहले कुछ अजीब हुआ? हाँ बोले उससे पहले अमेजोन से गिफ्ट आते थे कैश ऑन डिलीवरी पे, और हम मना कर देते थे, वो अमेजोन ने हमें ब्लैकलिस्ट कर दिया। मैंने कहा क्या गिफ्ट आता था? बोले हमने कभी सर खोल के देखा नहीं, पर एक बार देखा तो कुछ हेलीकॉप्टर का लोगो दिखा था। फिर मैंने कहा उसके बाद, बोले उसके बाद डोमिनोज से पिज़्ज़ा आने लगा। हर शाम को 8 बजे घंटी बजती थी, योर पिज़्ज़ा। हम घबराए के बैठे रहते थे कि अब पिज़्ज़ा आने वाला है, और हमारे नंबर से बुक होता था। फिर क्या बोले, उन्होंने ब्लैक लिस्ट कर दिया, हम पिज़्ज़ा नहीं खा सकते अब। तो फिर बोले 23 जनवरी से ये शुरू हो गया। तो जब मैंने पूरा कांड देखा तो मैंने कहा भाई ये कोई आपका बच्चा हो सकता है 9 साल का। और पैरेलल स्पेस मैंने जब दिखाया उनको कि पैरेलल स्पेस के अंदर व्हाट्सएप इंस्टॉल्ड है और उससे वो मैसेज भेजे गए, क्योंकि उसमें सारे सेंड मैसेज थे। तो बोले सर आप, मैंने कहा देखो ये तो कोई फिजिकल एक्सेस ही कर सकता है, और आपको पता है कि पैरेलल स्पेस क्या होता है? बोले ना, हम तो इतना जानते ही नहीं। फिर इवेंचुअली उस बच्चे का फ़ोन जब मैंने देखा तो बच्चे के फ़ोन में 12 ऐसे वीडियोस मिले मुझे, हाउ टू हैक व्हाट्सएप, हाउ टू हैक मोबाइल फ़ोन, जो उसने यूट्यूब पे देखे थे। मैंने कहा तुम्हारा बेटा देखो ये वीडियोस देख रहा है। हाँ बोले देख रहा है तो क्या गलत कर रहा है, पाप कर रहा है? भाई हमारे घर में क्योस मचा हुआ है, हर फ़ोन हैक हो रहा है हर दिन। वो बेचारा ढूंढ के बताना चाह रहा है कि कैसे हैक होता है, इसमें क्या गलत कर रहा है? बेचारा हमारी हेल्प करना चाह रहा है, अब वो भी नहीं चाह रहे। हम फिर फंस गए। फिर मैंने सारे वीडियो देखे बार बार। जब दोबारा देखे तो पता पड़ा कि सारे वीडियोस 23 जनवरी से पहले डाउनलोड किए गए। मैंने कहा तुमने कहा था पहला मैसेज तुम्हें 23 जनवरी को आया। हाँ, ये वीडियो तुम्हारा बच्चा 23 जनवरी से पहले क्यों देख रहा था? तब पहली बार भाई साहब माने कि हाँ आप सर लॉजिकल बोल रहे हो, 23 जनवरी से पहले क्यों देख रहा है। फिर हमने उसका फ़ोन प्रॉपर एक्टिविटी लिस्ट निकाली, फॉरेंसिक किया, ब्राउजिंग हिस्ट्री निकाली, डिलीटेड डेटा रिकवर किया, एंड वी गॉट ऑल द एविडेंसेस कि इनका बच्चा कितना गीक है। मान गए साहब कि बच्चा तो कर रहा है। बोले अब क्या करें, मैं घर जाके उसको तोड़ दूंगा, उसकी टांगें तोड़ दूंगा, क्योंकि उसने ऐसे ऐसे लिख दिया था। मैंने उसको शांत किया, मैंने कहा कुछ मत बताना। 9 साल का बच्चा है, यदि आज आपने कुछ भी उस पर किया तो जिंदगी भर वो कुछ नहीं कर पाएगा। आप उसको डिस्ट्रॉय कर दोगे क्योंकि उसको नहीं पता कि वो क्या क्या कर चुका है, एंड ही इज ए स्मार्ट गाय। इंडिया नीड्स सच पीपल। मैंने कहा उसको क्यों डिस्ट्रॉय कर रहे हो? तो बोले फिर क्या करें, होने दे। मैंने कहा आप उसको जाके पूरा मोडस ऑपरेंडी बताना चार्ट पे कि देखो ऐसे हुआ ये क्राइम और हमने क्रिमिनल पकड़ लिया, अमित जी ने हेल्प किया, क्रिमिनल पकड़ लिया, क्रिमिनल जेल में, उसको पीटा जा रहा है, पर ये मत बताना कि तुमने किया है। यदि उसको समझ आएगा कि इनको खेल खुल चुका है, तो फिर धीरे धीरे यू कैन गेट हिम आउट ऑफ दिस। डेफिनेटली कोई बड़ा बच्चा इसको ट्रेन कर रहा है, हमें उस तक पहुंचना होगा। तो जितने ये केसेस मैंने देखे जिसमें 9 साल 9 साल में, इसलिए बार बार बताता हूँ केस क्योंकि मैंने 4 बार पूछा उससे 9 साल का ही है वो, हाँ साहब 9 साल का बच्चा है। उसके बाद और भी है 12-13 साल के बच्चों के केसेस भी जिन्होंने तहलका मचाया अलग अलग तरीके से, बट वी डोंट हैव इनफ टाइम, सो थैंक यू सो मच, एंड इफ यू हैव एनी क्वेश्चन वी कैन टेक द क्वेश्चंस। यस,
अभी जो आपने privacy.net.analyzer का बताया था, उस पर अपन कितना रिलाई कर सकते हैं कि वो सही बता रहा है?
नहीं आप खुद चेक कर लो, झूठ बता रहा है वो।
तभी तो
उसने आपकी इन्फॉर्मेशन झूठ बताई?
बिल्कुल सर, अभी गलत
क्या
बता
झूठ
रहा है।
बताया उसने?
मतलब वो मेरा आईपी एड्रेस की लोकेशन यहाँ से अराउंड 250 किलोमीटर दूर की बता रहा है।
देखो उतना रेजोल्यूशन तो आईपी का गड़बड़ होता ही
250
है।
किलोमीटर
मुंबई भी बता सकता है वो डिपेंड करता है आपका एमएससी कहाँ का है। ये सीबीआई के सर लोग बैठे हैं डेली यही करते हैं, इनको भी पता है कि कैसे उसको जीरो डाउन किया जाता है, लेकिन वो गलत नहीं बताएगा। आप अपने फ़ोन में जाइए और फ़ोन में डालिए माई आईपी, व्हाट इज़ माई आईपी, तो जो व्हाट इज़ माई आईपी में आईपी आ रहा होगा वही आईपी वो बता रहा हूँ। पर आईपी बताना लिंक क्लिक करके कोई नई चीज़ नहीं है। देर आर 100 ऑफ सच आईपी ग्रैबर्स अवेलेबल। एक है ग्रैबिफाई डॉट, कौन बताएगा? ग्रैबिफाई डॉट नेट नहीं, लिंक। अभी आपने लिंक बोल दिया होता तो किताब मिल गई होती। तो आप आईपी किसी का कैच करना लिंक बेच के इज द इजीएस्ट थिंग। वो ये तो झूठ बताएगा नहीं, तो बेचारी बहुत अच्छी ऑथेंटिक एप्लीकेशन है, पर यू कैन, जैसे कई बार फेसबुक पे कोई परेशान कर रहा है या कहीं। अच्छा आजकल क्रिमिनल बड़े स्मार्ट हो गए, वो लिंक क्लिक नहीं करते क्योंकि उनको पता पड़ गया, वो भी कभी क्लास में बैठे होंगे मेरी, तो वो नहीं क्लिक करते हैं। तो मैंने एक और तरीका निकाला। अब ये वाला तरीका लेटेस्ट है, जब तक कोई क्रिमिनल को नहीं पता पड़ता तब तक यूज़ कर सकते हो। एक लड़की थी, बड़ी परेशान कर रहा था कोई उसको फेसबुक पे, और उसको हम लिंक भेज रहे हैं, वो लिंक नहीं कैप्चर हो रहा है और वीपीएन यूज़ कर रहा है भाई साहब। तो मैंने कहा इसको दूसरे तरीके से फंसाएंगे। मैंने उस लड़की के नाम पर एक जीमेल आईडी बनाया और उसके कहा कि तो अपने इससे भेज दो कि ये मेरा जीमेल है, तुम्हें जो उखाड़ना उखाड़ लो। तो उसने भेज दिया जीमेल आईडी और पासवर्ड दोनों। अब बच्चा जो सामने वाला परेशान कर रहा है वो भी, उसकी भी वही कमजोरी है, क्यूरियोसिटी। उसने लड़की का जीमेल आ गया तो फट से लॉगिन किया। जैसे ही वो लॉगिन करेगा आपको आईपी मिल जाएगा, बिकॉज ये तो डैशबोर्ड पर ठक से दिखता है। तो कई बार ऐसा बैट दी जाती है, सामने वाले को लालच दिया जाता है, और अलग तरीके से। जैसे अभी केस चल रहे थे कि टीम व्यूअर एनी टैक्स क्विक सपोर्ट एप्लीकेशन के थ्रू स्क्रीन शेयर करके ओटीपी रीड कर लेते थे। कल एक केस हुआ जिसमें गूगल मीट यूज कर लिया। पूरा रिकॉर्ड किया मैंने वो केस। भाई साहब, आज सुबह मेरी बात हुई, एक भाई साहब के कुछ पैसे निकल गए गूगल मीट, क्योंकि बोले सर आपने बताया था एनी डेस्क क्विक सपोर्ट, वो तो उसने बोला नहीं, उसने कहा गूगल मीट पे आ जाओ। तो गूगल मीट है, ऑथेंटिक ऐप है, मैं आ गया। फिर उसने कहा स्क्रीन शेयर कर दो, मैंने स्क्रीन शेयर कर दी, तड़ से ओटीपी देख लिया। तो कई बार लोग काम वही कर रहे हैं पर जरा सा भी इधर से उधर घूम जाएंगे। जैसे एक लिंक क्लिक करके पैसे रिवर्स पेमेंट आ जाता था। OLX पे कुछ बेच रहे हो, दिल्ली के चीफ मिनिस्टर की बेटी का 30,000 रुपये चला गया, सोफा बेच रही थी, सामने से फोन आया कि आपको मैं 10,000 रुपये दे रहा हूँ, ये लिंक क्लिक कीजिए और पैसे ले लीजिए। उन्होंने लिंक क्लिक किया, उनके 30,000 चले गए। अब लोगों को एक बेसिक थंब रूल मिस आउट हो जाता है कि मुझे यदि कोई मेरे अकाउंट में पैसे डालना चाहता है तो मुझे कुछ करने की जरूरत ही नहीं है। भाई मेरा अकाउंट है, आप मेरा मोबाइल नंबर आप डाल दो, यूपीआई कर दो, मुझे खुद कुछ क्यों करना है। इफ आई नीड टू ट्रांसफर 10 करोड़ रुपए मुझे आपके अकाउंट में डालने हो, जो कभी डालूंगा नहीं, तो आपको तो कुछ करने की जरूरत ही नहीं है, वो तो मैं वैसे ही डाल सकता हूँ। पर फिर भी लोग कि मेरे पास पैसा आ रहा है, दे क्लिक एंड यूपीआई भी डालते। तो ये मैंने इस पर एक वीडियो बनाया रेडियो पे, उसको वायरल किया कि देखो भाई ऐसे लिंक बनता है, लिंक आ जाता है, आप क्लिक करते हो पैसे चले जाते हैं। वो वायरल हो गया। मेरी सोसाइटी से अगले हफ्ते फिर से एक व्यक्ति का फोन आ गया कि यार मेरे 35,000 चले गए OLX फ्रॉड। इनका मैं तो वीडियो भेजा था। हाँ भेजा था, देखा नहीं आपने? देखा था। फिर कैसे निकल गए? बोले आपने बताया था कि कोई लिंक आए तो क्लिक मत करना, मैंने नहीं किया। मैंने कहा फिर? बोले उसने तो QR कोड भेजा था। QR कोड भी तो लिंक ही होता है। तो आप यदि इतना भी नहीं बताओगे तो आप समझो मोडस ऑपरेंडी वही है। यस प्लीज।
क्वेश्चन हो रहा है, ये जो आपने अभी जैसे वाईफाई एनालाइजर और ये सब बताया, तो इससे मैं कितने प्रोन हो जाऊंगा इन चीज़ों को लेके, मेरा फ़ोन या मेरा वाईफाई राउटर और ये सब।
मुझे सुनाई थोड़ा कम दे रहा है।
आपने अभी जैसे वाईफाई एनालाइजर और ये वगैरह बताई थी, उससे मेरा फ़ोन या मेरा घर का वाईफाई वो कितना प्रोन है वापस से, मतलब इन चीज़ों को लेके।
उसके लिए भी हैकूना करके एक एप्लीकेशन है, हैकूना UN, उसको टेस्ट, उससे आप अपने वाईफाई की सिक्योरिटी टेस्ट कर सकते हो। यदि किसी ने हैक किया हुआ है तो उसके बारे में पता कर सकते हो।
लेकिन वो मैं अगर डाउनलोड करता हूँ तो वापस से मेरे को कोई और थ्रेट तो नहीं हो जाएगा?
ये मैं वही एप्लीकेशन बताऊंगा जो मैं खुद यूज़ करता हूँ। मैं ऐसे रैंडमली कोई नाम नहीं लूंगा जब तक मैंने खुद यूज़ नहीं किया हो। सर आपकी आवाज़, ट्रोजन हॉर्स? हाँ जी, पेगासस के बारे में चल रहा था। वो क्या चीज़ है, जितना मैं आज आपको बता सकता हूँ उससे ज़्यादा गूगल पे अवेलेबल है उसके बारे में। सो आप लोग स्टूडेंट हो, google.com एक बहुत अच्छी वेबसाइट है, फ्रीली अवेलेबल है। उस पर आप लिखिए पेगासस और आपको सब कुछ पता पड़ जाएगा।
Sir, based on your experience, are Apple phones actually more safe than the non-Apple ones?
सॉरी मैम, कहाँ हैं आप?
Here.
अच्छा हाँ जी।
Sir, are Apple phones actually more safe than the Android ones?
मोर सेफ से क्या होता है?
Based on your experience.
मोर सेफ तो है ही, पर मोर सेफ इज नॉट सेफ। मोर सेफ है, एवरीबडी विल एक्सेप्ट इट, राइट? तभी तो आईफोन यूज कर रहे हैं सारे बड़े लोग, क्योंकि उनको बता दिया कि भाई आईफोन सेफ है। पर पेगासस, भाई साहब ने बोला, सबसे पहले आईफोन के लिए आया था, एंड्रॉयड के लिए नहीं आया था। पेगासस जब बनाया गया तो आईफोन की अवेलेबिलिटी एक्सप्लॉइट की गई, उसके बाद उसका एंड्रॉयड वर्जन भी दे दिया जो गरीबों को भी हैक कर लो। पहले वो बनाया गया सिर्फ अमीरों के लिए। तो ऐसे कुछ टूल्स हैं जो सिर्फ आईफोन के लिए बनाए जाते हैं। तो मोर सेफ का मतलब है कि व्हाट?
सर जस्ट अ मिनट हियर
सर, just a basic question, why most of the hacking is done from the places like Nigeria, etc.?
Sir, necessity is the mother of invention.
And secondly, we were interacting about the phone listening to us. Does it not breach the information security, etc.?
It is with your permission only. If you go and see the terms and conditions of Google और इवन फेसबुक और जितनी भी, और नाम मैं गूगल और फेसबुक को क्यों ब्लेम करूं? आपके फ़ोन में 70 ऐसी एप्लीकेशंस हैं जो उस तरह की इन्फॉर्मेशन उठा रही हैं। हम गूगल और फेसबुक, वो होता है ना जो इसको बड़ा मानते हैं उसको ज़्यादा अच्छा लगता है गाली देना, बट देयर आर सो मेनी अदर एप्लीकेशंस। हाउस पार्टी है, वो भी रीड कर रही है। टिकटॉक करता था, पता ही आप लोग, टिकटॉक तो कीबोर्ड के जो की स्ट्रोक हैं वो भी रीड करता था।
सर, एज अ फॉरेंसिक ऑडिटर, we have to trace the trajectory of the funds, crime funds being transferred from one party to another and its ultimate destination. And nowadays funds are being transferred through these bitcoins. And there we cannot get where the funds are being further transferred.
Correct.
Because bitcoin is some in other country and they don't divulge the information. So is there anything you can do with the help of IT technology that we can trace how the funds have moved through the bitcoins?
सर वो मैं एक ट्रेनिंग लेता हूँ, बिटकॉइन इन्वेस्टिगेशंस और क्रिप्टो करेंसीज इन्वेस्टिगेशन, डार्क वेब एंड क्रिप्टो करेंसीज इन्वेस्टिगेशन, क्योंकि जितना भी डार्क वेब इन्वेस्टिगेशन है वो बिना क्रिप्टो करेंसी इन्वेस्टिगेशन के नहीं हो सकता। सो देर आर लॉट्स ऑफ टूल्स, मेथड्स, टेक्नोलॉजीज थ्रू विच वी कैन अनअर्थ डार्क वेब एज वेल। डार्क वेब वैसे तो एनोनिमस होता है, पर कई सारी गलतियाँ डार्क वेब पर भी लोग करते हैं। जो लोग भी डार्क वेब पर क्रिमिनल एक्टिविटीज़ में इन्वॉल्व हैं उसमें से हर एक आदमी टेक्निकली साउंड नहीं है। सो देर आर मेथड्स, थोड़ा सोशल इंजीनियरिंग भी करते हैं। अभी बहुत सारे ड्रग ट्रैफिकिंग रैकेट्स पकड़े गए इंडिया में, वो डार्क वेब पे ही थे। तो ऐसा नहीं कि नहीं कर सकते, और क्रिप्टो करेंसी से इन्वॉल्व मतलब होता था सारा ट्रैफिकिंग। हाँ, कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है, एफर्ट बहुत लगता है, डेटा बहुत होता है, वेट बहुत करना पड़ता है, पेशेंस बहुत चाहिए। मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग जितना है अभी बिटकॉइन से तेज़ी से हो रहा था, और आसान है। लोग, एक वेबसाइट है localbitcoins.com, आप लोग खोल सके देख लो। अभी अहमदाबाद के आसपास कितने लोग बिटकॉइन बेच रहे हैं, आपको सबके नाम, नंबर, मोबाइल फ़ोन सब मिल जाएगा। तो इट इज नॉट हिडन ऑल्सो समटाइम. पीपल आर बिंदास, बेच रहे हैं, खरीद रहे हैं कैश में. आप कैश दो, बिटकॉइन ले लो. तो कई सारी चीजें इंस्टाग्राम पे हो रही हैं. जैसे जितना ड्रग ट्रैफिकिंग होती है इंस्टाग्राम, जैसे मैंने आपको बोला टेलीग्राम पे होता है. तो डार्क वेब या क्रिप्टो करेंसी तो फिर भी थोड़ा दूर की कौड़ी है. सरफेस वेब पे इतना क्राइम हो रहा है आज की डेट में जो हम लोग पूरी तरीके से रेगुलेट नहीं कर पा रहे. सो बट देयर आर मेथड्स.
हेलो सर.
सर हाँ जी, मैं आपको भेज दूंगा. आप के सामने मैं एक बहुत बड़ा रहस्योद्घाटन कर रहा हूँ. ये सारे टूल ही थे जो बताने थे मुझे. माय मोबाइल नंबर. तो आप मुझे एक मैसेज कर दीजिएगा, मैं आई विल शेयर दैट विद यू इफ देयर विल बी एन ऑनलाइन सेशन.
हेलो सर.
You can join it.
Sir, sir, how would you recover evidence if the phone is like burned off or like slices in the half?
मैडम आ गई हैं, टाइम हो गया ना. प्लीज कंक्लूड सर. आपका ले लो क्वेश्चन. आपका क्वेश्चन ले लेते हैं.
Sir, how would you gather evidence from the phone if it's burned off or it's like cut it in a half from the memory slot?
टूट गया है तो.
Yes.
Sir,
Not two, like it's cut in 2 pieces from the memory slot.
सर वो चाहे 4 पीस में टूट जाए, उसकी जो मेमोरी चिप है यदि वो इंटैक्ट है तो देयर आर पॉसिबिलिटीज टू रिट्रीव द डेटा. तो उसकी स्क्रीन टूटने से या उसको पीसेस में टूटने से फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा. पर हाँ, यदि मेमोरी ही चिप उसकी करप्ट हो गई तो फिर फोन पूरा भी ठीक है, तब भी नहीं डेटा आएगा.
Okay, sir. So if I done a crime and I just put a nail inside the memory disk, it would be like no data would be recovered, right?
कर लो क्राइम, उसके बाद मिलेंगे. थैंक यू सो मच. जय हिंद. इट वाज लवली टॉकिंग टू यू.
Thank you so much, sir, for the enthralling knowledge shared. I would now like to request Session Chair, Professor Dr. Naveen Kumar Chaudhary, to give his concluding remarks.
Namaskar. The expert speaker today brought out many relevant aspects of cybersecurity, and I don't have much to say, but as a concluding remark, it is always better to even talk about something which is very important with a preventive perspective. So the various aspects related to social media, wireless security, war driving, digital evidence, designer malware, how the forensic investigation can help the chartered accountants, auditors, then how to, because these days damaged phones, all these issues which came out during the discussion, very, very relevant, and I can see that there were many questions, and everyone enjoyed this talk. They wanted to know more, and there was a paucity of time. Because of that, the expert speaker has to, come to the end of this session. So as a concluding remark, I would like to highlight that social media, it has become a necessary evil. Many platforms are available. People want to showcase on social media. People want to do publicity on social media. One aspect of the social media which the expert has brought out is how it is used by the criminals. But on the back end, how your data is being used by the social media itself. That is again a concern. In 2015, you know what happened in Cambridge Analytica case. One of the very reputed company, they sold out the data to the Cambridge Analytica, which again applied some filters, and they had again some, I will call it setting or agreement or some binding with one of the political parties in India. So how this data is being used, they have many data checkpoints. It's not only for targeted advertisement. Today's your photo, which you post on any social media website, it goes through so many intelligent artificial algorithm, and it takes out so much of intelligent data. It makes a lot of profile out of it. And then one of the questions which was asked by one of the students, that I got some recommendation on a particular brand. So that is just outcome of one of that, the deep intelligent algorithm that is being run on your photograph, which you have hosted on or posted on your social media account. So be careful, draw a line, else whatever you are posting on social media, you may, human life expectancy is well defined, but that becomes immortal. So be careful. We get many cases for investigation. Most of the cases are coming to us from the intelligence agencies, and those cases which are complex, which they have tried, and sometimes when the digital exhibits come to us, they already send a report. We have tried this tool, we have tried this tool. You name the tool and they have tried. Similarly, and most of the cases are related to the social media. Now, one more thing has come now. The cases which are receiving is very complex. They use a Pongo, you name the thing. They use a dark web, Pongo VPN, they use TailOS. Now, then doing the investigation and giving a result or output to the investigation agency, cybersecurity has become very complex. Now, one part which is your Wi-Fi. Now, Wi-Fi also, many of you, which you need to know, is that are you using which protocol of the Wi-Fi? WEP, WPA, WPA2. Even WPA2 is not secure. So a lot of now research is going on a quantum computing, how to have a secure key for a Wi-Fi protocol. So a lot of things are happening. Spend some time that just using a Wi-Fi, I know that when I said it's a, it is a necessity now. But then spend some time, try to understand why we are saying that don't use wireless equivalent privacy, don't use WPA, use WPA2, or the better solution which comes to the market. So you have to also put in some time to understand the intricacies of the security which is underlying. Regarding the digital evidence, in digital evidence, all the auditors or the chartered accountants, for them, if they are into investigation, you know that how the Enron or WorldCom, the big companies, how they failed, how they fell apart. Fine, auditors were compromised, all these things. But then that forensic accounting part was not there that time, maybe. But the most important thing is, some has already highlighted, even the speaker has highlighted what to be acquired. Identification and acquisition of a digital evidence is very important. And we also conduct a course here in this university, search and seizure of a digital artifact. So because most of the cases which are presented to the court, we have seen that the procedural aspects are not taken care of, and then these cases are quashed by the judiciary. So what are those procedural aspects? How to identify what to acquire? And then in most of the cases, if financial expert is there, he may not be knowing these things. So it is very important that you should involve at least an expert with you whenever you are going for an investigation, a digital forensic expert. So at least he can help you. So the evidence which is acquired, that could be useful and it can give you a lead. Already the expert speaker has brought out that most of the evidences nowadays are coming from your mobile phone. So we also have got a NDPS lab here, Narcotics, Drugs and Psychotropic Substance Lab. So when the consignment is captured by the law enforcement agencies, along with 2-3 mobile phone also comes. So the NDPS lab, what they do here, that they do the, that part, that whether it is, contraband or not. But the other part comes to us, and when we start analyzing the phone, and then when we share with the law enforcement agencies, they say we got a real lead from here. Now we could now unearth the entire nexus. So this mobile phone is very, very important, and ever since this 3G technology has come, this entire internet is in your pocket now, with all sort of applications which you can download. Be careful what you download. Don't be in a hurry to download each and everything, and don't be in a hurry to post each and everything on the application or social media application which you use. Designer malware is a very important threat nowadays. These days malwares are designed. For example, if they want to target your organization, then that malware will be designed for that particular organization only. So India has to take a lead in investigation of the advanced malware, spyware, and there are a lot of categories. We call it sophisticated military-grade malwares. So this is going to be a big challenge in the time to come, ransomware. So this is also a big challenge. And the firms, the financial firms these days are targeted by the ransomware. How to handle that? Do you have a drill? Because if somebody, entire data is now in a digital form. And if that entire firm has been targeted by the ransomware attack, you can't do anything. You can't do your any audit, assessment, anything. Is the firm prepared for that? How to have that kind of readiness? That is very, very important. First, that due to the cybersecurity happened in 2020, not in India, but in Germany, one of the most advanced countries. How? Because the entire, the hospital was targeted by a ransomware attack, and those systems which support the life-critical gadgets, it stopped working, and by the time that patient was evacuated to the another hospital, she died on the way. Things are changing. Now, you must recognize that you need a forensic investigator. As long as you have a chartered accountant firm, it's fine. Big chartered accountant firm, they need to now keep on board a good forensic investigator also. We have some short-term courses for that. We are the university, we have taken a lead in that. Regarding the brand of the phone doesn't matter. Earlier it was thought that Mac and other things are only can be afforded by the rich people, not by the poor people. The more number of users, so there was an incentive in designing a malware. And that's why Mac and other phones were hardly targeted, because that many malwares were not available in the public domain. But now even the your iPhone and all, it has become very affordable. Mac has become very affordable. So don't think that you have bought a Mac or iPhone. It is my personal experience. I have been part of some of the very sensitive investigations due to being a cyber forensic expert. It's equally vulnerable. Don't have that mindset that iPhone is not vulnerable. It is equally vulnerable. Nowadays, one more trend I have seen, that the moment latest update comes, this tool doesn't work. Forensic tool doesn't work. So just knowing the tool, having the tool will not work. You need to know more than that. You need to know the procedures. You need to have a technical acumen. Most of the time, the cases which are coming to us, sir, इसमें UFED try कर लिया, UFED premium try कर लिया, ये काम नहीं कर रहा है. Then said, fine, give it to us. Sir, Telegram से related case है, okay, fine, give it to us. Why we have got a confidence? Because we work on a procedure. Like for example, say WhatsApp. Sir, end-to-end encryption, it can't be cracked. But then there is a procedure to crack it. We call it routing. We plant a hook and then we crack it. So now you know these things, then you know that this is a very, very complex domain, and a lot of awareness is required. What is happening, like the expert brought out that let's talk about surface wave. A lot of things are happening on a surface web. And that's why if you are able to know that, we'll be able to be aware of many cyber crimes. One more thing which is bothering to the industry, especially with the industry 4.0 coming, is the OT security. Operational technology, industrial control system, SCADA system, how to safeguard them. Because with the industry, it's a different kind of challenge. What happened in Aramco when in 2019, 10 drones from the Yemen attacked those oil fields? Immediately what happened, we know that India, one of the largest, second largest, I believe, the importers, they import oil to us, and the oil prices in India was shot up immediately. Sensex fell down. Now, these are the things fine, economical, because the plant was only shut down for 2.5 days and only 1/3 of the plant. So now their data is not important. Their data is not gold. Their data is not oil. It is the process which is oil there. They can't afford their plant to be shut even for a 1 minute. Billions of dollars they lost. So what is the preparedness of the industry, especially for the cyber security, when it comes to their process? Is your client aware of that? Because here, even if you hack a PC, it will not matter much to him. The real pinch will be if his plant is even shut down for 1 day. What happened when the Mumbai power plant or Mumbai grid was shut down? What happened in the south when the nuclear plant was targeted? And now many of the cases now telling you that it's very difficult to pinpoint the perpetrator because they are using dark web, Tor browser. So resolving the IP into geolocation or in, getting the KYC and then identifying him, all these things doesn't work. The crime is very, very sophisticated. So luckily this university has an arrangement wherein we are doing an advanced level of research. And if you have a time, please visit a cyber defense center. And the technology on cyber security which we have created, that is futuristic. We are thinking that 5 years hence, 10 years hence, whatever the challenges, it is going to be there. We should be able to take care of that. So I'll not take much time because other things are lined up. Thank you so much for giving a very fruitful and insight into the cyber crimes which are happening. And we look forward to invite you again and then hear you because time was limited. But probably in the next session and all, we can have a more detailed discussion on the cyber security because cyber security complex threat landscape entails that we should have a more deliberate discussion. And here, then Mr. Dubey, people expert like him, they are the one who can play a major role. And as such, he is playing a major role in this cybersecurity awareness. I hear him. He has been invited by many media, even companies, by FM radio. I have heard him many times. So thank you so much for your insight, full lecture, fruitful lecture, and making us aware with the kind of cybercrime which is happening and how to guard against it. Thank you so much. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm sure everyone would have thoroughly enjoyed and imbibed the knowledge intended to be imparted successfully. On this note, I would like to conclude this plenary session and move on to the next one. I request the audience to remain kindly seated. Thank you.
We are commencing the next session soon. Please remain seated.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Sir.
Everyone, please be seated. I request CA Harish Dua sir, CA Uday Kulkarni sir, and Professor Dr. S.O. Junare sir to come on the stage. Good afternoon to all the dignitaries, delegates, and participants present here. I, Sabyasachi Bahal, will now continue with plenary session number 6, which will be dealing with fraud risk assessment. This includes risk identification, assessment of inherent fraud risk, and risk response. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce you all to the speakers of the session, CA Harish Dua and CA Uday Kulkarni, and session chair, Professor Dr. S.O. Junare. CA Harish Dua is an audit and business professional with rich experience of 38 years in the field of governance and risk, along with specialization in areas of ethics, internal audit, and investigations. Sir is also a chartered accountant and holds multiple degrees like FCA, CPA MBA, and CFE. His diligent working experience for about 35 years in the corporate arena has been with many companies like Airtel, SRF, and Jindal Steel and Power. Presently, Sir is working with the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India as an advisor to develop FAIS and standards on internal audit, along with certificate courses on these subjects. Now I would request Professor Umang Jitia to welcome CA Harish Dua with a token of appreciation. Thank you, sir. Moving on to the next speaker, CA Uday Kulkarni is a practicing chartered accountant, a certified internal auditor, and certified informational system auditor with 27 years of experience. He has wide expertise in various types of information system audits, external and internal audits, fraud investigations, and due diligence. Apart from practicing CA, he is also a national faculty for the concurrent audit of bank certification course of ICAI and a member of an expert group formed for FAIS of ICAI. Sir also imparts training on various aspects of forensic accounting and investigations, money laundering, legal aspects, and cybersecurity in various supreme institutions of various countries. I request Professor Umang Jitia to welcome CA Uday Kulkarni with a token of appreciation. Thank you, sir. Professor Dr. S.O. Junare is a forensic accountant and behavioral economist. His teaching focuses on economic accounting, microfinance, business laws, and criminal laws. Currently, he is in the capacity of campus director of Delhi campus, NFSU. In addition, he served as a member of Board of Governors, Academic Council, Finance Committee, and Board of Studies, and provided comprehensive policy inputs to strengthen the academic and research activities at the university. I request Professor Umang Jitia to welcome Sir with the token of appreciation. Thank you, sir. Now I request the speakers to start the session.
Go to page 1 or here.
slide. Here, slide 1. Good afternoon, all. After that scintillating session by Dubey sir, I don't know if I can keep the excitement going because actually my session is somewhat grounded level from a theoretical perspective. It's probably pitched more at those individuals who are looking to undertake fraud investigations. And what I will be covering is basically a small discussion on fraud concepts and risk concepts and bringing them together so that whoever wants to undertake the investigations from a fraud perspective can approach it in a somewhat of a methodical fashion and actually do it in a very smart way. Okay, otherwise, you know, there's a tendency for us to jump in the deep pool and try and figure out, you know, what can we find, which is not necessarily the right way to do these things because these things tend to backfire. Like you heard with Mr. Dubey, you have to apply your mind and follow the trail in a very, very intelligent way. Otherwise, you can be all over the place. Instead of looking for a 9-year-old, you could be, you know, capturing a, you know, senior citizen like me. So there is this concept of fraud triangle, which kind of brings out the fundamental aspects of fraud. Many of you may be familiar. How many of you already know about fraud triangle? So what I'll do is I'll do a fast track on this because you are already you know, familiar with it. It won't take me long. I've done a little bit of my own tweaking to it, so I'll bring that out. Risk concepts, again, you may have done some basic understanding of risk management, so you may be familiar of the fundamental aspects there also. So since we are short of time and I've been asked to see however much I can, you know, do some time saving, I'll help in that regard by us, you know, going through fast. So as far as the fraud triangle goes, you may know that, you know, there are these 3 elements that come into play. If you are looking for how to actually you know, unearth a fraud, you have to go do no better than just look for the motive, look for the opportunity that may have been exploited, and then you have to look at some sort of rationalization that the fraudster may have undertaken. Because when these 3 things come together, you know, they really help you unearth the case. And the 3 things that I've added that play a major role in all of this is the company culture. Because in most cases, the culture plays a role in the sense if the culture is, let's say, forgiving of violations, then you find people tend to become much bolder and do unethical things themselves. People behavior is the other thing, because one of the key messages that I would like to leave with you today, if you don't remember anything about my presentation, I just want you to remember one thing, and that frauds are conducted by people. It's the mind of a person that is at play, and when you are unearthing frauds, then you have to see who is the culprit and how he may have gone about it. And that is what will lead you to basically find out what's going on. And then, of course, the general environment comes together and really, you know, plays its role as well. Because the company culture and the general environment are the enablers. Okay, they create the opportunity for the fraudster to cross the Lakshman Rekha. That's where it really all happens. Of course, the trigger is required, and the people behavior and the company culture are really the trigger. Okay, and they provide the motive, or at times the need or the greed. And then, of course, there is a lot of psychology comes into play. The rationalization brings that psychological aspect into play, which we will talk about, because the person who is going to actually cross the Lakshman Rekha is first going to have to justify in his mind that it's okay for him to take the chance of crossing the Lakshman Rekha. Okay, so these 3 things come into play, and I'll spend a little bit more time quickly. The motive could be a need or a greed, or in some cases it could be the pressure and the incentive. Okay, that drives the person. That's the trigger for this. Yesterday, Mr. Barar, who was talking about the forensic standards, talked about predication. Okay, and then in most cases there are predications for all of the three corners. In this case of motive, the predication is generally the money. Okay, there's a need for somebody to do some sort of gain, get something out of it, which is really driving the person. Okay, so the other thing is, of course, the opportunity. If you have weak internal controls, there are loopholes that can be exploited. There is sometimes over-dependence on the systems because we tend to believe we have a best ERP, nobody's going to be able to, bypass it or misuse it or hack it. There are, of course, policies and procedures we try to put in place, which are generally ambiguous in nature and can be exploited. So the list goes on and on as far as the opportunities are concerned, because the person really needs to be able to do this in an environment that has least number of controls. And if there are controls, then they either do a poor job of preventing it, in which case you're dependent on the detection controls to try and bring it up in a timely way. But even they fail, and then these people are able to achieve what they have to achieve. And fraud rationalization, like I mentioned, is about the mindset of the individual, where he convinces himself that it's okay for me to do this, or that the benefits are far exceeding the risk he's taking of indulging in this activity, and or that nobody gets punished, we get forgiven, kind of a thing, and so on and so forth. So when these three things come into play, it's when there are what we call a great recipe for disaster. And that's when the investigators come into play, and we have to come when this whole thing has happened. And we are asked to find out what happened. For example, yesterday, Mr. Barar was talking about there could be a situation where the promoter calls you and say, look, I suspect so-and-so is indulging in something, indulging in scrap sales or something. And so that is the predication of the promoter. You come in and you have to start applying the frost triangle. Okay, who are the people involved? And what are the systems and processes in place to allow an opportunity of like that to happen in this situation? And are the people who are involved, do they have the need and greed or the motivation to indulge in this? In most cases, of course, like this example of, scrap sales, of course, a person would indulge in selling the scrap at a price and getting a kickback or something. And so, there's n number of reasons that come into play that really make people, indulge in these unethical activities. In fact, it's become such a bad disease, to be honest with you. It's like the cancer in our society. The more I talk to people, the more they are like, it's all over the place. I mean, you have to just turn your head and it's happening here. You open a thing and it's a can of worms. So there's no end to this nonsense that's going on. And that's why this whole forensic field has, taken off, because now there's a desperate need for people to understand what's happened, what's going on. Excuse me. So I will move on to the second concept of risk. And here, we need to basically understand the vulnerabilities. Okay, we don't want to be looking all over the place. We want to have a very focused approach. When I was working in industry, I used to actually keep two lists. Where are my vulnerabilities in terms of the processes that are weak, for example, procurement or areas which have cash handling? They are my vulnerable areas. The other list I used to keep was the people who could be indulging in some of this. My own little list of what I called potential unethical people. Okay, so, that is one way to address the vulnerabilities. But yeah, there are much smarter ways. You need to understand the basic concept of risk, which says that you have to ask yourself what can go wrong, where can it go wrong, and what we need to do about it. So without getting into too much theoretical aspects, basically you have to look at risk from a gross and net perspective. There are inherent risks, matlab if you don't do anything, something can go wrong. Okay, and you have to then measure it in terms of its impact and its probability of occurring. And then you apply certain mitigation processes, risk mitigation, which are also called internal controls. So you put in internal controls to try and mitigate the risk and bring down the risk to a residual risk. And again, the residual risk would be a factor of impact and likelihood, and that would be much lower than, of course, the inherent risk. So without getting too much into this, basically what I'm saying is you need to understand the fact that if you don't do anything, you can have things go wrong. But you have to apply certain mitigations to try and prevent the impact if they go wrong or the probability of them happening in the first place. That's the way one would approach it. And the risk assessment is done so that you can see, do I have something that is of a high risk or medium risk or low risk? And you have to basically focus on the high risk areas. In terms of giving you an example, you can have a risk that the company could be managing thousands of risks. For example, when I was working in one of the companies, we had a complete list of 2,500 risks. Now, we had to make sure that we're not all over the place. We had a list that was curtailed, that 2,500 to something like 250, which were high-risk areas. And we used to focus on that, and then on the medium risk. And we went through a methodical system of listing these things. One of the risks could be, for example, procuring raw materials at a price that is higher than the market rates. That is a risk that the company deals with. Now, that could be for genuine reasons because you have, let's say, incompetent procurement people, which is, something that one can address, but nothing to do with ethics. But it could also be because you are dealing with unethical vendors who are connected with your own people internally, and that's where you need to then start looking at from a fraud risk perspective. So you have to, look at it in that kind of an intelligent manner. Look at all the risks that you're dealing with, how much of they are, vulnerable to the fraud and ethical elements, and then focus on those. And like I said, my crude way of addressing it initially was identifying those areas that are vulnerable and people who could be making it vulnerable. Of course, there are intelligent ways to then address these risks. Either you tolerate it and do nothing. In case of ethics, that is not something you can accept. So you move on to the next one where you actually treat it with internal controls. So the third T is transfer it. If you can't tolerate it or treat it, you can transfer it with insurance or something so that somebody else is managing that risk for you, or you terminate it and get out of it, the whole area. Okay, it all depends on the risk and the nature of the risk and the business that you're in. And most often than not, it's the treatment choice that you make, so that you look at putting internal controls. But of course, the unethical people look to bypass those controls, and that's where the problem happens. Now, we need to now do the assessment and bring the two together and understand these vulnerabilities so that we can put our plans together for either prevention or detection. And now what we have is our standards of forensic accounting and investigations that were introduced to you yesterday, which has this standard 120 on assessing fraud risk. It says that whenever you have to do an investigation or even a forensic accounting exercise, you have to go on the presumption that there is most likely a fraud risk there. And it brings out the concept of fraud triangle and the fact that this risk has to be assessed in such a intelligent manner so that you can approach the whole the assignment in an intelligent way. And there are these requirements that it gets into, which I won't go through now because we're short of time. And you anyways have been introduced to the standards, which you will look in your time. In your good time, you can go through this. It'll guide you in a more intelligent way out to. basically apply the concept of fraud risk. The key things you need to remember is something called fraud indicators. Okay, and the fraud indicators are your starting point. There is a list of them in the literature as well. For example, I'm not going to go through this, but if you're looking for incentives or pressure or motive, a whole long laundry list is there. If you're looking for opportunity kind of fraud risk, another list is there. So my submission to you is to go through this list because it will really put you on the right track. They become your starting points to approach the assignments in a much more intelligent manner, because you can look at what the environment is, what you're dealing with, what the predications have been given to you, and you apply these concepts, and it will give you a smart way to develop the hypothesis that you need to have to put the whole picture together. Okay, so like I said, my objective was to just introduce you to this, but at the end of the day, remember, who are the culprits? It's the people. Okay, so you have to have the people angle coming into play. Okay, you can do fantastic data analysis in the manner in which Mr. Dubey talked about, but at the end of the day, you have to use that data to try and find out who are these people who are indulging in this nonsense. And then you have to understand their psychology. What are their motives? What's driving them? In the case of a 9-year-old, he wasn't looking to, take your money from the bank. He was looking for some other, kicks to get some joy from the whole. For him, it was a play, and he was just enjoying the whole thing. So you have to look at the motive. What's driving the people? What is it that is making them, cross this Lakshman Rekha? And what kind of vulnerabilities is he exploiting? What are the opportunities we've given them to do that exploitation? Okay, so just, I think this again was covered yesterday with Mr. Barar. We was talking about what are the majority of these people. Basically, the majority of the people who are indulging in this are basically your employees internally, if you're looking at a company, of course. And they're mostly in the age bracket of 36 to 40. Remember, some of you were made to stand and sit down. And that was just to home that point. And then, of course, don't forget that the fairer gender could also be, crossing the Lakshman Rekha. And, of course, there are behavioral flags that are there that will allow you to focus in the right area. In conclusion, the fraud triangle highlights the 3 key elements which explain the genesis of any fraud. There is a need to assess the fraud risk in both the prevention and detection of these frauds. So even if you're doing prevention exercises like working on whistleblower policy, developing an anti-vigilance program for your company, or whatever else, keep the fraud triangle and the concepts of risk into mind, because they'll lead you in the right direction. And then always remember that it's the human behavior that is driving this. It's not that systems conduct frauds or policies conduct fraud. They're just enablers. The person who is behind all this is a human mind. Okay, and then you have to basically put them all together to make sure you choose the most intelligent and vulnerable identification path. Thank you very much.
PPT slide है क्या? और मुझे सेम माइक पर
So good afternoon, and I think after Harishji, what he has concluded, and he has spoken about the fraud triangle, right? moving onwards with continuation of the topics. We all know about the fraud, various types of the fraud. Now, we have raised the bar of the fraud, I can say that. Why I'm saying so? So let me put a question. How much amount you are expecting to be involved in one fraud? When you are going to say something as a fraud, how much amount do you expect? Yeah? $250,000. Okay. Anyway, so he is talking about he is expecting when someone has to be called as a fraud, the amount is to around $250. Okay. Anything else? Anybody else is having? Yes, sir. Okay. So there is, yeah, yes, sir.
If the intention of the person was there,
Yeah.
then it is also a fraud.
Yeah. So is there any difference between the fraud and the scam? Sorry? Okay. And scam could be?
So when the fraud is exaggerated to a higher level, it can be considered as a scam.
So what is the size of the amount you are looking for the scam?
So I really have no
So he's telling us that, okay, even the $10 amount is a fraud. So do you think that it is also covering up a scam or it is different?
No, sir. Generally, a scam can be.
Yeah. So you are talking about now, it is the third party who is teaching us that no, this is a fraud and this is a scam. Yes, and we are believing on that. Okay. Many of the chartered accountants who are here, they must be experiencing that there is a concept of materiality in the audit, in the accountability.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah, please.
Sir, left side. Sir, why not the whole bank account if there has to be a fraud?
I'm not a bit loudly.
Sir, why not the whole bank account if there has to be a fraud? Why would he limit the amount?
Yeah, that's what I am coming into. That's the point which I'm touching upon. So, and that's what I'm explaining in the form of materiality. It's accounting language, right? So in the accounting language, we use the concept called as a materiality. So normally I give the example, one example. Suppose one bank staff, and excuse me because I'm from the banking sector, I'm dealing with the frauds in the banking sector, so many of my examples are coming from the banking sector. So in one case, a bank staff has withdrawn, let us say 100 rupees from the customer's bank account without the customer's knowledge. Okay, and it was an era when there was no SMS facility. Otherwise, the young generation will directly put me on the question, SMS nahi gaya? Okay, so at that time when there was no SMS facility, some bank staff has withdrawn 100 rupees from the bank account of a particular customer and used that for, let us say, for 3-4 months and then credited back to the customer account. Whether this is a fraud or not? It's a fraud, right? So, in the context of the legal investigation point of view, or as a part of the legal proceedings, there is no concept called materiality. There is no concept for materiality. And on that front, when we are talking about the fraud risk, tell me the area where there is no fraud risk. In case of businesses, tell me one area where you are not finding any fraud risk. Can you tell me? So this is the area where we can say that there is no risk of a fraud. I will give an opportunity to the chartered accountants who are participating here. Tell me one asset on the balance sheet asset side where you are not saying that, okay, this is the asset where there is no element of a fraud risk. Can you tell me one of the component of the asset side? Sorry? So do you think that, what about the cash component? Cash is a part of the balance sheet asset side. So is there any risk to the cash? Is there any fraud risk related to the cash? My simple question. What could be the risk? Anyone can explain? Theft. Okay, theft is one of the related risks to the cash. Anything else? Yeah, cash in the books, but it is not physically available. Right, that is the risk. And even when, as an auditor, we are going to apply the techniques like the physical verification of the cash, and thereby we feel ourselves comfortable that, okay, this X amount is there, and that is matching with my asset side, we are satisfied. We are satisfied. But we don't ask one more question, who is the owner of this cash, which has been presented to me for the physical verification. Cash does not name the ownership. Cash does not have any color. It's a notional thing that we are naming it as a black and white kind of things, but it does not contain any color. When you are expending anything from your cash side, you cannot say that this is from my black cash and this is from my white cash. Cash does not carry any color. It is an expenses and expenses. And that's why the terminology which has emerged, right, out of this giants collapsed around 2000, and that's what we called is as a white collar crime. Yesterday we talked about that. Vassar even referred that it is a white collar crime. Why it is white collar crime? And after in this digital era and after listening to the Dubey sir, I can say now that there is a collarless crimes. There is no collar because everything is digitalized. The robotics are playing the role. So where is the collar? But still, for our understanding, if we say that this is a white collar crime, why we say that it is a white collar crime? Look at the point number 5th. Victims' ignorance or negligence explored. One of the reasons why we say it as a white collar crime, because ignorance of the victims. Okay, let me put an example to you. In one company, it could be a private company, which is manufacturing some like say potato wafers. Now they have introduced the ghost employees and there is a payroll fraud. Who is the victim? Simple question. Government, okay. Stakeholder is a very generic term. You can't escape by saying that these are the stakeholders. Name them. Yes, one name is government. Any other one? Shareholders, fine. Company itself, okay. Creditors also. What about you? No. Consumers, customers. Are you not victim of that fraud? Are you or are you not? Give me the specific answer. If you say, no, I will accept that. Exactly. The cost of the fraud is involved in their pricing. So what is the cost of the fraud? What is the cost of the fraud risk? Everybody is dealing with the, when they are going to purchase an apartment, they are dealing with the real estate properties. How much of the portion is used for the corrupt practices out of the price which we paid for that purchase of a flat? Right? Now look at it from the second point of view. We see these are the corrupt practices when we are dealing only with the public offices. That is the mindset of ours. Corruption happens only at the public offices. Now, when you are going to purchase a paracetamol tab, do you think that there is also some fraud risk? Are you or are you not? Is there any risk or not of fraud? When you are purchasing a tablets related to the paracetamol, is there any fraud risk? What is that? But we are not calling that as a fraud. Can you tell me any law in India? Can you name me the law? Now, sir is here. He knows about the Prevention of Corruption Act. The Prevention of Corruption Act deals mostly with the corruption in the public offices. Sir, am I right? Most of the time, what about the corruption that happens from business to business, company to company, private entity to the private entity? Where is the fraud? how many cases in India are registered for those types of the fraud risks? Where is the law? So why should not we resolve here that we should suggest the government that even these are the corrupt practices, and US has introduced the law that is named as an Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, FCPA. Many of us may be dealing with that. And what is the name of that act? It is calling it as a Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. It is not calling it as a corruption-related act. It is talking as a Corrupt Practices Act. Then if such type of an acts are there, we will have some weapon, we will have some tool which will deal with such corrupt practices. That is also fraud. And we are victims of that. And it is our ignorance that we are paying such portion of the cost as a price by accepting that the price risk, that fraud risk. So we are used to that. Now we are ready to accept the corrupt practices as our system. And we are making the payment of that through our pricing. Am I right? Now, there could be n number of red flags which I can talk about. Basically, the red flag starts from the accounting practices itself. When we were talking about the red flags, especially for the accounting frauds, we were discussing that the accounting frauds has emerged from the way the accounts are getting recorded. What does it mean? We are using the practices that is called as an accrual-based accounting practices. Right? Those chartered accountants who are attending, they may be knowing that we are following the practices as an accrual-based accounting practices. Can we say that if we adopt the cash-based accounting practices, there could be some limitations on the frauds, accounting frauds? Is it possible? Is it possible? So, because the language, as you said, the manipulations of these accounting policies and principles, which are not understandable to the layman. In the last week, I was talking to some author. That author was writing a book about these banking frauds. That author asked me, what about the financial literacy? How can we say that the financial literacy is there among the people so that to avoid this kind of an fraud risk? Financial literacy. But when I am talking about the financial literacy, if I will present you my audit report and my financial statements, how many, okay, yahan to theek hai, I mean there are chartered accountants who can understand that. But as a layman, how many, the layman, the average people will understand what is reported there? Now we are used to understand what is there in the lab report, pathological reports. What is the hemoglobin range? What is my BP? What is my sugar? Otherwise, we may search to the Google University, right? But the same kind of an help is not available for the financial statements and the audit reports. But my dear friends, the auditors are doing their jobs by giving some sort of an hints. And whether we are able to tap that as a red flags in the accounting fraud, that is the concern for the related to the financial literacy. Okay, for that purpose, let us take an example. I am allowing these PPTs for dancing. Okay, excuse me for that. So I will just show the example, how the auditors are taking care and how we are reading the reports related to that. Okay, this is the case. Now, can you tell me which is the red flag which indicates the fraud here by going through these 4 points or 5 points? Just allowing you 1 minute. Point number C. So company has partially complied with the requirement of the Ind AS 109. That's what you are talking about. Anybody else? Point E. Intercompany balance reconciliation process in progress. Point B. Is trade receivables are subject to market risk and the credit risk. So in short, all these observations are pertinent, are relevant from the fraud risk point of view. Don't look at it in isolated manner. There is one say when the power corrupts absolute and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Similarly, when the accounting frauds and when the financial frauds has to be done, all the systems needs to be corrupted. And in India, we have one kahavat, एक झूठ के लिए 100 झूठ बनाने पड़ते हैं. Right? The same thing is applied in any type of the frauds. In any type of the frauds. No, that's about that. I'm not going to discuss that about. But the thing is that when we are, let us say, preparing the inflated turnover, I have to attach that financial statement for one of the tender, and tender criteria says that your turnover should match to the equivalent to 100 crores or more. Now it is my compulsion, because if I want that tender, I have to participate in that tender, and as one of the eligibility criteria, I have to make my turnover up to 100 crores. So on my financial statement, the figure will appear as 100 crores. But at the back office side, all the trails, documentary trails, all that needs to be prepared for that 100 crores. And all that trails, we are going to trace it out as a part of the forensic. Now, what is the beauty on the part of that Foreign Corrupt Practices Act here? And that's what I am repeating again and again. In the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, they are dealing with not only with the corrupt practices, but they are giving some sort of an internal controls to identify that corrupt practices related risk. And they have also suggested that some of the internal control measures should be adopted by the companies by identifying the corrupt payment related risk. So there are two parts of this act. I'm not here for adequacy of those acts, but I'm telling you what the provisions are and how the frauds could be controlled. Some of the Indian companies, some of the subsidiary of the international companies which are there in India, they are also penalized under this FCPA. Right? What is these provisions are related to? See, the beauty of that act is they have identified some of the accounts in the profit and loss accounts which can be characterized, which can be used for the fraudulent practices. That is also vulnerability. Miscellaneous expenditure. We all know what happens in the miscellaneous expenditure. Right? Marketing expenditure. I'm just telling some of the accounts which they have recognized as an illustrative list, which can be misused, mischaracterized for the curbing down the manipulation. And what could be the rationalization? Sir was talking about that fraud triangle. And one part of that fraud triangle was the rationalization. So yesterday we talked about that there is a payroll related fraud, ghost employee fraud, fine. So I was investigating one of the case. The owner of that company, they admitted that, yes, these are the ghost employees. But sir, can you understand why we have done this? What is the reason behind this? He was now rationalizing. Sir, we have to make some corrupt payment to some of the authorities. How that cash flow could be generated? This was the rationalization. I cannot pay from my own pocket as an owner. So I have to generate the cash flows by misusing these accounts. Are we noticing it or not? So they are rationalizing the things like that. That is also, now there is no fraud, there is not a one fraud, there are two types of the frauds. But in India, unfortunately, for business to business related corrupt practices, sir, there is no law as such, which can tap out this kind of an corrupt practices. Now, what is the There are n number of red flags. I have mentioned that in a PPT. Because of the time constraint, I am not going to point it all of them. But in banking sector, all of the chartered accountants who are here, they must be dealing in one way or another with the banking sector, right? Now, I am putting you one question to this all who are practicing in this banking sector. Most of the loan frauds which we are in talk about in nowadays, this is related to the misutilization of the loan amounts, right? Diversification or siphoning of the funds, right? Most of this siphoning or the diversification is taking place, that is through the cash credit account, short-term borrowings, right? For the cash credit account, we accept the security in the form of hypothecation of stock and hypothecation of debtors. What is that hypothecation? You will be wondering that hypothecation was not legalized up to and until when the surface I was introduced. At that time, under that surface I, they first defined the legal definition of the hypothecation. Otherwise, there was no meaning for that as a legal backing. Forget about that. Now, what is the security here for the cash credit account? My stock and my debtors. Suppose some term loan turns into a NPA, bad loan. What the bank does? Bank takes into the custody the security which is offered against that loan, sell it out and recover the amount. Tell me one case, in case of an CC account which has turned into as a bad loan and bank has able to recover the dues from the debtors. Anybody, they can share their experience. Tell me a single case where the bank has recovered all the dues in case of an cash credit account which has turned as a bad debt, as a bad loan, and recovered that dues from that debtors. So there is, anybody, if you are having any experience, please let me know. I'm putting this question across all the forums, even on the banking forums.
Absolutely, it is not possible.
It's not possible.
Because once business...
It's not possible, then my question is, what is the meaning of that security?
Exactly, that is
what is the meaning of that security?
It's a systematic risk.
It's a systematic risk?
It's taken by the RBI.
No, I don't understand that it is a systematic risk. The risk is there because some of the legal requirements are not getting complied with. And we know as an auditor, when we go for the verification of the document, as the documentation called as an hypothecation agreement, many times it remains blank without naming any of the debtor's name. Do you find that? That on the hypothecation agreement, the bank is naming 1, 2, 10 debtors? No, you will not find nothing. That's what I said. We have accepted this corrupt system. And that is the first vulnerability. Apart from that, okay, internal control weaknesses and all that, that is there. That is there. Do you think that, okay, the owner of the companies who has built up the strong internal controls in the way of the organizational hierarchy, they are protecting their frauds? How many of you are of opinion that, okay, the strong organizational hierarchy which is built in as a part of the internal control structure protects the fraud? How many of you believe that? Please raise your hand. If you believe, please raise your hand. So your silence talks a lot. And even if you go to the data which I have collected from the survey which is conducted by the ACFAFI, Association of Certified Fraud Examiner, talks about the same thing. This is the survey which they have conducted. Now if you see, 23% of the frauds which they have surveyed were done by whom? Owners and the executives. And what is the loss amount? That is also in front of you. So even the strong hierarchy of the organization, which we suppose as a part of the strong internal control, that is not able to protect the frauds. One more thing, if you go ahead with this, the second example, the second survey says that in the same survey, this is the latest report of 2022, you can find that on the Google University, who has done the largest amount of the fraud. It is talking about the association of a person with that organization. So who has done that? What is the association with which they have done the highest amount of the frauds? More than? What is the reason behind that? Sorry? Exactly. So more the number of years you are getting associated with that organization, you are coming to know what are the loopholes, what are the weaknesses, how much internal control you have built up, where is the way, how to find that way out to deal with such type of fraudulent activities. And the most dangerous words, my dear friends, which is used nowadays, we all know the patterns of the financial or the accounting fraud. There are only four corners. Underestimation of the liability, underestimation of the expenditure, overestimation of the assets, and overestimation of the turnover or the income side. These are the four corners. But, there is a but now. Apart from that, one tactics nowadays that has been used, which could be more vulnerable, as I say, from the fraud risk point of view, that is interpretation of the laws and regulation which is suitable for the organization to make less provisions towards whatever the liability is occurring for that particular purpose. Or the misinterpretation of some of the accounting standards which suits to their requirement, adjustment of the profitability. And many of the times, the chartered accountants as auditors, they are convinced that this is a practical approach as an adjustment. Look at it as a practical approach. When the statutory auditor tries to raise some concern about that, the advocacy that is made, that look at it from the practical way out. Look at it as an adjustment. And then comes the next point, what is the materiality? What is the materiality? But as I said, in the accounting world, there is only the concept of the materiality. If the case goes into the legal proceedings, there is no concept of the materiality. Right? And how to deal with that? How to deal with that? What are the way ahead? If we want to curb down this, how to deal with? What are the ways? I know that yesterday we talked about the financial and non-financial parameters with which we have to deal with. Okay. But I'm going to talk something else. This is the traditional approach. Identify all the fraud risk. Identify the internal control weaknesses. Enhance your controls. Prepare your fraud response plans. And even after that, if there is a fraud, investigate that. So more and more we are putting thrust on the prevention part. Right? More and more thrust we are putting on the prevention part. And once we say that, okay, our internal controls are improved, now we are getting relaxed because we thought that, okay, now there will be no fraud because there is a strong prevention controls we have built up. But remember, fraudsters follow the approach as OSA, O-S-A-A. I have mentioned that in my initial PPT. What is that OSA stands for? One step ahead achievement. So whatever the preventive mechanism you have set up, fraudsters take it as a challenge. And they wanted to make a breach of that system. So actually the fraud preventive mechanism should use that concept as a OSA, but rather than these people, the fraudsters are using that concept as an OSA. And how much prevention you can do? Because whenever we are suggesting, sir, these are the internal controls, you have to improve your prevention mechanism. By saying that, I am not saying that there should not be any preventive controls. I am not of that opinion. I am totally with the opinion that there should be some preventive controls. But the thing is that when we are going to put some preventive mechanism as a risk response, what is its cost? It is endless. Every time you will prevent something, there will be new pattern. When there was a Harshad Mehta scam in around 1992, the same technique was not used again in the next fraud. Do you remember that? Is there any fraud pattern which is repeated again and again? Can you tell me that? Whatever the scam, whatever the Gotala, whatever be the fraud we are talking about, in whatever be the larger amount, tell me one pattern which has been repeated again and again and again. So there are certain limitations on the prevention side because it is costly. It runs into the $1 million of the cost. But still, I am of the opinion that the prevention mechanism should be there. But apart from prevention, the strong mechanism is to sense the fraud. What is the mechanism that will be useful? That is sensing of the fraud. In the corona pandemic, if you remember, in the earlier stages of during the first wave of the corona, you might have observed that there was an advertisement. They were talking about the prevention part. So wear the mask, don't touch any of the surface, then clean your hands, all that. And we followed that. That's why we are here. Right. Now, from the second wave onwards, see the change in the advertisement. What they started advocating. They started, okay, these prevention measures were there, but it was too difficult for us. Whenever we go outside, how can we say that we are not going to touch any surface? Whenever we go outside, how can we avoid certain things which may impacting us? But then the second advertisement, we started saying that, okay, now if you are not able to do this, detect the coronavirus as early as possible. So when you are feeling that there is a cold, there is a fever, your throat is sore, immediately go and do the testing so that early detection will prevent you from the worst happenings. The same things applies even for the fraud risk. It's not only the prevention, but the sensing of the frauds, monitoring of the frauds. And when I'm saying that monitoring of the frauds through the manual interference is not possible. If I will ask all of you, okay, you continuously monitor all the transactions, whether these are the fraudulent or not, then it also becomes a pattern. One day you will do that with enthusiasm. On the second day, you will lose your interest. That is a manual behavior. That is a manual tendency. The fraudsters, he will be happy. Okay, now manual interference is here. Somebody is looking towards the fraud. Kitne din dekhega? How much time he will look at it? Yeah, I know the note. I can guess when you entered here. Yeah. So, so monitoring through the manual interference is not possible. And that's why I have put one more technique that is called as a develop the fraud sensors. When we go for the digital environment, there is a smoke sensors, there is a fire sensors. Why should not apply the same concept through the digitalization to develop the fraud sensors? And it should not be in any way in the alert. It should not be in any fashion of the exceptional reporting. Don't advocate that. Because again, when I'm saying that that is alerts, I have installed the deception technology for the cyber security, and that deception technology is generating so many alerts that you have started ignoring that. So don't rely on the alerts, don't rely on the reports, but rely that fraud sensor should automatically stop, like the circuit breaking which they use in the stock exchanges to stop the further damage with certain parameters, with the use of the artificial intelligence. That is the techniques which will prevent some of the frauds. Again, I'm saying that not all the frauds, because fraudsters are also watching this conference. They are also studying what is happening here. What Amitji has said, what I'm saying, what others are saying. Now they are building up their own theories. Right? How to cross this mechanism. And that is the thing. And that's why in the cyber security now we use one technique that is called as a zero trust security model. See, there is a difference between zero trust and no trust. I think the students here, they can understand what is the zero trust and the no trust. Now, isn't it surprising that the humans have created the computer systems, the digital systems, and now digital system is not trusting on that human being. And we are not complaining it all about. Because whenever you are accessing your internet sites, you have been asked to put in CAPTCHA. Why that is that? What to identify? You are not a human being. In a way, whether that system is trusting you. You have created that system. But that system itself is not trusting you. By entering into the CAPTCHA, they are asking you to verify that you are you. Most of the frauds, financial frauds, business frauds, that happens because of this trust mechanism. Itna to trust karna padta hai na sahab. So I'm not again advocating for the no trust regime. I'm saying that zero trust, that means each and every transaction, each and everything you have to verify. Like the CAPTCHA is verifying us as a human being, we have to verify. We don't have to take it for granted. When somebody is authorizing the transaction, he cannot subsequently plead that I don't know what was there. Just I authorized that, I clicked that. That should not happen. So there should be a zero trust mechanism in case of an business frauds and the financial frauds also. Right? I know that your stomach is also burning. So I have to stop myself. Otherwise, the second note will come out. And sorry, I have not distributed any chocolates, but virtual Cadburys are here for you. Thank you very much.
I thank the speakers for sharing their great knowledge with us. Now I would like to request Session Chair, Professor Dr. S.O. Junare, to present the concluding remarks.
Thank you very much. Respected Dua sir and Kulkarni ji. Both have actually discussed various issues related to fraud risk. So, there is no organization when there is no risk of fraud. You are now charitable organizations, your religious places, we know that. Lot of money launderings are actually happening through such actually prestigious and respected organizations also. In business organization, we can consider that that can be the part. But now, like in hospitals, educational institutes, temples, and everywhere, it means that where there is a human involvement, there is a fraud. Fraud is there. So like morning, Dubey sir was talking about this cyber security. So nobody can cheat me. Nobody can hack my phone because I do not use that phone at all. So that is the only reason. If you are using internet, if you are using mobile, so you are not safe. 100%. So if there are other issues, how we can prevent little bit. But if you are using this, similarly in fraud also, if you are dealing with some people, so we cannot say that everybody will be honest. So now, like a chartered accountant and the auditors, actually they are the police officers. They are here to prevent the frauds and to actually investigate the frauds if something happens in that case. So I thank on behalf of all of you, all the students, all the honorable chartered accountants, and all the audience participants, those who have participated in this special session, plenary session. So both the sessions were a little bit actually academic but practical also, because both are practicing chartered accountants. Dua sir as well as Kulkarni ji, they are our actually regular speakers and resource persons for delivering the talk in various conferences, seminars, and even lectures. So we will take the benefit of both the dignitaries in our next or our upcoming sessions, training program, as well as our academic programs. And we also request all of you, all the dignitaries present here, kindly actually share your experiences as and when we request you, kindly accept our invitation and support our students to get a practical knowledge so that they can be the part of your fraternity or they can be the part of actually fraud preventing system. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So here we conclude our session. Now it's time for lunch. Now it's time for lunch, so I request all the guests, participants, and students to proceed for the lunch in the parking area. We will resume the next session by 2:30 p.m. Thank you all.
So all are requested to be on time so we can match with our time schedule. And it is humble request if you have some questions you can ask during question answer session. But it is request to have question answer post the session so we can have the benefits of the expertise of the experts who are coming over here maximum. Thank you. We'll see you at 2:30, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir. Thanks, sir. Please, sir. Discuss.
Hello. 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 Hello.
કરવાનું છે ઓકે વાંધો નહીં યાર આમાં બીજું કશું છે જ નહીં સિગ્નલ તો આ જ આવે
Hello. 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 Hello.
હા હવે એમનું જ કામ છે આ બધી વસ્તુ ચાલુ આપણે જેટલી થતી હતી એટલી કરી લીધી આપણું નોલેજ એટલું હતું કે ભાઈ અહીંયા ટેપ કરવાથી આમાં સિગ્નલ આવે ટેપ કર્યું ને એટલે જો અહીંયા સિગ્નલ એને ઓન કરી દેવાનું આ એનું વોલ્યુમનું છે આ તો આપણે બહુ ચેન્જીસ કરતા જ નથી Mic check, mic check.
Hello. Hello, hello. Hello. Everybody is requested to take their seats. I request Srinila Vradas Gupta sir and CA Dr. Durgesh Pandey sir to come on the stage. Okay. मैम वो आ रहे हैं शायद बाहर उठ से उनको लेने गए अभी बोलते 1 मिनट वेट करो. Good afternoon, dignitaries, delegates, and participants. I, Savisachi Behel, will now be proceeding with session number 7 as well, which will be consisting of tax frauds and its remedies. Tax fraud involves the deliberate misrepresentation or omission of data on a tax return. There are many methods that people use in tax fraud in India, ranging from false tax returns to smuggling fake documents and bribery. To enlighten us more about the topic, the speaker of the session will be Srinila Vradas Gupta, Additional Director of Investigation Income Tax Gujarat. Srinila Vradas Gupta is an IRS officer of the 2008 batch. With 12 years in the field, he has held various operational and administrative posts such as Deputy Commissioner of the largest corporate assessment charges both in Gujarat as well as West Bengal. His area of expertise is financial fraud, tax evasion, and anti-money laundering investigations. He is currently posted as the Additional Director, Investigation Unit 1, Ahmedabad. Now I request Ms. Arohi Dave to welcome Srinila Vradas Gupta with a token of appreciation. Thank you, ma'am. The chair who is presiding over this session is CA Dr. Durgesh Pandey. CA Dr. Durgesh Pandey is a certified fraud examiner. He got his PhD in financial forensic and financial crime investigation from NFSU. He is a managing partner at DKMS and Associates. He has also been associated with multiple law enforcement agencies like Enforcement Directorate, Economic Offences Wing, CID, and Financial Crime Investigation. He was also part of the expert study group with ICAI on the drafting of forensic standards. Now I request Ms. Arohi Dave to welcome CA Dr. Durgesh Pandey with a token of appreciation. Thank you, ma'am. Now I invite Shri Vradas Gupta sir to start the session.
Hello.
So, Dr. Pandey, Professor Barot, esteemed members of NFSU, ICAI, distinguished guests, and friends, I've heard there are a lot of students here. I am Vradas Gupta. You've had a brief introduction, so let's not bore you with that more. I frankly was expecting Mukesh Bhai to turn up because he's the blockbuster. I'm just a homemade production before him. But since he hasn't, I think Professor Barot very cleverly delayed the session by 40 minutes, so I have just 15 minutes, which I actually requested him for. But having said that, it is indeed a privilege to be here, to see all the experts. I was just speaking to my colleague when we were sitting outside, that when this is my second conclave in NFSU, I was in this very room for a cybersecurity and cyber forensics conclave. Since I am from the investigation wing, I have been in the investigation for quite a long time. That's my area which I am comfortable with. Forensics, insofar as it deals with accounting, is generally for me a little difficult. And sitting here between, in front of all accounting experts, I feel like a quack in discussing cancer with oncologists. So if you ask for remedies, well, jhad phuk wala remedy to nahi hi de paega. However, since I have a ringside view and sometimes an insider view of the problems that we face, because in the recent past, I have been fortunate enough that my officers have launched some search and seizure actions which have covered a very diverse field of trades. So when I joined, I saw that in Gujarat, primarily the real estate sector was something that was what we call in regulatory terms low-hanging fruit. So because there's a huge difference between what the market value of a parcel of land is and what it actually is in the books, or what we call the circle rate, naturally the money, if we can term it so, which does not want to represent itself before the government, kind of slowly पीछे से वो वहीं से सरक जाता था. So it's very easy to catch hold of the builders or catch hold of that particular trade, and because of the internal, the issues where there's a mismatch between the market value and the value on how the government values it, you could easily reach the destination which for a regulatory agency is to find out how much money off the books was introduced or how much was not given to tax. I come from income tax, so I can possibly give you a brief view to how our investigation framework or assessment framework works. Nevertheless, there's also something, I am also the nodal for the REIC here. So I do deal a lot with the brothers in the indirect tax as well as the other agencies. So that particular sector used to be a sector which we would go again and again. When I joined, we made a conscious effort to diversify the footprint. So in the last 1.5 years, we have done a search and seizure. I'll use some harsh words like hit, like target, but that's because I work in investigation. You shouldn't take it as a hit and a target. You should paraphrase it according to your language. So we hit a salt major in Gandhidham. Thereafter, we covered some political parties, some charitable organizations. We have hit a tile major based out of Himmatnagar. We have hit a tobacco monopoly and a few more in that order. So I was fortunate enough to have an insider view, a peep into the affairs of how, in terms of both accounting and in terms of maybe consultancy, things happened which when we hit them, we got to know that probably they shouldn't have happened in the manner that, that occurred because it fell foul of the regulatory norms. So if I were to speak on international conclave on forensic accounting and fraud investigation, now I have had a brief experience. Most of my experience has been in investigation, in transfer pricing, and in corporate assessments. For the last 12, 13 years, I have just done these three. So what I have seen is when we talk about fraud, in terms of tax, it is a spectrum. So when on this side of the table I call something a fraud, The learned friend on the other side says, sir, it's acceptable tax planning. So the context of what is a fraud and how a fraud possibly may be represented as something which is an acceptable tax planning is something that cannot be covered in this, the time frame that we have. And nor do I claim to have the knowledge or the capacity to delineate that. As it is, I was requesting Professor Barot कि यार देखो सब बोर हो जाएंगे तो the whole blame is on him जो मैं बोलने वाला हूँ उसका. Nevertheless, so we have seen very basic level fraud when I was in. So I'll just recount those experiences from my life, because for that, for the other part, the fundamentals of it and the theory of it, you have all the big books and the big brains. I can only tell you what I have experienced when I was I was doing my scrutiny assessment at my ACDC levels, and then what I've seen in transfer pricing and what I have seen in investigation. And I have seen quite a few instances which have led me to believe that if you want to reach the shore, even a leaky boat without a rudder can reach you there. All right. But even if you have the most advanced boat with the advanced radar and everything, but you are hell-bent on sabotaging, no one can save you from sinking. So similarly, be it a very big business or be it a very small, we have this terminology. Again, I might be using some harsh terminologies. We call the Jama Kharchi. I have worked in Kolkata. So Kolkata was the hub, like now Bhavnagar has become in certain sense, of Jama Kharchi. Now, during my time, we had a lot of movement. We actually made an encyclopedia. So when we got a call, हम यही पूछ लेते थे, अरे आप ये बता दीजिए NS रोड है, बड़ा बाजार है कि डनलॉप है, ये सब छोड़ दीजिए कि इन्होंने किया क्या है. And our other friend on the other side would receive a call, हम बोलते थे हम आए कि आप आएंगे, तो बोलते सर हम आ रहे हैं, आपको बता दीजिए आपको चाहिए किसका. So eventually from that to what we academically discuss for hours with very learned friends on base erosion and profit shifting, so I have seen the whole gamut. And what I have again I would like to underline and emphatically stress is that you may have the best standards on accounting. I don't know, I'm not an expert, 240, 300, 401 and all that. You may have the best procedures and the best forensics and data analytic tools. But if we lack the will, if we lack the ethics, and if we lack the intent, no amount of discussion, no amount of regulatory framework, no amount of tools can help us. So with that basic framework, do I have the time? Yes. Yeah. I think I have to finish at 3. So I have 8 minutes, and then you have to speak also.
You can take my time, it's okay.
So basically, I'll just recount for my student friends some experiences that I've had. Because I don't have the Professor Barot, because I didn't want to know, because we started, my session was at 2. So I want to have a brief idea of the time. So anybody from NFSU who's organizing this program? I'll give you 15 minutes. Yeah. Thank you. So I'll just recount these. So we have time till 3:15, 15 minutes of interminable boredom extra. So let me just recount what my experiences are. So I was just a new ACDC in the field, first timer who had cracked the exam in the first attempt. So very cocky. I thought मेरे को सब आता है. And I joined the field, and the first day an old gentleman came for the assessment, and I started questioning from what we had read in the academy or what we remember in the academy. And after 10 minutes, I was like, ज़्यादा बात करना अभी स्वास्थ्य के लिए हानिकारक है. मुझे कुछ भी समझ नहीं आ रहा था. So eventually, it took me some time to get grip on how, when you deal with a representative on the other side, you have to play a game of chess. It's just a game of chess that we are playing, because he's also representing his client's best interests. And it does not necessarily flow from the act or the rules. It flows from tact. So in academy, we are always told there was act, there was fact, and there is tact. So I started with act, and within 20 minutes, I realized कि हमें तो tact तक पहुंचना है. So in my very first year, we did a survey. And in that survey, naturally, we found the stock to not be there. Magically गायब हो जाते हैं stock, not necessarily always out of book sale होता है. कभी-कभी आप लोग जानते हैं बैंक में credit के लिए भी वो it is overvalued at. But in my head, I was thinking
कि generally if you see policing, we were told that we are the economic police, we are the guards of the economic frontiers and whatnot. So I thought मैं भी policeman ही हूँ. So like a police guy, you don't have a internal auditor and a statutory auditor and a tax auditor first auditing the crime and then giving it to the police कि हाँ जी लीजिए ये crime है. So I was told that there are these very brilliant people who are in internal auditing mechanism, then there's the stat audit, then there's the tax auditor. So I was like, जब इतने बड़े मस्तिष्क, इतने बड़े लोगों ने ये सब चेक कर लिया है, तो गलती तो होगी ही नहीं. So first time when I landed up with my first, whatever you may call discovery of a violation or something that I saw, so I asked that gentleman, because you meet the first guy and you remember him, so I called him and said, Uncle, how is it that after so many layers of verification, one has not seen it? Then he said कि नहीं होता है, गलतियां हो जाती हैं. So from that to now, the realization has come. Therefore, I truly believe that remedies per se are something which are more academic than real. So in another example, we were doing, Barot Saab, we have time till 3:15? Yeah, okay. So another instance I remember, I was doing a corporate audit, an assessment, in US you call it audit. So it was a mid-level pharmaceutical company. Naturally, it had all those internal governance mechanisms, it had its tax audit, it had its stat audit. So generally we ask those common questions. Because if you boil it down to like a layman, if I were to understand how accounts works, I always ask whoever comes to me, please leave the jargon aside, because वो मेरे पल्ले पड़ेगा नहीं. पैसा बिजनेस में आया है, पैसा बिजनेस से बाहर गया है, और ये दोनों चीजें नहीं हुई हैं, तो वो किसी स्वरूप में बिजनेस में है. मुझे केवल उस भाषा में समझा दीजिए. So I was just checking some of the expenditures, and at that point in time, that board guideline about ineligible expenses, MCI guidelines से related, वो चीज चल रही थी. So naturally we asked about the expenses that he had done, which were pretty high on conferences, on all these training programs and all. So naturally we latched onto that, और हमने कहा कि भाई इसका आप डिटेल दे दीजिए. Again, one aside. Chartered accountants, I grew up in the Northeast because my father was posted there. So the chartered accountants in Northeast are very few. So we had these two uncles who were chartered accountants, and they were like, because it's as difficult as UPSC, so they're really, really big people. And the one beautiful ability that I have seen in my chartered accountant friends is the sheer volume that they can produce without telling you what you want to hear. So naturally when we asked that question, so we got a lot of material, but we didn't get that. And I was pretty young doing my first assessment. I used to keep on telling, आप मुझे वो document दे दीजिए ताकि ये हो जाए. So eventually just March तब time barring हुआ करता था. So somewhere in March I got the vouchers, the vouchers and the bills. So as luck would have it, so it was 27th or 26th March. This I am recounting because I think that is relevant for all the people who are talking about accounting. They brought this whole bundle to me and say, sir, ये जो outstation हमने सारे programs किए थे, उसके bills vouchers हैं. And you wouldn't believe, after leafing through 4 pages, we noticed, I was sitting on the table, the imprint of something on the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th page still visible. So I said, ठीक है, आप छोड़ जाइए, हम देख के आपको बताते हैं. And then after that, it was just common sense. We were like, just see ये imprint है क्या? So we took a photograph, enlarged it. It was the signature of the front page leaving an imprint on the back. And these were all vouchers of 2 years before जो program हुए थे. So we are like, अब इसको तो हम कैसे इसको बचाए, इसको कैसे रखें? So because you can't really save an imprint. So we thought of everything, like like a layman we thought कि इसको pencil से रंग दे क्या, कुछ चूरा डाल दें, कुछ करें ताकि ये दिख जाए कि ये signature अगले पेज में front पेज का एक प्रोग्राम हैदराबाद का, एक प्रोग्राम अमरावती का. That simply cannot happen. So then what we again thought is, हमने photograph ले लिया था. So then we took the photograph of the whole page and ran to a shop. Then we got prints made of that photograph, and we immediately called the chartered accountant back, the tax practitioner, जो हमारे वो थे representative, and before him, and we had the whole sheet so that it cannot be isolated and claimed कि पता नहीं ये किस जगह से आया है. So like I kept a newspaper of that date, because the date had to be captured. This is what we learned in Kolkata. Whenever we took a Jama Kharchi statement, we always had a date. because that place would eventually be not found, which would magically start working after 5 days. So you had to have that newspaper date captured so that you can say that this is the picture of that date, and there were other accounts of those people who were giving those, and we used to videograph those statements so that the people who would give evidence that nothing worked out of this premises could be authenticated. So इस केस में भी we captured around 8 such imprints of signatures, because Xerox करने से भी वो signatures का imprint नहीं आएगा, कैसे और भी कुछ करने से नहीं आएगा. So then we captured it, and उसको contrast photography में the imprints जो पेज में marks होती हैं, जो indent होता है, that was captured. And then we called the gentleman back और हमने कहा कि आप order sheet में show cause लेंगे कि आपको पेपर में लिख के इसके साथ भेजे. Naturally गलती हो गई थी, उन्होंने कहा, and we had a fruitful discussion. And he said कि सर मैं इसको अभी continue नहीं करना चाहूँगा because I am not aware that this is what the management is doing. Then I said तो जो auditor थे उनको बुला लीजिए, कोई तो देखा होगा कि उस समय ये bills नहीं रही होंगी. So eventually, I mean, you know, we all make mistakes. तो हमने उसको आगे वो नहीं किया, and the addition was made. So why I'm recounting this is something as simple as this. Some human might have probably made the galti of not seeing those vouchers or bills or calling for them, and some human might have made the galti of getting that signatures जिसकी imprints क्योंकि एक साथ रखी गई थी और बॉल पेन ठीक से चल नहीं रहा होगा, imprint छोड़ता हुआ गया था. तो मैंने उनसे कहा कि अगली बार आप separate sign कराइएगा वरना imprint रह जाएगा. So and we had a cup of tea and he went away. Similarly, this was a small case. Similarly, I had a large firm, a very large listed firm in Kolkata. I, of course, can't name it. It's one of the leaders in its sphere of business, and presidents, prime ministers take, you know, of foreign dignitaries avail such services. Now, I was in corporate range and I was assessing. Again, it was the fag end of the assessment period. The annual accounts was so thick, and as I said, chartered accountants, experts in creating volume. So for me, it was really difficult as, you know, leafing through those papers कि कुछ छूट तो नहीं गया, हमको assessment करना था. And I saw one page where, you know, you have to give the disclosures for your associated parties के साथ dealings का. So audited accounts में भी वो रहता है. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm just a layman. I'll just, you know, from memory I'm speaking. So I saw that they had very heavy interactions with entities in Netherlands Antilles, BVI, and one more tax haven. So I was like, ये अगर है और ये parties related हैं, तो ये transfer pricing report क्यों नहीं file हुई? Now, remember the context that I said. They are one of the monopolies. They are a big, big company. They have an internal team which was at that point headed by an ex-chief of one of the big fours of India. Now, if you are talking that scale, and I am a no-Sikhiya IRS officer without a background, I am a computational linguist. And I was like, ये हो शायद नहीं सकता है. And again, I'll tell you, our biggest adversaries are chartered accountants, and our biggest friends are chartered accountants. क्योंकि उनके केस के बाहर उनसे कुछ भी ज्ञान पूछ लो, तो they are always the best sources who educate us. So I asked, yeah, I mean it. मैं दिल्ली से हूँ तो मैं मुंहफट हूँ, so don't mind my, you know, I'll call a spade, and I take feedback also. Harsh feedback भी मैं ले लेता हूँ, ज़्यादा harsh मत होइएगा बस. So I was like, I called that friend up and I said कि यार मेरे को पेट में ना अजीब feeling आ रही है. I think I've landed on something, but they are too big and they shouldn't have made this mistake. And he said, sir, क्या है क्या? Then I sent him that pic and I said कि return देखो इन्होंने 90 के अंदर no लिख रखा है. Are you liable? Because you have that disclosure that you have to make. I was like, ये हो नहीं सकता. He said, sir, हो ही नहीं सकता. I mean, I myself wanted to join them and they didn't even take me. I was like, अभी क्या करें? So like next day we called them up. And we called them and I said कि आप आ जाइए, आपने शायद ये transfer pricing आपका लगता है कि नहीं? And then he said, sir, हम देखते हैं. And there was radio silence. कोई फोन नहीं उठाए और मेरा 27 तारीख 28 पे जा रहा है, 28 धीरे धीरे लुढ़क के 29, 30, 31 को तो टाइम बारिंग है. तो हम दोनों बैठे एंड फर्स्ट टाइम आई सॉ 271 AA 271 G की ये कौन सी चीजें होती हैं. एंड वी मेड अ लॉन्गिश काइंड ऑफ अ शो कॉज एंड देन आई टुक इट टू माय PCIT, CIT बोला करते थे उन दिनों. एंड ही वाज लाइक, पागल हो गए हो क्या? जानते हो कौन लोग हैं? हम लोग दोनों ने जितना डिपार्टमेंट नहीं देखा है उससे ज्यादा तो इनके पास लोग हैं जो उस बड़े वाले के नीचे काम करते हैं. आई सेड, सर अब दे देते हैं, बिकॉज आई हैव बीन रिक्वेस्टिंग देम एंड देयर इज एब्सोल्यूट रेडियो साइलेंस. 31 तक तो नौकरी की इशू आ जाएगी. हमने वो दे दिया. As luck would have it, after I think it was the 29th, because you see we don't assess it, then we make a compulsory transfer pricing reference. the gentleman who headed it came, and then he said something. I don't want to exactly recount what he said. And he gave me a report and said, sir, ये नहीं फाइल हुआ था और ये बना हुआ था. उतने में मैं corporate assessment 2 साल से कर रहा था. The normal general question would have been कि this is to be contemporaneous, like the transfer pricing thing has to be contemporaneous data, and you must have made it during that time. So if we had simply called up from the associates, जो एक नाम था, I don't want to recount, जिन्होंने ये बनाया था, I would have called him, taken a statement, it would have been proved that it was a afterthought. So I said कि कम से कम, and it was so fresh, again like the voucher. That's why it stays in the memory. मैंने कहा ex जो भी थे वो बड़े, क्योंकि he was an ex-chief, a big man. So I said कम से कम हम लोग यहाँ क्या करते हैं कि assessment पुराना दिखाने के लिए कभी-कभी घिस लेते हैं. You know, it looks a little old. तो आप घिस के लाइए, ये तो अभी-अभी print out से निकला है. So he said, you know, and then eventually we had to, you know, serve that show cause. I was transferred. When I am transferred, I don't look back कि क्या हुआ था. It's not my cause anymore. I am here for whatever 35, 36, 37 years, and I have to just keep on doing and move on to the next post. Like I'll move from here. So even there, I thought, with these many people working, how can a major miss out on something as critical as reporting its dealings with its associated enterprises? Associated enterprises which are situated in known tax havens and completely galti se or forgetting such simple reporting requirements which a Nausikhiya like me could pick up on. I mean, they say कि नकल करने में अकल लगती है. So I'll come to that because we did another action where they were very, very, the other side was very, very well, you know, prepared. But, sorry? It was not my call to report to ED. You see, in our structure, yeah.
When tax havens are involved, why you didn't report to ED?
See, first thing, I'll just come to that. First, it was not my call to report it to ED. We have a structure. The reporting to ED has to go through. If you see, there's a internal. I think it's now public. There is a specific requirement for moving information to ED. It goes through the nodal authority CBDT. CBDT has attached offices headed by much senior and much more brainy officers. And then there are these PCIT charges, then there are additionals, and then there was the DCIT. So I was like right at the minion level. So I had moved it to my boss, and I believe in government you work that way. More importantly, it's not a scheduled offense. So income tax, Nikhil is here? No. Yeah, it's not a scheduled offense. So when we make references to ED, they require a predicated offense, they require an FIR. So I think I have answered you. Yeah. So you can move that such things should come, you know, under ED's ambit. Because I have a batchmate, a senior who's in ED here. So, where was I? Yeah. So then, you know, whatever happened to that happened naturally. There are always dispute redressal mechanisms. I think something must have happened. I didn't follow that up. This I confess. So similarly, here in February 2021, we covered a few political parties. This I want to stress on. There are many more examples, but since I am approaching and Dr. Savas also should speak. And we covered certain political parties which are called as registered unrecognized political parties. So under the Representation of People's Act, even the 4 people sitting here can form a party because we are a democracy and we have the right to fight an election. Now the funny part is, these parties then go on a spree of taking donations, despite the fact कि उनकी ज़्यादातर elections में उनकी ज़मानत ज़ब्त होती है, 4 से ज़्यादा लोग उनके elections लड़ते नहीं हैं, उनके books में huge donations होते हैं, huge कपड़े, लत्ते, खाना, पीना, schools, सब पे खर्चा होता है, पर उनका प्रोग्राम कहीं नहीं होता है. To top it all, one of the charitable organizations attached to this party, जब हमने उसके वेबसाइट से रिवर्स गूगल इमेज सर्च किया, तो वो टर्की में कोई डोनेशन का फोटो लगा के रखे थे अपने वाले प्रोग्राम में, जो कि उन्होंने गुजरात में कहीं अमरेली में किया था. So when we hit them, we discovered a web of entities. तो ये पार्टीज पैसे लेती थी, then 1, 2, 3, 4 layering. It's the classic money laundering जैसे साहब ने कहा ED का. So there's this placement, there's layering, and eventually integration. So they would be layered, and eventually after a deduction of commission, it would be going back. All right. So interestingly, everything was audited. Everywhere, the gentleman, there was some gentleman who had the certification from one of the best esteemed institutions, the ICAI, and who had passed this examination, who was signing that audit report. And the layering entities almost had nothing to support. So we also called the auditors, we took their statements also, कि भाई आपने क्या पे बेस करके अपनी ओपिनियन दी थी. यहाँ तो मैनेजमेंट की ओपिनियन भी नहीं थी, क्योंकि मैनेजमेंट ही नहीं था. It was one guy doing and saying कि मैं grain बेचता हूँ. And he didn't have a warehouse, he didn't have anything, he didn't even do FNO or something. He was not there, he was a चौल में रहने वाला बंदा. And his accounts had been audited, certified. And that had gone through the regulatory mechanisms until we hit them. We detected 1,750 crores because हमारा problem क्या है? सरकार बोलती है इतना ही time है अभी कुछ और करो. So in income tax there's this time barring, we all know. So within the time frame that we had, we discovered the involvement of 28 professionals. We have made a reference. Do I have anybody from ICAI disciplinary committee here? Anybody from ICAI? Yeah. So it's okay, it's okay. We have, we are infamous for red tape, government, organizations. But this is the first time we have faced ICAI red tape. So we made that reference. So it came back कि आपने correct pro forma में नहीं किया. And we had all the bulky statements. So we sent it. बोला आपने under secretary का sign नहीं लिया. तो हमने अभी फिर से भेजा है कि भैया मैं खुद एक डायरेक्टर लेवल ऑफिसर हूं, ऐसा कहो तो मैं जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी को साथ में ले जाता हूं. सो इफ यू कैन जस्ट पुश दिस, बिकॉज आई बिलीव इन लाइफ देयर आर सर्टेन थिन लाइन्स व्हिच वी शुड नॉट क्रॉस. सिमिलरली अ चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट हु इज सर्टिफाइड हैज मेड इट. ही हैज passed one of the most difficult examinations. So I believe all of you, all of us, we draw those thin lines. So deviations are okay, perversions are not. These were absolute perverse behavior, which actually brought a lot of bad name to chartered accountants. The CEC has very bad, I should not be openly saying it, but he has actually remarked, ye ho kya raha hai? And why are chartered accountants who are, at the top brains in accounting allowing these things by auditing their books and all? So we made that reference that until we make some movement there, some exemplary punishment is given. And we have absolute proof and confessions on it. And इनकम टैक्स पुलिस नहीं है तो हम थर्ड डिग्री सेकंड डिग्री कुछ नहीं करते. उन साहब ने चाय पीकर समझकर ही ये स्टेटमेंट्स दिए हैं. नाउ यू सी, गेटिंग बैक इनटू द पास्ट एंड एक्चुअली वो दिव्य दृष्टि से देखना कि क्या हो रहा था, वो तो हम लोग कर नहीं पाते. सो द एविडेंस शोज एंड दैट एविडेंस इज सफिशिएंट. सो आई बिलीव that again coming back to that original point, that we have somebody I just met outside who's a data analytics firm. Similarly, we have a project inside which does a lot of AI and machine learning. So you have data analytics, you have machine learning, you have AI, but no amount of tools can help you. No amount of remedies can be meaningful if the intent or the will is misplaced. And therefore, I, for one, I'm completely unqualified insofar as to suggest remedies for accounting. I would only say that it is for all of us to introspect that itna and no more. Because once a machine won't lie. I was in computational linguistics. A machine does not lie. It cannot. It will always either say that, the error is happening and the error will be repeating. But a human can take a choice on conscious will. And therefore, if we choose to ignore something, remedies or standards on accounting or other such, tools don't come to our rescue. I think I have overstretched. I had prepared, after Bharat Saab said, for 30 minutes. But we started at 2:45, so I'll just end at that. I'll just request to all of you to, keep your eyes and ears open, because आप लोग 3, 4, 5 बार उसको verify करते हैं. मैं तो पहले यही पूछता था, जब इतने गुणी लोग और इतने certified लोग इसको देख ही ले रहे हैं, तो regulatory agency के पास आ ही क्यों रहा है? I mean, what should we do? हो गया ना check. But I then realized कि there's a international में एक और था एक वाक्या, but some other day. That was very interesting, another big thing. So I just think कि it's just the will, the intent. The tools are there. The tools are capable tools. Of course, with new frontiers like cryptocurrency, with blockchain development, with digitalization of most of the accounting framework, we would also have to shape up. You are the people, you are the oncologists to treat cancer. I am just a quack. So I could just recount some of my experiences. And to conclude, I thank NFSU and ICAI and the organizers again to have, borne my boredom for this long. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request the session chair, CA Dr. Durgesh Pandey, to present the concluding remarks.
So, good afternoon, friends. I don't have a lot of time, probably a couple of minutes, and I won't need more than that. You know, first of all, I should congratulate Sir ne jo baatein kahi. You know, he used a lot of adjectives for himself. Layman, novice, quack, unqualified. I really don't think any of them applies to him. The way he was dissecting the role of the best minds in accounting. So, I don't agree, sir. आप बिल्कुल इनमें से कोई भी एडजेक्टिव नहीं है. I have short of time, otherwise I have thought of the antonyms and I would have told them to you. Second thing, शिकवा शिकायत है, हमको डिपार्टमेंट से, डिपार्टमेंट को हमसे है. मैं टैक्स का आदमी नहीं हूँ. नहीं, मैं इनकम टैक्स का आदमी नहीं हूँ, तो मेरे पास इसका रिबटल नहीं है. आई एम रियली, अदरवाइज आई वुड हैव लव टू से समथिंग विच आई वांटेड टू समथिंग, बिकॉज आई डोंट नो when a chartered accountant will get this opportunity and an audience to say this. So, मैं टैक्स का आदमी नहीं हूँ. Most of the points what he said are pretty much valid. जो पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का साहब ने बताया, ये तो खुली लूट है, ये हम भी जानते हैं. अब यही है कि ये जो प्रणाली बनी हुई है, this mechanism which is devised, probably we fit in that jigsaw puzzle very nicely, and we have been fit in that since long. We also have a duty towards our client. And it is vehemently said that unless someone is proven guilty, we are supposed to defend him. So, I suppose if a lawyer defends someone who has shot, and that is on video, I don't think we are doing a bad job than them if we are defending our clients to best of our abilities. दूसरी बात, एक बात है, भी गलतियां होती हैं हमसे, छूट जाता है, और काफी हद तक उसमें जिनसे छूटता है, that is blatant dereliction of duty. I am not here to blow our trumpet and say that no, chartered accountants are infallible. Yes, sir, I absolutely agree with you that there is a lot of red tapeism. But then I suppose that has improved. मेरे ख्याल से अब तो ऑनलाइन प्रणाली है कुणाल, जो मैं जानता हूँ, डिसिप्लिन मैकेनिज्म का. सरकार ऑनलाइन, गवर्नमेंट को वो पे भी नहीं करना पड़ता है, प्राइवेट आदमी को तो पे करना पड़ता है ना, 200-500 रुपए जो डिसिप्लिनरी वाला है ना. हाँ, सुधर रहा है सर, धीरे धीरे सुधर रहा है. नहीं सर, सुधर रहे सर. पॉइंट सर ऐसा है, भी देश के प्रधानमंत्री ने अगर किसी चीज की निंदा की है तो कुछ तो गलत रहा होगा, तभी निंदा की है. दैट इज, वी एक्सेप्ट दैट वी आर नॉट इनफॉलिबल. यस, बट वन थिंग आई वुड से, सर, द percentage of cases which come to scrutiny, correct me if I am wrong, they are hardly few percentage points of the total returns filed. I understand that speaks volume about the trust that you repose in us, that we do, if not a very good job, at least a reasonable job, so that you rely on us and you check a only specific percentage of files. हमारे पास भी limitation है, मर्यादा है, छूट जाता है कुछ हमारे, we have dark sheeps amongst us, कि रह जाता है, and then somewhere we have to face the music. Nevertheless, as I said, I am not here to defend, that is not my subject. Forensics and frauds, as sir put very nicely, you know, the offshore entities, they are definitely a pain. The private notes, the Cayman Islands, जैसा सर ने transfer pricing के लिए कहा, you know, the so-called tax havens, if you go by definition, then there are 70 in number, and this constitutes 15 to 20% of the global economy. So it totally depends on what definition you take. But I would say that particularly forensics, not just in tax frauds, in any discipline, it is application of common sense. So as he said, these simple tools, जो ग्राफोलॉजी उन्होंने यूज किया, जो इंडेंटेशन उन्होंने कहा कि मार्क रह गए थे, प्रेशर पॉइंट्स रह गए थे, these are all some very simple techniques which bring out some very large frauds. And certain geographies, as he said, they are notoriously known. Notoriously known. Kolkata was there. It's not still there. There are lots of pockets which have been created. Anyways, as I said, we are short on time. I still spoke for, almost 4 minutes. Nevertheless, it was a delight, sir, listening to you. And I'm sure we'll be having more deliberations to come. Sir, please.
डॉक्टर साहब जब बात कर रहे थे मुझे लगा ये इंक्विजिशन था. डू यू नो एन इंक्विजिशन? देयर वाज समबडी who was blaming and somebody who had to defend. Now unfortunately forensic accounting is not my strong point, and even it was not before these very people जिनका ये काम है. So the only thing I could talk about was fraud investigation. तो ये बारोट साहब का प्रॉब्लम है कि उन्होंने मुझे वो टॉपिक दिया. Otherwise, I would have spoken about the 95% chartered accountants that I have relied upon, that I learn from every day, that I feel are a source of learning, inspiration, and something that we know our topic about. Because I am in a regulatory framework, not exactly an expert in this, but I always feel, जैसा उन्होंने कहा कि सरकार ऐसा क्यों करती है कि मेरे जैसे लेमैन को लाके IRS में बैठा दी. मे बी समटाइम्स टनल विजन हो जाता है जब आप एक्सपर्ट होते हैं. आई यूज्ड टू प्ले क्रिकेट, आई हैव प्लेड अमेचर लेवल. तो जब कोई नया चीज आता था ना, मलिंगा, वी यूज्ड टू से ऐसे नहीं, कान के पास से बॉल लाओ तभी बॉल सीधी गिरेगी. एंड वी ऑल नो व्हाट मलिंगा डिड टू वर्ल्ड क्रिकेट. तो आई would like to be invited in a program where we would talk about all the learnings that I have had from the chartered accountants. एक तो उन्होंने 2:40 तक मेरे को मौका दिया ही नहीं, और उसके बाद fraud investigation में बात करना था. And therefore, I apologize if it has sounded only negative. There's so much good that has come out of it, and that's why we are going forward as a democracy. I think yesterday or today we just read that our economy has crossed UK. अगर ये whole chartered accountants का सपोर्ट, अकाउंटिंग टीम्स का सपोर्ट इस ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी में नहीं रहता, जहां पे ऑर्गेनाइज्ड बिजनेस बहुत छोटा है, अनऑर्गेनाइज्ड बिजनेस बहुत बड़ा है, एंड येट सुदूर प्रांतों में एक अकाउंटेंट, एक चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट, एक कॉस्ट अकाउंटेंट बैठा हुआ है जो वहां बैठकर उनको गाइड कर रहा है कि हाउ टू स्केल एंड हाउ टू अचीव a future and how to be a player where we eventually go out of shores and a Tata buys a JLR in a country which has ruled us for 300 years, or buys a chorus in a country which has ruled for 300 years. So I believe all that laurels rest on the shoulders of chartered accountants. So I think I have made my point. So I was not here to blame you. The topic was wrong. And Barot Saab is to be blamed. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now there will be a high tea break of 10 minutes, and everyone is requested to be present after 10 minutes. Thank you all.
Please make sure that you are here by 10 minutes. And thank you, sir. Thank you again. Actually, the session was planned on tax frauds, and sir has an expertise on tax fraud. It is a good thing that he is saying us like this, but otherwise... No. The topic was perfectly, we have framed in such a way, and the deliberations from your side was up to the mark and up to our expectations, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for accepting your invitation. Thanks a lot, sir.
मैंने एक ICAI साहब से बात करनी कोई थे, तो आई हैव ऑलरेडी रिक्वेस्टेड. मेरे को एक ही रिक्वेस्ट करना था, हमने एक रेफरेंस भेजा था वो अटका हुआ है, बिकॉज़ समटाइम्स
ये ऑफ कैसे होता है? नया
अभी ऑन है. वापस सीधे आया. यहाँ बोलेंगे शोर होगा. वापस सीधे आया. अब वैसे नहीं हुआ क्योंकि और 3 ही माइक के पीछे हो.
कुछ हो रहा है. नजदीक के बोलेंगे तो ही होगा. बोलना है क्या? क्या सीन है अभी?
पैनल डिस्कशन है. सुनो, तो मैं अभी 10 मिनट के बाद बाहर जाना है और सर को बोलना है कि सर डिस्कशन स्टार्ट होने वाला है.
कौन से सर को?
सॉरी सर कह रहा हूँ, जो भी लोग बाहर खड़े रहेंगे सबको बोलना है कि सेशन स्टार्ट हो रहा है, तो आप लोग फटाफट अंदर आओ. पानी की आवाज़
excuse me. इधर क्यों नहीं आ रही? शायद बात मेरे को 2 दिन से उसका कोई आईडिया नहीं है। मैं 2 दिन से इधर ही बिजी हूँ। बात उसने कमेंट भी छोड़ दी। कौन सी? ये वाली शायद है ना, तन्वी बताया था। ये फोन देना, फोन देना अपने कैमरा खोल के। ये माइक चिल्ला के बोलती है। क्या रही है? दूसरी बार बेइज्जती करवाने नहीं, इसलिए तो मैं स्टेज पे नहीं गई। इसमें भाई क्या सुन सुहानी इसमें बोल दे। सुहानी इसमें बोलना नहीं, नजदीक लाएंगे तो बोलेंगे। आवाज आ रही है, कैसे बंद करूँ?
ये सही है।
नहीं चालू
चालू है ना?
आ रही है क्या? पंजाबी गिरी इधर करनी जरूरी है क्या?
पता कहाँ पे?
तू उस साइड
नीचे।
कौन?
चलो ग्लोवर वाला बंद करवा। अरे गौरव एक सेकंड से।
ग्लोवर है?
5 बंदे चाहिए जो नीचे जाके बुला के लाएंगे। 5 सभापति पहले लोअर वाला बंद करवाना है।
वो दोनों फोन पे लगे हुए हैं। किधर खड़े रहना है? वो दोनों यार पैनल डिस्कशन में माइक्स का बहुत यूज होगा ना। हाँ, पीछे खड़े ही रहना। नहीं पड़ेगा। हाँ, वी हैव टू रन। क्योंकि तू यहीं पे होगी, मैं वहीं पे होगी। मैं ये एरिया कवर करूंगी। तू इधर खड़ी रह, इस साइड खड़ी।
यहाँ पे रहो, यहाँ पे रहो। मैं पीछे रहूँगा।
मैं उधर पीछे हूँ।
पीछे मैं रह लूँगा।
तू पीछे है, मैं आगे खड़ी जाऊंगी।
जैसे ही अभी यहीं पे रहूँगा मैं। जैसे स्टार्ट होगा तब मैं
इस साइड पे खड़ी हो जाऊंगी। इधर रो, इन केस आगे से कोई ये मैं यहीं पे खड़ी हो जाऊंगी। कैमरा के पीछे और वहीं पे देवश्री है। हाँ, फिर भी वहीं पे अगर हाँ देवश्री के पास है तो ठीक है। पर हमारी साइड में ना अभी तो बच्चा बहुत कम आ रहा है। तेरा नंबर था नहीं, तू कितना लेट आया था? लंच करके घूमने चला गया था, इसलिए किसी को नंबर नहीं दिया क्या? तो कांटेक्ट ना करे। किसके पास? और वो तो तेरे को भूल ही जाता है।
और ग्रुप में है अपना, व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में है ना नंबर। वेन्यू वाले इसमें रहेगा ना मेरा। वेन्यू वाले इसमें है ना, चाहिए तो नंबर से मेरा। सबके तो नंबर है। क्या हुआ, क्या चाहिए?
अरे हाँ है तू।
और उसमें क्या हुआ, क्या चाहिए?
नहीं, मैं बुला रही थी। कहाँ है? कौन सा है?
98201484.
कौन से कोर्स में है?
MBHC। भाई तुम्हारा सीनियर हूँ मैं, बेवकूफ। कल भी बताया तेरे को। नोट्स नहीं मिलेंगे, कागज पूछिएगा।
कोई नहीं
दिखाऊंगा।
और मेरी ख्याति से बात होगी। सो
ख्याति से बात होगी? तेरी बात में अन बतवाता हूँ।
वो
मैं बोलूँगा ना ख्याति को कुछ नहीं देगी तुझे।
वो हमारी कमेटी पटेल है।
बेटा पटेल की बात अलग होती है। मैं ऐसे ऐसे पटेल निकालूंगा ना तुम्हारे।
शांति रखो अभी। बाद में
बड़े हैं तुम। बोलूँगा ना ख्याति को, सब बंद हो जाएगा तुम्हारा, कुछ नहीं मिलेगा।
तो थोड़ी हटना।
मेरे को
गेट एसी की हवा बाहर जा रही है। क्या बोला?
अरे भाई नहीं, दरवाजा।
कब लंच करने गया?
मैं गया, मैं इन लोग के 1 आधे घंटे बाद तो मेरा नंबर लगा यार।
भाई तुझे पहले ही बोला था लंच टाइम पे कर।
अरे कैसे करूँगा?
कोई नहीं था।
अरे मैं कैसे करूँगा? पता है ये बैठी थी ना वहाँ पे, तो मैं कहाँ बिना बताए निकला, लंच के टाइम पे तो निकला मैं। अरे अरे बाबा, बट जब लंच हुआ तभी मैं निकला ना, उसके बाद थोड़ी उसके पहले।
नहीं को चेंज करना है और कुछ चालू ही नहीं, कॉम्प्लीमेंट में रहते हो तो भैया ये बहुत बड़ा काम कर रहे हैं, इधर उधर खाकर यू आर डूइंग वेरी गुड। अपना काम अभी बोला है, बोलो मैं डीन को जाके सच में डीन को जाके माइक लगा देना था ना
माइक चालू रहेगा
ये रहा
ऐसे मेंशन करें स्पेसिफिक पेन
ये सब
आपको ना गिफ्ट आवाज सुपर ने गिफ्ट આપી હાલો એમાં શું ભાઈ જમીન ફટાફટ
पेन किधर है इसका?
पेन देखिए
दो चाहिए मुझे, दो चाहिए, स्टेज पे ले जाने हैं, ज़्यादा लोग हैं ना।
तो हमें चाहिए होगा फिर
हमें चाहिए होगा ना
वापस
चेक 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 चेक, इसमें आवाज़ नहीं आ रही।
हेलो हेलो हेलो
चेक Check. Check.
Hello.
चेक करियो बीच में था ना बीच में ये वाला हाँ मैंने चेक कर दिया सब कर दिया ना बस इसको थोड़ा राइट नहीं 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 वहाँ से ले लो वेन्यू से ले लो
चलेगा वो बाजू में दे देंगे
नहीं भैया नहीं भैया ऐसा नहीं अच्छा नहीं नहीं
मेरी एक ही माइक रहेगा ऑडियंस में
पर जरूरत नहीं क्यूए होगा तब दे देंगे हाँ हाँ हाँ
तो एक ले लो एक रहने दो
नहीं एक माइक सेट कर देते उसके बाद खोलने दो एक सेकंड रिलैक्स
फिर ऐसे ऐसे मूवना पड़ेगा
ऐसे यहाँ
जो नारे सर देंगे नीलेश भंडारी को, ठीक है, फिर उसके बाद जो नारे सर देंगे एस के यादव को।
मैं यहाँ से आया
इसके बाद 5 जना का एक धीरे से डालना पड़ता है।
ऐसे आया तो फिर मुझे ना
सेशन में
यहीं से देना चाहिए ऐसे मूवना चाहिए
वो लास्ट वाला लास्ट वाला
आराम से यहाँ खड़े वो वापस सर को वापस करना है एंकरिंग
हाँ फिर
ये क्या है
लिस्ट में ऐसा है ऐसे रख देते हैं ऐसे हाँ फिर दिखने नहीं है दे नहीं रही है किसने बोला वेन्यू वाले में किसने बोला
सामने बैठा है बोल रहा है कि हमें दो चाहिए
यहाँ पे क्या ही है Why do these people get so
हाँ आप मेरे को बता दीजिए मैं एक Good evening, everyone. We are going to start our panel discussion very soon. Please be seated.
Good evening, everyone. Now let's move to the last event of ICFAFI 2022, and that is panel discussion on the topic Complex Global Issues in Accounting Investigation. For the panel discussion, we have with us Shri Dhananjay Singh, IRS, Deputy Commissioner, CBIC, Ministry of Finance, Government of India, Delhi. I would invite Sir on the stage. Now, I would like to invite Shri Sanjeev Kumar Yadav, Sir, Additional Director, SFIO, Delhi. Now I would like to invite Shri Nitesh Bhandari, Sir, AGM, SEBI, Gujarat. Please, sir. Now we have with us Shri P.K. Kaushik, Sir, Inspector, EOW, CBI, Delhi. At last, we have session chair for this session, Dr. S.O. Junare, Sir, Dean of SMS and Campus Director, Delhi Campus, NFSU. Sir, please. Now, I would like to invite on stage C.A. Charanjot Singh Nanda, Sir, who is presently Chairman of Digital Accounting and Assurance Board, ICAI. Shri Dhananjay Singh, Sir, he is a civil servant belonging to the Indian Revenue Services, Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs, Department of Revenue, Ministry of Finance, Government of India. He has served as Deputy Commissioner of Customs in Ahmedabad Customs Zone. He has been recently awarded with Commendation Certificate by the Ministry of Finance, Government of India on the occasion of GST Day 2021. Now, I would like to request Dr. Himanshu Thakkar to welcome Shri Dhananjay Singh, Sir, with the token of appreciation. Thank you, sir. Sri Sanjeev Kumar Yadav, Sir, Additional Director of SFIO Delhi. He was Deputy Collector in UP. He is having 20 years of experience in income tax and a distinguished record of highest cash seizure and highest disclosure in income tax. He is having experience of 8 years of income tax investigation with more than 50 search and seizure actions on different industry, government servant and private vault, and also having 2.5 years of corporate fraud investigation. Now, I would request Dr. Himanshu Thakkar to welcome Sri Sanjeev Kumar Yadav, Sir, with a token of appreciation. Thank you, sir. Shri Nitesh Bhandari, Sir, AGM of SEBI Gujarat, is a chartered accountant by the qualification and has been working with the SEBI for a decade in various departments, including investigation, international affairs, and investigations of various frauds like insider trading, etc. He has handled variety of investigation like accounting frauds, IPO frauds, fraud turning, and various other frauds in the security markets. Prior to joining SEBI, he had an advisory stint with EY in tax and regulatory service team. Now, I would request Dr. Ashwini Pandit to welcome Shri Nitesh Bhandari, Sir, with a token of appreciation. Thank you, ma'am. Now, we have Shri P.K. Kaushik Sir, Inspector EOW, CBI Delhi, in Economic Offences and Cybercrime Investigation Divisions, New Delhi. He is recipient of prestigious Indian Police Medal 2018 as well as meritorious service rendered and recipient of many appreciation letters from different directors of CBI. He provides training in CBI Academy, Mumbai Police, Rajasthan Police Academy in cyber crimes, bank frauds, and economic offences, and also visited abroad for imparting training to Kuwait Police and deported a gangster from Vietnam. He had been posted in Interpol as desk in charge of investigation abroad. He had been a member in making of CBI Coffee Table book. So now I would request Dr. Ashwini Pandit to welcome Shri P.K. Kaushik Sir with a token of appreciation. Thank you, ma'am. So we have a session chair for this session, Dr. S.O. Junare Sir, Dean of School of Management Studies and Campus Director of Delhi Campus, National Forensic Sciences University, and C.A. Charanjot Singh Nanda Sir, who is presently the Chairman of Digital Accounting and Assurance Board, ICAI. Now, I would request Dr. Siddharth Dabade to welcome Dr. S.O. Junare Sir with a token of appreciation. Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would request the session chair, C.A. Charanjot Singh Nanda, sir, to proceed with the session. Please, sir.
So very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to speak amongst you. I had 2 speaking sessions in the morning in Ahmedabad, so I've just arrived here. It's a very pertinent topic which will be discussed today. Complex issues in accounting of international frauds. If you look at WorldCom, if you look at Enron, you will have so many lessons. Gentlemen on the dais, including Mr. Junare, have led their entire life doing investigations. But let me tell you, investigation is a very serious business. उर्दू में एक शेर है कि अगर खैरात में मिलती कामयाबी तो हर शख्स कामयाब होता. अगर खैरात में मिलती कामयाबी तो हर शख्स कामयाब होता. ना किसी हुनर की कदर होती और ना कोई शख्स लाजवाब होता है. लाजवाब बनने के लिए आपको 4 चीजों पे फोकस करना है. नंबर 1, अकाउंटिंग प्रिंसिपल्स. Earlier there were different gaps across the globe. Indian gap, US gap, UK gap, Japanese gap, Persian gap, Pakistani gap. Now all is gone. IFRS, International Financial Reporting Standards. मेरी एक टेक्सटाइल कंपनी है, मेरा शेयर लिस्टेड है. It is not working right. But I sell a prime piece of land at Roll Parel, Mumbai. I book it as a business income. सारी दुनिया मेरा शेयर खरीदना चाहती है. Not correct accounting principle. पहले क्या होता था? पैसे कहां से आ रहे हैं, कहां जा रहे हैं? There is no concept of accounting, period. From where money is coming, you say the company has gone great. Oh, great, let us invest in that. Now I can sit here and invest in Luxembourg Stock Exchange. When you get up in the morning, you see that Nikkei and Hansek have started their operations. By the time you go for your breakfast, the Indian operations have started. By the time you go for your afternoon soup, you find certain inputs coming from CACs, DAX. In the evening when you're ready to go to club, Nasdaq and Dow Jones opens. Now sitting anywhere in any part of the globe, you can trade in any area. Government has allowed us repatriating 2.5 lakh dollars anytime, any moment. What is that? That is an investment call. But how do I generalize the investment? How do I see when I compare balance sheet of companies? I may feel that auto ancillary sector is growing. I may feel that IT sector is growing. I may feel chemical sector is growing, and I want the best among the world. Homogeneity of accounting principles is very, very important. Second important thing is valuation. Valuation is something that can change the entire game. You are aware of the concept of fair valuation? My father has a factory, New Delhi. He bought the factory at 10,000 rupees. Today is worth 5,000 crore rupees. In my balance sheet, it is coming at 10,000 rupees only. We don't want conservative approach. We want the fair value to be determined at the balance sheet date. And immediately, the difference, either it is loss or profit, has to be culminated to that thing. Valuation is something which is pertinent and important. If you want to arrive into right accounting principles, if you want to understand the net worth, it has to be appropriate only when it is calculated on the day when you want to take a decision. Third important thing, with respect to accounting frauds, creating vehicles. I am making investments. Losses I take to the balance sheet, profits I take to the balance sheet. For losses I create SPVs, special purpose vehicles, which are not shown. So when I go to the bourses, I have a different rosy picture painted. You can't do that. You have to be very concerned about the entire wholesome picture. And the fourth and final thing which you need to understand when you do investigations is that you do investigation with a bent of mind. मैं खुदा का नाम लेकर पी रहा हूं दोस्तों. मैं खुदा का नाम लेकर पी रहा हूं दोस्तों. जहर भी इसमें हुआ तो दवा हो जाएगा. जहर भी इसमें हुआ तो दवा हो जाएगा. An investigator would work with a different bent of mind. Investigator wants to move in that direction which he has told his mind has created. But when it comes to prosecution, the gentlemen four sitting here have gone through that area. They know what has to be done appropriately. How interviews have to be held with guilty. How things have to be recorded. How their concurrence has to be obtained. And how the entire project has to be presented before the prosecuting agency. सारी मेहनत विफल है if it falls at the prosecution level. So admissibility of an evidence, when you create an evidence, whether it is admissible or unadmissible, whether it is an actual evidence or circumstantial evidence, and with what valor you are able to convince the prosecuting agency, is very, very important. So I would like to retire now. We'll keep the scheme of things, gentlemen, as I would request all of you to give your views, and then we can have a quick question-answer session wherein all your doubts can be taken into account. First, let them give their view, their understanding, and what they have achieved, whatever cases they want to discuss. Thereafter, the floor should be open to ask any questions and go home more enlightened, putting at rest all the doubts that may have arisen during the session. Thank you. Thank you, sir. But before that, I request Mrs. Zunari to also. Mrs. Zunari, you can also give your remarks. Thank you.
Respected Nanda sir, Dhananjay Singh sir, Yadav ji, Bhandari ji, and all my colleagues and dignitaries sitting on the dais. Since last 2 days, actually we are discussing and deliberating on various issues. Though this was a special academic conclave in nature, but actually this was one of the best conclave we have conducted at our university in terms of number of professionals participated. Number two, actually the officers and practitioners who have participated in this special conclave. I know that this is very hectic schedule for everyone, but you have come here. We have seen actually a lot of our dignitaries have talked on different topics. Some important topics actually we could gather out of that. Like when actually we see that entire world is full of corrupt practices, the professionals particularly working in the organization, they are having more responsibility. And we as a chartered accountant or auditors have more responsibility. We observe that there is no field, you see this, you on the stock market, marketing, processing, you on any sector, industrial sector you see, government we have seen, everywhere actually we are observing now new scams or new frauds are coming up. So now our responsibility is changing, your responsibility is increasing. Like actually when we audit the audit statements, then people are looking, this has been audited by a particular company or particular chartered accountants. People are having faith, trust. So this is one of the important aspects of corporate governance. So corporate governance is very, very important in each organization. We see the actually ethical practices or ethical actually activities in the business. That is another part actually. How we can inculcate in ethical practice. We see that actually some organizations themselves, they see that there should be some fraud. For example, telecom companies, they will say the call drop facility so that you can, the call will drop, the company can earn something. Some items like the packaging, instead of 100 grams, they will give 95 grams, 5 grams actually reductions. That is one type of, again, frauds. So unethical practices have been adopted by some of the organizations. That is actually unethical practice, which is not a part of actually good governance or corporate governance. And again, the professional approach, we see that in most of the organizations, there is no professional approach. Apart from these big corporate sectors, actually, if you see, these organizations are being run by actually unprofessional people, actually the non-educated, not suitable people for the particular job. So there actually, there are two types of possibility. They may engage themselves in this type of frauds, or sometimes they are not aware. If somebody is doing such type of frauds, they will not actually be aware about this. Some people in organization itself, sitting on the top position, they are involved. So that's actually fraud by the top management itself. You see, there actually we know that in service sector, particularly in education sector, I am working since last 35 years. So I know that in educational sector, so actually this is a pavitra, actually we say that is a pure sector. But if we see that, actually we know that, I don't want to discuss which are the areas, but actually we'll find everywhere. We know actually we have started program here in MBA in healthcare business. So we know that what type of frauds are happening in the healthcare sector, from pharmaceutical to your professional medicines or other hospitals business. So now actually what is happening, earlier the traditional or conventional types of frauds were happening. Now the modus operandi is changing. The criminal are using, because they become actually more professional than the investigating agency. Why? Because they know in and outs of that organizations where they can be caught. They know the actually bypassing internal controls and internal check. So we'll have to install some new internal check and controls where actually you can prevent. So there one concept comes, because these people, criminal, they are using more sophisticated technology, or Dubey sir was talking about this special internet, use of internet for actually commitment of crime. So now investigating agency as well as our auditors, they should be trained to investigate these crimes. So now one concept is that preventive forensics. So forensic is not a post-mortem or investigation after crime is committed, but actually how to prevent it. For example, CCTV, in physical part, we can say security, that is CCTV is one of the part of actually preventive forensics. So we can prevent some of the frauds. Earlier actually our eminent person was talking about actually how we can inculcate or we can install some new mechanism so that we can identify. We are the red signals, but he was telling actually how we can have some sensors digital sensors or some other sensors. There are some financial modelings also through which actually we can identify the rate signals and immediately that can be given. Now some of the banks and financial institutions are installing such. So these 2 days actually we have devoted for a lot of deliberation and discussions, that modus operandi, technology being used by the criminals, and actually what are the corrupt practices. Not fraud is not only this financial fraud, but there are a lot of corrupt practices which are involving indirect financial frauds. So the frauds is like misuse of assets. Okay, these are simple, from office property, vehicles to anyone. Actually, these are also different types of fraud. They are not actually, people are not taking cognizance. They are very simple, but they are different types of frauds. If somebody is using, my officer or my boss is using vehicle for personal purpose, so I cannot actually expect that my clerk or my other officers will be honest. But they see that, they take the actually lessons, or they think that my boss is, or my officer is misusing the assets or indirectly involved in the frauds. So these people may also get some temptation to the such, incur such type of frauds. So these last 2 days we have seen, so now our other dignitaries, they will also share their experiences. So after that actually we'll have one by one points we'll discuss here. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jonare, for a wonderful expedition on the subject. So we'll right away start with Shri Dhananjay Singh, who is from CBIC. Mr. Singh, my basic impetus to you would be to ensure what basic points you have seen when you conduct an investigation, and you see what are the fallacies which should be noticed by all investigators sitting here.
Thank you and good afternoon, everybody. Most important are the student community, because they have a lot of things, and you know India is full of youth. More than 65% of India's population is less than 35 years of age, and we are enjoying a demographic dividend at the moment till 2035. So the onus is on the youth. And I understand that we have a cross-cutting community of students from management, from financial accounting, fraud accounting. So addressing the question that has been posed to me, I will also like to customize my content to the interest of the students. So at the foremost, I would like to share that some of the lived experiences and the professional experiences that I had was as Deputy Commissioner of GST in Baroda, where I served, and thereafter as Deputy Commissioner in Customs at Mundra Port. So deriving some experiences from those, I can understand that the professional community, that is the chartered community, has a major role to play. And they are the custodians of the financial statements, and they perform a public duty. And we understand from basic economics that safeguarding the financial statements or the financial propriety or the integrity of the documents is a public good. And it has become very, very important in present times, because we understand that India is having a lot of stake on increasing its economic muscle. You would be understanding all the policies of the government are oriented towards multidimensional development in Make in India, strengthening the manufacturing base of the country, because we are all aiming at increasing the job opportunities for the youth. So that can come when we are able to generate economic value. And as you all know, everything boils down to generating economic value. So even the professional contribution by the chartered community or by the students as they adopt their professions becomes very important. So some of the examples which I can quote just as a sample for case study are where the forensic accounting came into perspective was when I had an occasion to understand the matter as Deputy Commissioner in GST in Baroda, was when I handled the Diamond Power Transformers Limited. Most of you would be aware of the matter, and but that occasion, it was an occasion to understand the importance of forensic accounting. So I had the occasion to go through the forensic analysis report given by a professional And then it was actually a great value add for us to understand the various aspects where the diversion of funds had taken place. So from that perspective, I can say that each of us can add value to the process. And at the end of the day, some things, having a bigger picture becomes very, very important. Because investigation, as very rightly pointed out by the chair, boils down to proving in a court of law. So every bit of it has to get converted in a prosecutable evidence. And it also has a direct bearing on the professionalism of all the stakeholders, including the department and other stakeholders. So in that perspective, I would like to say that the students have a major role to play, because once they go for internship, and many of the departments and organizations are offering internship, where you can work on live projects given by them, then you will have a good occasion to understand, and later on start your own startups who are able to customize solutions to the various stakeholders. And you know, government is a major service provider. So that is where a business opportunity also is there. And many of the youth can have a startup idea which caters to some of the needs which the government departments have. And you will find out that majority of the stakeholders on the government side are floating internships, wherein they invite the students to do a live project with them. And some of the examples I can quote is that you will come to know where you will come to know the other aspects of the theoreticals, because theory and practice both go together. Another aspect from customs I would like to say is that we have to always have a bigger picture, because once in customs you understand that you are dealing with international trade, but at the end of the day we have to also realize that we are building up a forex. We are also building up export opportunities and also the domestic economy. So if we are looking from the investigation point of view, there may be cases of overvaluation, undervaluation, which are hurting the Indian economy. And there may be cases of fly-by-night operators who may do the export transaction or the import transaction and disappear. So here comes the forensic aspect, and best part is prevention. Because the administrative cost involved in recovering that loss becomes a very major cost to the public exchequer. If we are able to have preventive mechanisms, which we are discussing all throughout the session, internal controls, becomes very important. That will help to avoid the administrative costs that will be incurred later on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. You pointed out a very pertinent thing, the control environment. We have to understand one thing very clearly. The moment controls become a little less sane, the level of fraud goes up. We have to accept one thing very candidly. A fraudster is always more intelligent than all of us. You may frame a process. The fraudster will focus where the process has to be breached. There is a saying that no chain can be stronger than its weakest point. No process can be better than its weakest point, where there is a loophole which can be breached. He very essentially spoke about customs and how one needs to save the money from exchequers. You are aware that earlier when you made exports, you got duty drawbacks. तो आप कपड़े की कर्तन समझते हैं? बड़े बड़े कंटेनर्स के अंदर कपड़ों की कर्तनें भेजकर उनसे ड्यूटी ड्रॉबैक लेने की कोशिश करेगी. A big loss to the exchequer. आज भी अब चाइना से जब इंपोर्ट करते हैं, अंडर वैल्यूएशन इज डन. 100 rupees item is shown as 1 rupee and duty is paid at that amount because you have to pay the import duty. Fraud is something that can emerge from anywhere. You need to have an intelligent mind and a bad conscience and greed that drives you to defraud others. So Mr. Dhananjay has, in a very scintillating fashion, brought out the fallacies which needs to be taken care by an investigator. As an investigator, you have to first sit down and make the scheme of things in your mind. Don't stick with it. You have to create a scheme and work on that. So the second gentleman I would like to call for expressing his views is Mr. Nitesh from SEBI. Mr. Nitesh, I would request you to focus on regulatory aspects and how small regulatory lapses could ultimately turn into larger corporate frauds. That is all yours.
Thank you. Am I audible? Am I audible? Okay. So before answering that, it is, I'm sure this aspect is known to most people, but see, the economic prosperity of the country is paramount, because this is what will get the government resources to spend on, say, internal security, be it police machinery, be it welfare spending. So therefore, unless there's economic prosperity, we wouldn't be able to prosper as a nation. Now, so for the economy to prosper, it is important we have good markets. And we would have good markets only if there is participation from all people. And in this perspective, people would come into the markets only if they feel protected. Now, having said that, I would give a small example. Now, there are companies who would try and show a rosy picture. So if they have to manipulate their accounts, what they would do is probably have a foreign subsidiary. Now, we as auditor, when I say we, because I'm also a chartered accountant, so we as auditors, when we look at accounts, it's very easy to say, give a disclaimer that the financials of a foreign subsidiary have been audited by another auditor. I am not getting into that audit. I am relying on his work. I'm relying on a work of an expert. However, if this constitutes, say, about 80% of the assets, or say 80% of the revenue, or say for that matter, so the point I was trying to make here is, it's easy to give a disclaimer, say I've relied upon an expert, and simply base your opinion based on what another auditor has opined, when more so a significant portion of your assets as well as your income statements comprises of a foreign operation. So we've seen cases where people have relied, and we've also seen certain auditors putting this across that if I have to rely on this statement, either it has to be an auditor appointed by myself who's going to go and audit it there in that jurisdiction, or I would rather go there, do the audit, and then sign off the accounts. So this particular aspect has kicked off one issue in a listed company, which ended up bringing out a big scam wherein the entire 80% of the operations and the balance sheet which is there in a foreign subsidiary was non-existent. So it is about being vigilant, and yes, it's easy to give disclaimers, but we should also, deep in our hearts, we have to somewhere have a conviction saying, yes, this opinion that I'm giving is true to myself. And that's when you would, do justice to it. Having said that, investigation again is an art which cannot be taught. However, when you start looking at these cases and working on it themselves, that's when you learn things. And it's about the conviction that you would have, and you try all possible, because Amitji was here in the morning, he was explaining so many cases in such a short time. But those cases would have taken years together to, kind of crack those cases. So accounting frauds, these are probably limited to a few ratios. once those ratios are looked at and then you start drilling down, it's easier to find them. But when you look at it in a global scenario, these becomes complex. But that's where we need to get into the details and try to find out what are the areas which can be really gone in depth into.
Thank you, Mr. Bhandari, for a very excellent disposition. I would share a couplet with you, which will try to bring forth the thought process of a investigator. एक उर्दू में बड़ी अच्छी मसल है कि आसमां पे किसी के ठिकाने नहीं होते, आसमां पे किसी के ठिकाने नहीं होते, जो जमीन के नहीं होते वो कहीं के नहीं होते. If you are not able to effectively understand the ground realities, you can never be a good investigator. He very pertinently brought out what are the fallacies which a chartered accountant notices. There are two types of mindsets. One, when I'm doing an audit, I want to very amply tell you, when you do an audit, there is no guarantee that there is no fraud. जोनार साहब ने कहा मेरे घर में खाना खाइए, आजकल तो दिल्ली रहते हैं, मैं खाना खाऊं तो मुझे कोई सस्पेंशन नहीं, खाने में कुछ खराब है. और कल जोनार साहब के नंदा साहब आपको निपटाने की तैयारी कर रहा हूं, मेरे घर खाना खाने आओ, तो मैं कैसे खाना खाऊंगा? When you are going with an investigative bent of mind, and I would like to tell you one thing which I can't share here because of confidentiality, but the top premier boss of SEBI wants something on platter which is called digital assurance. फ्रॉड कहां पर होता है? मेरी टर्नओवर 20,000 करोड़ है, मैं लगता हूं 2 लाख करोड़, मेरे पास एम्प्लॉय 500 हैं जो 70 में हुआ. I write I have 5,000 employees. There is a concept called digital assurance, जिसका हमने पेपर परसों सेबी चेयरमैन को प्रेजेंट किया. उसमें क्या करते हैं? आप कुछ भी लिखते रहिए, ये बैठे हैं साहब सीबीआईसी से, मैं इनका पोर्टल देखूंगा कि मेरी जीएसटी की कितनी टर्नओवर है, मैं अपनी कंपनी कुछ भी टर्नओवर बताऊं. He has the right data. I am making exports, जैसा साहब ने बताया अभी नितेश जी ने. I go and meet DGFT. DGFT will give me a record. Satyam said it has so many FDRs, no issue, I will directly go to the bank. And the regulator will empower me as an auditor. The best form of evidence is an external evidence. And this external evidence, you can check each and every item of balance sheet and profit or loss account except two things. One is depreciation and second is employee benefit. मैं depreciation कितना % काट रहा हूँ ये कोई रिकॉर्डिंग के ही नहीं है, या मैं अपने एम्प्लॉय को क्या बेनिफिट दे रहा हूँ. आई मे गिव माय एम्प्लॉय 300% बोनस. उसके अलावा हर चीज you can view by way of digital assurance, which will at a larger scale arrest frauds. We need to understand that frauds are perpetrated by very intelligent minds, and therefore your intelligentsia, your contemporary knowledge has to be larger than the person who's committing the fraud. I have with me Shri P.K. Kaushik, a man who has conducted so many investigations by his bare hands and who has been awarded the prestigious Police Medal Award. So I would request Mr. Kaushik to come out with his views as a man on the job, hands-on job on investigation, and what are certain areas which entices him. Over to Mr. Kaushik.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, first of all, to the entire team of the National Forensic Science University to give me an opportunity to be present before you, all the statutory, I can say the statutory body of the country. I believe that all the chartered accountants before whom I am sitting today are the statutory auditors as per the act passed by the parliament. So the first hand responsibility about an applicant who is applying for a loan to the bank, or they are auditing some company for annual, making their annual reports, etc. So in many of the loan applications or in accounting or in auditing, there are lot many things which you people knows very well, and many a times I have found them fake and forged. And this is what I am telling you on this dais, because I would not name those my friends who have been convicted in my cases. I have got conviction against 2 of the chartered accountants, very senior. Now they are at the age of around 75. The cases belongs to, I can say, 96 to 98, when the forgery was done. Now you see, when the offense is reported to any investigating agency, and such an old instance where we find difficulty to get hold the documents, to get hold the witnesses to come out to narrate the incidents, who will prove that document, whether it is fake, forged, or it is a genuine, original one. So, just a small suggestion to all my friends here, that this responsibility lies upon your shoulders. You can pick your client कि भैया मैं नहीं करूँगा ये. Because at the end of the day, now you can see in every financial institutions, any, I am talking about any, including the governments. And here, the IRS officers, the SEBI officers, I am sitting with, in the earlier sessions you have seen the income tax officers also. So there are so many eyes upon each and every act of every individual and every company. So that's why I'm pressing it कि we should go by the originality, genuinity, so that we are not escalating the worth of any entity, any company, any person whatsoever. When, as you can see from the news and from many medias, you have access to many things, that when any investigating agency investigates a case and finds that the officers, the persons who are responsible to check those instances are found liable for those instances. So that is a very awkward situation before an investigator or even to the senior officers. That at that point of time we have to think that what was the need to do that. So this is the question to you yourself whenever any such situation arises. So please take my this opinion. This is my own hands-on experience. I am very younger to many of you people and many officers on the dais, less experience, but not even that less. I have 17 years of investigation experience in India, in abroad, in bringing back the fugitives from abroad, investigating offenses in the Dharavi, Mumbai. You must know Dharavi, what kind of situations are there. You can take on the any Mudra port. We have visited some 15, 16 years ago. I can name, you give me the name of any institution, I will give you an example of case over there. But as I was saying, that is a very awkward situation when we find those activities there. So that is my only suggestion to the dignitaries available here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Kaushik. 17 years of experience is a great experience. You can never undermine the experience of investigator. The varied circumstances in which he conducts investigations and the inferences he draws लेकिन हमें एक शाश्वत सत्य को हमेशा याद रखना है, जब तक सूरज रहेगा तब तक फ्रॉडस्टर भी रहेंगे और इन्वेस्टिगेटर भी रहेंगे। अगर इतना इल्म अपने कॉन्शियस का होता तो हिंदुस्तान में रामराज हो जाता, जो कतई नहीं होगा। हर बढ़ते हुए दिन के साथ फ्रॉड्स में बढ़ोतरी होगी। आप देखिए, विद द एडवेंट ऑफ कोविड you shifted to technology, but frauds have increased many-fold. मैं फ्रॉड का एग्जांपल देता हूं। मैं हेथ्रो एयरपोर्ट गया, वहां पर जूते पॉलिश करते हैं बहुत बेहतर तरीके से, पैर रखने की जगह होती है। आप अपना राइट पैर रखते हैं जूते पॉलिश करके, जब लेफ्ट पैर रखते हैं तो तब छोड़ता है जब आप उसमें $1 का कॉइन डालते हैं। फ्रॉडस्टर ने नया तरीका इजाद कर लिया, वो एक मशीन से एक लेफ्ट को डालते हैं और दूसरे मशीन में दूसरे राइट को डाल के चलते फिरते हैं। जो अगला आदमी पहला पैर रखता है उसको जकड़ लेता है वो। सो फ्रॉडस्टर और दिमाग के अंदर खुराफात, उत्पात हमेशा जारी रहेगा। अब बात करें अगर शुरू के दिनों की, त्रेता युग, द्वापर युग, सतयुग, कलयुग, fraudster will always remain, and investigators like Mr. Kaushik will always remain, who would use their thought process to ensure that the country is not defrauded. हमारे आखिरी साहब यादव साहब कहते हैं ना, मुट्ठी भर उजाले की ख्वाहिश की थी, मुट्ठी भर उजाले की ख्वाहिश की थी, मेहरबान ने तो आफताब दे दिया। यादव साहब का एक्सपीरियंस हम सबको एक नई राह दिखाएगा। मैं आपको एक बात बता सकता हूं कि इन सब के एक्सपीरियंसेस को अगर आप नोट करें, इट विल हेल्प यू बिकम अ ग्रेट इन्वेस्टिगेटर। यादव साहब, द डायल इज ऑल योर्स।
Speaking while sitting, I think it's a disrespect to podium. So I opted for this podium. शुरुआत में नंदा साहब ने 4 बातें कही थी। अकाउंटिंग प्रिंसिपल फॉलो करिए, वैल्यूएशन देखिए, क्रिएटिव व्हीकल देखिए, एविडेंसेस अप्रिशिएट करिए। पूरा फ्रॉड इन्वेस्टिगेशन इसी 4 में समाया हुआ है। दिस शोज हिज एक्सपीरियंस। मैंने अपनी लाइफ में, प्रोफेशनल करियर में लगभग 10 साल में प्योर इन्वेस्टिगेशन में रहा हूँ। And I have investigated from bureaucrat to politician to real estate to manufacturer, what else you can say, to fraudster, to bank, everyone. I'll narrate the story of fraud with example of certain case study that will, I think you will appreciate better in a better way. Fraud, नंदा साहब ने बताया, fraud होता नहीं है, fraud तो किया जाता है, फ्रॉड कभी होता नहीं। और विद ड्यू रिस्पेक्ट टू ऑल चार्टर्स, नेग्लिजेंस और कनाइवेंस में बहुत थिन लाइन होती है। हम जब देखते हैं तो नेग्लिजेंस और कनाइवेंस में बहुत सी थिन लाइन हमको मिलती है। 90% ऑफ द चार्टर्स आर नेग्लिजेंट। उसका रीज़न ये है कि उनके पास टाइम नहीं है और ना हिंदुस्तान में उतनी फीस मिलती है कि आप उतना टाइम दें। हम एक केस को इन्वेस्टिगेट करते हैं, इनकम टैक्स में साल भर लगता है। मुझे नहीं लगता कि आप इतना टाइम देते हैं किसी केस के ऑडिट पे। तो आपके जो कम समय देते हैं उसकी सज़ा हम भुगतते हैं जब इन्वेस्टिगेट करने लगते हैं। तो हमको बहुत मेहनत करनी पड़ती है। आपके सामने सब कुछ होता है, हमारे पास एक ट्रिगर होता है, बस केवल एक ट्रिगर होता है जहाँ से हम शुरू करते हैं इन्वेस्टिगेशन, और हम उसको हाइपोथेसाइज करते हैं, डेवलप करते हैं, फिर कुछ एविडेंस मिलते हैं, डिस्कार्ड करते हैं, फिर नया एविडेंस खोजते हैं, फिर उसको अप्रिशिएट करते हैं। इट टेक्स लॉट ऑफ टाइम। मैं 2 स्टोरी केवल बताऊँगा आपको, उस पर आपको फ्रॉड का थोड़ा सा आइडिया हो जाएगा फॉर यंगर पीपल। I was additional director in one of the city in Uttar Pradesh. Many people must be knowing STRs, suspicious transaction reports. Demonetization was one of the most important cleansing program of financial institution of India. तो demonetization टाइम में एक हमारे पास STR आई, इसमें 1.6 करोड़ का ट्रांजेक्शन था। तो उसको हमने डेवलप करना शुरू किया। तो विद इन 15 डेज हमने उसको डेवलप किया। 600 करोड़ का ट्रांजेक्शन हमको मिला विद इन स्पैन ऑफ 22 डेज। तो थोड़ा सा ट्रिगर हमको हुआ कि ये तो कुछ ज़्यादा ही हो रहा है। जब हमने उस फर्स्ट STR होल्डर अकाउंट होल्डर को ट्रेस किया तो ही वाज फाउंड इन आज़ादपुर मंडी एरिया। वहाँ पे एक छोटा सा सब्जी मंडी में एक कमरे में 4 लड़के रहते थे, उसमें एक लड़का रहता था। हमने फुल फ्लेजेड सर्च करी सर, इवन इंक्लूडिंग बैंक। हमने एक्सिस बैंक का अकाउंट था, उसके बैंक के अकाउंट बैंक पे भी हमने सर्वे करा, बहुत ह्यू कराई हुआ, आपने बैंक कवर कर दिया, बैंक कवर कर दिया, बट माय चेयरमैन वाज विथ मी, तो हमको ऐसा कोई डर भी नहीं लगा कि कर दिया तो कर दिया। जब हमने कवर किया तो वाई आई एम नरेटिंग दिस स्टोरी, बिहाइंड एवरी फ्रॉड देयर इज अ फ्रॉडस्टर, देयर वेर सम फैसिलिटेटर जो उस पर कनाइव्ड होते हैं, कुछ ऐसे होते हैं जो मजबूर होते हैं, कुछ ऐसे होते हैं जो नेग्लिजेंट होते हैं। ये 4 कैटेगरी एज एन इन्वेस्टिगेटर हमको पहचानने की ज़रूरत होती है। तो इस स्टोरी में वो लड़का जो था, ही वॉज फ्रॉम बिहार, तो उसको एग्जामिन करने के बाद हमारे पास लाए, तो मैंने कहा भाई क्यों करता तू ऐसा, कितना पैसा तुझे मिला था? करा साहब 10,000 रुपये महीना मुझे मिलता है इस अकाउंट के लिए। तो हमने कहा 20 दिन के अकाउंट के तुमका कितना मिला? कहा 10,000। आपके तो जेल जाएगा। तो करा, तो उसने जो स्टोरी बताई थी वो एवरीबडी वन शुड नो। उसने कहा साहब गाँव में मेरी फादर की डेथ हो गई है, मेरे 2 छोटे भाई बहन हैं, यहाँ 8,000 रुपये कमाता हूँ, 2,000 भेजता था घर, इस महीने में 12,000 भेज दूंगा। ये उसकी मजबूरी थी, जो जानते हुए फ्रॉड कर रहा है। वो जानता है कि मैं फ्रॉड कर रहा हूँ, नहीं कर रहा है। मैंने पूछा तुम जानते हो गलत है? कहा हाँ सब जानता हूँ, मेरे नाम से अकाउंट खुल रहा है, मेरे से मतलब नहीं, तो फ्रॉड गलत तो ही है। एक वो आदमी था। दूसरा बंदा था जो बैंक में जिसने अकाउंट ओपनिंग में फैसिलिटेट कराया, उसको हमने फिर बाद में CVO के दिया, ही इज सस्पेंडेड। ही वॉज अलॉन्ग विद द पर्सन जो जिसको हम टेक्निकल टर्म में एंटी ऑपरेटर बोलते हैं, बाकी रहता तो हम ही आप में से कोई एक रहता है। वो दोनों हैंड इन ग्लव्स थे। करीब 60 अकाउंट खुलवाए, 60 अकाउंट में 600 करोड़ रुपया जमा हुआ डिमोनेटाइजेशन पीरियड में। वो 600 करोड़ से एक ज्वेलर के पास गया, ज्वेलर ने गोल्ड और उसके गोल्ड के सिक्के और ब्रिक सप्लाई, दिस वाज द होल केस। तो मेरा पॉइंट ये है कि ये रनिंग केस था, लाइव केस था, जिसमें हमने कैश को ट्रेल करा, कहाँ कैश जा रहा है, किसके पास जा रहा है, सब कुछ हमने ट्रेस किया था। तो इस स्टोरी को बताने का मेरा उद्देश्य ये था कि वी ऑल, हम रेगुलेटर हैं, गवर्नमेंट के रेगुलेटर, आप भी रेगुलेटर हैं, तो एज अ रेगुलेटर आपको विजिलेंट रहना बहुत ज़रूरी है और टाइम देना ज़रूरी है। आप टाइम दीजिए। आप जो है शायद कम टाइम दे रहे हैं, अगर मेरे से ज़्यादा योग्यता आपके अंदर है, आपने तो पढ़ाई करी, हम तो MSc बॉटनी है, हम जो कुछ सीखा आप ही लोगों से सीखा है, यहाँ आने के बाद सीखा। तो ये चीज़ें जो है आपको विजिलेंट, अगर थोड़ा सा विजिलेंट रहें तो इस तरह के फ्रॉड नहीं होते हैं। और अगर वो लड़के को किसी ने बताया होता है कि नहीं बेटा ये इसके रेमिफिकेशन ज़्यादा हैं, तो शायद वो लड़का ना आता। भाई 7 अकाउंट का अकाउंट होल्डर था वो, तो वो अगर न मिला होता, कम से कम 600 का 300 होता, 400 होता, 600 का फ्रॉड ना होता। ये मेरा इनकम टैक्स एक्सपीरियंस था। उसके बाद फिर मैं जब SFIO में आया तो आई थॉट कि मैं 8 साल इन्वेस्टिगेशन किया, मुझे इन्वेस्टिगेशन बहुत आता है। तो फिर यहाँ आने के बाद एक अलग दुनिया है, कॉर्पोरेट फ्रॉड का तो स्केल ही बहुत बड़ा है। द डे आई स्टार्टेड विद SFIO आई थॉट इट्स माई मनी, पब्लिक मनी है, चाहे वो बैंक में है, चाहे पब्लिक से पॉन्जी स्कीम में पब्लिक से वसूला है। बैंक से अगर पैसा गया है तो मेरा पैसा है। मैं अगर होम इंटरेस्ट रेट ऑन माई हाउसिंग लोन अगर ज़्यादा दे रहा हूँ बिकॉज ऑफ दीज फ्रॉडस्टर्स, इस इंटेंट के साथ मैंने काम शुरू किया था। एंड आई हैव लॉट ऑफ बिगर फ्रॉड्स ऑफ इंडिया अंडर इन्वेस्टिगेशन, तो वो तो हम नहीं डिस्कस करेंगे, बट आई विल नरेट सम स्टोरीज फ्रॉम मिस्टर नंदाज पॉइंट। वैल्यूएशन, वैल्यूएशन इज वन ऑफ द मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट टूल विच अ फ्रॉडस्टर यूज। वो क्या करता है कि पैसे भेजा बाहर, कुछ खरीदा, जेन्युइन ट्रांजैक्शन है, उसने एक्विजिशन करा, फिर उसके बाद एक सब्सिडी वहाँ और बनाई, उसकी वैल्यूएशन कम कराई, फिर अपनी सब्सिडी में उसने उस एसेट को ट्रांसफ़र कर दिया। हमारे तो 2,000 करोड़ गए, उसने 100 करोड़ में वहाँ ट्रांसफ़र कर लिया। तो 1,900 करोड़ रुपया कहाँ जाएगा? 1,900 करोड़ टैक्स वसूलने में हम इनकम टैक्स वालों में बड़ी मेहनत करनी पड़ती, वो चला गया। तो वैल्यूएशन जो नंदा साहब ने मैंने शुरुआत में कहा कि 4 पॉइंट जो इन्होंने दिए उसमें 90% फ्रॉड कवर हो रहा है, बट उसके लिए हमको बड़ी मेहनत करनी पड़ती है। आपको जो मेहनत करनी पड़ रही है वो शायद अगर आप जितना मेहनत करें उतनी हमारी मेहनत कम हो जाएगी। मेरा तो ये मानना है कि वी बोथ आर कम्प्लीमेंट्री टू ईच अदर। लैंग्वेज गलत हो सकती है कि मतलब आप नेग्लिजेंट हो सकते हैं, या आपके पास 100 ऑडिट है, आपने 10 ऑडिट अच्छे करे, 90 ऑडिट अच्छे करे, 10 आपने टाइम नहीं दिया, तो हो सकता है उसी में से कोई फ्रॉड निकल आया। तो यू कैन नॉट बी ब्लेम्ड दैट कि नहीं आपने सब गलत काम करें। मेरा ये इंटेंट नहीं है, बट यस हमको जो काम मिला है उसके साथ हमको चूँकि फ्रॉड का ही केस मिला है ना, तो हमारे पास एक फ्रॉड का केस है, उसमें हम देखेंगे तो हम अगर ये मान लें कि नहीं चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट अच्छे से काम नहीं किया है, तो ये भी गलत है। तो नेग्लिजेंस एंड थोड़ा विजिलेंट अगर रहेंगे तो बहुत सी समस्याएं सॉल्व हो जाएंगी। दूसरा एक केस है हमारे पास, यू अप्रिशिएट, हमने देखा कि एक पर्टिकुलर लैंड पार्सल था, बड़ा लैंड पार्सल था, तो वो लैंड पार्सल जेन्युइन वैल्यूएशन हुआ, ट्रांसफ़र हुआ, एक नई कंपनी में चला गया, उसके नए डिफरेंट शेयर होल्डर हैं। तो शुरू में मेरे पास जब मेरी टीम लेके आई कि सर ये तो जेन्युइन ट्रांजैक्शन लग रहा है और लैंड वैल्यू कराई गई है, वैल्यूएशन ठीक ठाक वैल्यूएशन लग रही है, और जो बुक वैल्यू थी उससे ऑलमोस्ट 4 टाइम्स उसकी वैल्यूएशन थी, तो आई थॉट इट्स अ गुड वैल्यूएशन। लेकिन मैंने कहा कि फिर फ्रॉड किया कहाँ इसने, कहीं तो फ्रॉड किया होगा। तो हमने कहा एक बैंक स्टेटमेंट मेरे पास लेके आना, तो जो नए शेयर होल्डर थे उनके बैंक स्टेटमेंट मंगाए मैंने। एट द टाइम ऑफ एक्विजिशन ऑफ शेयर ऑफ दैट कंपनी, हमने देखा कि पैसे ट्रांसफ़र होके आ रहे हैं 10 दिन पहले, फिर वो शेयर एक्वायर किए जा रहे हैं। फिर बैकवर्ड लिंकेजेस हमने बनाई, यू विल सरप्राइज कि वो पैसा वहीं से आ रहा है जिस कंपनी से हम लैंड ट्रांसफ़र करा रहे हैं। तो बेसिकली दिस वाज डिजाइन टू साइफन ऑफ असेट फ्रॉम अ फ्रॉडस्टर कंपनी टू अ न्यू कंपनी टू प्रोटेक्ट द इंटरेस्ट ऑफ दैट फ्रॉडस्टर। एक असेट हमारे पास है, मैं फ्रॉड हूँ, मेरे पास एक असेट है, उस असेट को मुझे बचाना है, तो उस असेट को मैं ट्रांसफ़र कर रहा हूँ कहीं और। आपको 100 करोड़ रुपया चाहिए ना उस असेट को एक्वायर करने के लिए, उसने बुक में बहुत अच्छा करा है। अब इसको एक चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट कहाँ से पकड़ेगा? एज इन्वेस्टिगेटर, एज रेगुलेटर मैं पकड़ सकता हूँ, क्योंकि मेरे पास मैंडेट है, मेरे पास वही करना है मुझे। चार्टर्ड अकाउंट देखेगा हाँ बुक से ट्रांसफर वैल्यूएशन सही हुई है, और वैल्यूएशन सही होने के बाद शेयर इस कंपनी के इस बंदे ने एक्वायर किए हैं, उनकी अकाउंट्स में सोर्स है, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा यहीं तो जाओगे आप, और कहाँ जाओगे? तो ये कहना कि आप नेग्लिजेंट हैं, ये भी मैं नहीं मानता। फ्रॉडस्टर हमसे आपसे बहुत स्मार्ट है, वो जब तक जो है इन्वेस्टिगेशन हम शुरू नहीं करते तब तक तो बड़ा मुश्किल होता है कि आप, बट यस देयर आर सम इंस्टांसेस जहाँ पे आपके नेग्लिजेंस का हम बहुत खामियाजा भुगतते हैं। दोनों बातें मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूँ कि जहाँ आप नेग्लिजेंट हैं वो भी मैं नरेट करना चाह रहा हूँ। कुछ केसेज आपने देखे होंगे एमटीटी के, या जो है डोमेस्टिक में भी टर्नओवर के केसेज होते हैं। ढेर सारा ग्रुप कंपनी बना के टर्नओवर बढ़ा के वो गया, बैंक से सैंक्शन करा, लोन लेके साइफन ऑफ करा, या मल्टीपल फाइनेंसिंग ऑफ सिमिलर असेट्स, सेम असेट्स। इस तरह की चीज़ें आप लोग मेरे ख्याल से चेक कर सकते हैं। इस ऑडिटर को अगर थोड़ा सा जो है ध्यान दें तो ये सब चीज़ें चेक कर सकते हैं, रोक सकते हैं, इस तरह के फ्रॉड रोक सकते हैं। और कुछ जो इंस्टेंसेज आपको बताऊं मैं, एक कंपनी है, नॉट नेम दैट कंपनी, company was constituted at the same time within 1 year he formed another subsidiary in an overseas jurisdiction, माल प्रोड्यूस करा, बैंक से लोन लिया, माल प्रोड्यूस करा, 500 करोड़ का माल पूरा का पूरा एक्सपोर्ट कर दिया अपनी सब्सिडरी को, उसको डेटर दिखाया और यहाँ से कंपनी वाइंड अप किया, वो चला गया उसी देश में, खुद चला गया। अब जब आदमी शुरुआत से ही उसका इंटेंट ही था फ्रॉड करने का, तो उसको तो ना आप पकड़ पाएंगे ना मैं पकड़ पाऊंगा। माय पॉइंट इज, आई एम एक्सटेंडिंग नंदा साहब से व्यू, फ्रॉडस्टर इज ऑलवेज 10 स्टेप अहेड अगेंस्ट बिफोर अस। हमको भी उसी तरह से सोचना पड़ेगा। कौशिक साहब अप्रिशिएट करें, पुलिस के आदमी हैं, कि पुलिस जब तक क्रिमिनल की तरह नहीं सोचती तब तक वो हार्डकोर क्रिमिनल को पकड़ नहीं पाती। तो हम लोग भी जो है थोड़ा सा उनकी तरह सोचना पड़ेगा। किस भाई तो हम वही पाए हैं जो हमने देखी स्टोरी, जो हमारे सामने इन्वेस्टिगेट करा, उस तरह की केसेस हमारे पास मिले। बट आगे क्या, डिजिटाइज्ड इकॉनमी हो रही है, क्रिप्टो करेंसी है, क्या हो रहा है उसमें किसी को कुछ पता नहीं। तो आप लोगों की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है, आप लोग सब रिसर्च कर रहे हैं, अच्छी इतनी बढ़िया यूनिवर्सिटी है, इतनी फैसिलिटी है, आप लोग उस पर वर्क करिए कि यहाँ कहाँ पॉसिबिलिटी है। प्रिवेंटिव मेजर्स आर ऑलवेज बेटर दैन पोस्टमार्टम। वी आर डूइंग पोस्टमार्टम, ऑनेस्टली स्पीकिंग वी आर डूइंग पोस्टमार्टम। आप लोगों की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है, इसको थोड़ा सा प्रिवेंशन की तरफ ले जाइए तो हमारे काम थोड़े से कम होंगे। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you, Adab Saab. You pertinently brought out things which are very essential while conducting a forensic investigation. Forensic investigation एक bent of mind है, और कहते हैं कि पसीने की स्याही से जो लिखते हैं अपने मुकद्दर को, पसीने की स्याही से जो लिखते हैं अपने मुकद्दर को, उनके मुकद्दर के पन्ने कभी कोरे नहीं होते. As an investigator, if you want to understand the entire peripheria and work in accordance, हम लोग कई बार न्योता देते हैं फ्रॉड करने के लिए. मैं आपको एग्जांपल बताता हूं, दो छोटे छोटे. एक कंपनी चॉकलेट बेचती थी. वो ये कहती कि अगर आप 1 किलो चॉकलेट लेंगे तो हम आपको 30% डिस्काउंट देंगे. बिल काटने वाला बहुत बढ़िया था. पहले आदमी ने 400 ग्राम ली, बिल नहीं काटा. दूसरे ने 200 ग्राम ली, बिल नहीं काटा. तीसरे ने 200 ग्राम ली, बिल नहीं काटा. जब चौथे बंदे ने 200 ग्राम ली तो 1 किलो का बिल काटकर 30% अपनी जेब में रख लिया. हाउ इजी. आप कभी इंटरनेशनल ट्रैवल से वापस आए तो ड्यूटी फ्री शॉप पे लिकर मिल रही होती, देखा आपने कभी? और 2 बोतल एक आदमी इंटाइटल है लेने के लिए. वो कहते 4 बोतलों को तो अटैची मिलेगी, 4 वो देते नहीं. तो कौशिक साहब आ रहे हैं, मैं खड़ा हूं, मैं कौशिक साहब 2 बोतल मेरे अकाउंट में ले लो सर, प्लीज सी. हम दोनों के मिलते ही अटैची हमें मिल गई. डिफ्रॉड कौन हुआ? जो सेल्स मैक्सिमाइजेशन चाह रहा है. आपको देखना पड़ेगा कि पर्पस क्या है. अगर पर्पस डिफ्रॉड हो रहा तो फ्रॉड तो ऑटोमेटिकली हो गया ना. बहुत बेहतर बात कही यादव साहब ने कि बहुत थिन लाइन है बिटवीन नेग्लिजेंस एंड डेलिबरेट फ्रॉड्स. और आज सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज जहां पर प्रोसिक्यूशन में सारे केस फॉल लाइक ए पैक ऑफ कॉल्स इज मेंसेरिया. आप मेरी इंटेंशन कैसे बता सकते हैं? भगवान के सिवाय आप किसी आदमी का अवलोकन उसके कृत्य से कर सकते हैं, उसके कर्मों से कर सकते हैं. विचार तो मैं क्या सोच रहा हूं, हाउ डू यू नो, एक्सेप्ट गॉड. भगवान आपका अवलोकन आपके विचारों पे करता है, करने पे. आप कुछ अच्छा करना चाहिए, ना कर पाए, भगवान कहता है इंटेंशन अच्छी थी. इंसान कैसे इसका डिसीजन ले सकता है? व्हाट आई वांटेड टू डू, इट इज ओनली व्हाट आई से व्हिच कन्वेंस व्हाट आई वांटेड टू डू. अब हम फटाफट एक क्विक क्वेश्चन आंसर सेशन लेंगे, लेकिन उससे पहले मैं कौशिक साहब से कहूंगा, कौशिक साहब आपने बड़ी इन्वेस्टिगेशन करी, कहीं आपको कोई बेहतर सीए मिले जो अच्छा काम करते हैं? बताइए ना साहब.
या थैंक यू सर. बताना चाह रहा था, लेकिन पहले जो क्वेश्चन था वो इन्वेस्टिगेशन से रिलेटेड था. अभी इन्वेस्टिगेशन का ही, इसी क्वेश्चन का आंसर इन्वेस्टिगेशन से ही देंगे. नाम नहीं लेना चाहूंगा, नहीं तो मार्केटिंग हो जाएगी सीए की फर्म की. एक केस था, नाम बता दूंगा केस का, सर लोगों की जानकारी में होगा, बिल्कुल होगा. एम्प्लॉयज प्रोविडेंट फंड इस कॉलेज का भी होगा, आई होप सो. एक कंप्लेंट आई 2016 में कि जी 2,51,708 करोड़ रुपए का घपला हो गया. 2.5 लाख करोड़. मुझे खुद सीए से पूछना पड़ा, भैया रुपए सीधे सीधे करके बता जरा क्या होता है. बीइंग इन सीबीआई आल्सो, द एलिगेशन वाज कि जो ईपीएफओ में जो कॉर्पस फंड्स का इकट्ठा हो जाता है, अब वो गवर्नमेंट के पास पैसा आया एम्प्लॉयज का डिडक्शन का पर मंथ कंपनीज के थ्रू, डिफरेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस, डिफरेंट कंपनीज. पैसा बहुत सारा एक्यूमुलेट हो जाता है तो गवर्नमेंट उसको इन्वेस्ट करती है डिफरेंट डिफरेंट हेड्स में. सो देयर आर ईपीएफओ गाइडलाइंस टू इन्वेस्ट दैट कॉर्पस इनटू डिफरेंट फंड्स ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट, इन द फंड्स ऑफ द बैंक्स and central government institutions. There is some percentage allocated to the state projects also out of the EPFO funds. You can very well see, you all are the chartered accountants. तो जब एलिगेशन आया तो अब एलिगेशन आ गया, कंप्लेंट आ गई रिटर्न में, और उसमें हमसे पहले एक और एजेंसी इन्वॉल्व थी. अब देखें तो क्या देखें, लाखों एंट्रीज, 2,51,000 का एलिगेशन. तो अब जब ये ईपीएफओ की गाइडलाइंस और आरबीआई की गाइडलाइंस और उसमें सीबीडीटी और बहुत सारी चीज़ें, 40-50 लोगों की पार्लियामेंटेरियंस की एक कमेटी होती है, उसको हर चीज़ एकदम थोरो कोमा फुल स्टॉप के साथ एनालाइज होके सारी गाइडलाइंस और फॉर्मेशंस होते हैं. तो उसमें एक प्रोविज़न दिया हुआ है बहुत अच्छा, जो मुझे ईपीएफओ की इन्वेस्टिगेशन से पहले मेरी जानकारी में नहीं था। क्या था कि एक एक्सटर्नल ऑडिटर रखना पड़ेगा भैया आपको। कौन रखेगा? ईपीएफओ। क्यों रखेगा? कि भैया ये जो पैसा जहां जहां इन्वेस्ट हो रहा है वो एज पर गाइडलाइंस हो रहा है। गाइडलाइंस में सारे स्टेक होल्डर्स की रेशियो है, एलोकेशन ऑफ फंड्स है इन परसेंटेज, नॉट इन रुपीज, इन परसेंटेज ऑफ द कॉर्पस, एंड दैट टू डेली बेसिस। जब फर्स्ट टाइम ये देखा, गाइडलाइंस पढ़ी कंप्लेंट देखने के बाद, तो समझ में आया कि भैया डेली बेसिस पे कॉर्पस कौन निकालेगा भाई। तो अब जैसे कि पहले का नाम नहीं ले सकता, मार्केटिंग हो जाएगी फर्म की, जो एक्सटर्नल ऑडिटर अपॉइंट किए गए थे उन्होंने इतना अच्छा काम किया कि मेरे रिपोर्ट देने के बाद भी, दिस इज ऑन रिकॉर्ड, 1.5 साल तक मेरी रिपोर्ट एक्सेप्ट नहीं हुई। क्योंकि हमारी रिपोर्ट, इन्वेस्टिगेटर की रिपोर्ट देने के बाद भी वी हैव द हायरार्की, देयर आर बॉसेस, देयर आर लीगल ऑफिसर्स, सो एवरीबडी वांटेड टू सी यार इतना बड़ा घोटाला है, तुम कुछ कर नहीं रहे हो। तो जो वो हमारे एक्सटर्नल ऑडिटर, चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट फर्म के जो थे मेन, वो और उनके 3-4 असिस्टेंट लोग, वे भी चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट ही थे, वो आए। इट वॉज ए 3 days, 10 to 7 PM, 10 AM to 7, except lunch and this hour. 3 days. मैं जितना समझ पाया समझ गया था, and I have prepared my report. Later on the basis of their discussion for quite 3 long days, then my report was accepted. Now the importance. Likewise, I have earlier given a negative example. So I wanted to give this positive example as well. कि डेली बेसिस पे कॉर्पस की अवेलेबिलिटी लेना, डेली बेसिस पे एज पर गाइडलाइंस थ्रू आउट इंडिया जो कॉर्पस का एलोकेशन है उसके बेस पे इन्वेस्टमेंट को मॉनिटर करना, एटलीस्ट कोई पुलिस तो नहीं कर सकती भाई। सो दैट वाज माय ग्रेट थैंक्स टू दैट टीम एंड इवन ऑल दी फ्रेटर्निटी, ऑल दी डिलीजेंट चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स, एक्सेप्ट ए फ्यू। वो सब जगह होते हैं, मेरे डिपार्टमेंट में भी होंगे, न्यूज में आता रहता है कभी कभी सब जगह का। सो दैट इज एक्सेप्शन एंड एक्सेप्शंस आर ऑलवेज देयर। सो दिस वाज व्हाट आई वांटेड टू टेल अबाउट माय डियर ऑडिटर्स। सर एक लाइन और कहना चाहूँगा। आई होप यहाँ पे फॉरेंसिक स्टूडेंट्स होंगे, कंप्यूटर फॉरेंसिक्स। है यहाँ पर? अच्छा, okay. Yes, cyber security, computer forensics, yes. See, I am into the cybercrime investigation division as well in CBI since 2009. Attended so many training plans, training programs in CBI, in GQD Hyderabad, CFSL, FSL, and abroad also. In abroad and in India, I have given training and I have trained myself also from all the legal, computer or the many authorities. In our CBI Academy, if you can see our Academy website, you will find many training plans. I hope the RRU is here, one of the institution, and even this university also is conducting many programs for the CBI or for the investigators. So for the cyber security or computer forensic students, एक मैंने जो सीखा, earlier I was not knowing computers. I just did a training program from ET&T, a Government of India Enterprises in Delhi University North Campus, right? तो वहाँ पे जो हमारे टीचर्स थे वो एक चीज़ सिखाते थे कंप्यूटर फोरेंसिक्स में कि जो कंप्यूटर में एक्सपर्ट हो जाता है उसको हर स्टेप याद रहते हैं। पुलिस वाला क्योंकि एक कंप्यूटर का सीखा हुआ या कंप्यूटर डिग्री वाले कम होते हैं पुलिस वाले, लाइक मी, मैं बाद में सीखा हुआ हूँ भर्ती होने के बाद, तो हमको वो चीज़ याद नहीं रहती है। हमको जब हम आप लोगों को एक डिजिटल एनवायरनमेंट में एविडेंस कलेक्शन के लिए आप लोगों की टीम को साथ लेकर जाते हैं तो आप लोग उसको खटाखट कर देते हैं। डॉक्यूमेंटेशन पार्ट पे जब मैं बोलता हूं अपने एक्सपर्ट लोगों को तो वो थोड़ा सा पीछे हटते हैं कि सर आप लिख लो। तो जस्ट टू ऐड ऑन एन एक्स्ट्रा क्वालिफिकेशन टू योर डिग्री और टू योर लर्निंग्स, प्लीज लर्न अबाउट द डॉक्यूमेंटेशन, हाउ टू प्रेजेंट द केस बिफोर द कोर्ट, because after filing a charge sheet or a police report before the courts, normally a case comes after 5 to 10 years after filing the charge sheet. Till the time, suppose for the next 12-13 years, if I am filing a charge sheet today and the case has not come up for evidence, I will retire. You may switch over to any other institution, or there are so many opportunities for you people because you are the technical hands of the industry. So try to learn the documentation, because when you are involved in the process of collection of evidence, you are also a part of the investigating team of police. And you are also cited as a prosecution witness in the case. And when the case will come up for the evidence before the court, you will also be called for. So if you have not documented the process, when you were acquiring the evidence, then you may forget. And oral things are not on the record, only the documentary things are on the record. That's all at the moment I wanted to say, sir. Thank you for giving me this opportunity again, sir. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Kaushik. Two things I would like to add before I invite your questions. The first thing, the work which was done by CFM is termed as investment advisory. And you calculate NAV of all schemes on a daily basis. शाम को 5:30 बजे पूरी स्कीम की इन्वेस्टमेंट के साथ, मार्केट के साथ मार्क टू मार्क मार्जिन निकलने के बाद they give the NAV on which the entire valuation is done and which is 100% error free. Second thing I want to tell you, I was in US a month back in Nashville. There was an ACFAFI conference on fraud which was attended by over 4,000 people. I want to tell you one thing very clearly. When it comes to computer, at the institute also we have a course, FAFD, Forensic Accounting and Fraud Determination. That would empower you to use technology. आज कहीं पर एविडेंस खत्म हो जाए, टेक्नोलॉजी में एविडेंस खत्म नहीं हो सकता. मैंने एक मैसेज डाला व्हाट्सएप पे कौशिक जी को, it can always be retrieved back. I have made an email, I have eradicated that email. Data cloning से email, mobiles के हर चीज को निकाल सकते हैं. And we have data labs all across. And I want to tell you where you're sitting. NFSU has developed such sophisticated tools that sitting here you can do anything what you intend to do, right from ballistic shooting to white collar crimes. समय धीरे धीरे चलता जा रहा है, इसलिए आगे बढ़ेंगे. Your quick questions to quick gentlemen, because you have the best of the agencies here. Sir, I'll take you. First is CBI, then you have CBIC, then you have SFIO, and the last you have SEBI. Practically all regulatory agencies which cater to the investigative arm of the government of India. Yes, sir, your.
The subject of this panel discussion.
वहीं से आराम से बताएं हुजूर, relax होके बताएं.
Hello. The
Yes.
subject of this panel discussion is complex global issues in forensic accounting investigations. I think that representative of ED should have been on the dais. And as all foreign investments are coming in India through Reserve Bank of India, RBI representative should have been on the dais. Now, everybody of you, the next questions I am going to ask may escape the question saying that it is not within our purview. Still, as the questions relate to the subject, I am asking it. Sir, now as a forensic auditor, we are facing problem in getting detailed information of the transactions that are taking place through payment gateways, that is wallets. Reserve Bank of India has elaborate rules and regulations to regulate banking sector, but there is no regulation to regulate the payment get-outs, that is wallets. Point number one. Second point is that what about Bitcoin regulations? The Reserve Bank of India since last 1 year, time and again, is coming out with statement that we are going to issue some statement regulating the Bitcoin, has not come so far. Now, sir, procuring information from the foreign countries, foreign entities residing in foreign countries is very difficult for any investigating agency, including yours. That is difficulty to us as a forensic auditor also. Now, sir, we have a treaty with Swiss Bank. And under the treaty, Swiss Bank is bound to give the information sought by the government or by the court. We are not using that, we are not seeking that information from the SEBI, which I wonder why. I seek answer from you. Second thing is, sir, why we are not investigating the Malaysian route. Panama papers are out, the information they are ready to give. They have declared that any government, we are ready to cooperate with any government. Still, Indian investigating agencies are not ready, not willing to get information from these entities. I seek answers, sir.
Thank you.
Specifically to a specific question.
Thank you much. Thank you, sir, for so excellent questions. Who would like to respond from the panelists? I would request them to kindly come.
सर, आपके कई क्वेश्चन थे, अब आगे पीछे हो सकते हैं, जितना मैं बता पा रहा हूँ. There is a clear mechanism for transfer of information from various countries with India. There is agreement. We call it mutual legal assistance treaty with various countries. We as an investigator send a request through MHA. In SFIU, we send through MHA. In income tax, we have our own division which process the information. And we are getting information, we are processing information. That's not the problem. We are getting evidences also. Second point, second thing, there is an organization, Egmont, the Association of Countries. They come across to share the financial intelligence. They give, we have in India, FIU, IND. They give information about the Egmont countries. If transaction is with Egmont countries, there are a lot of countries there. So those intelligence, when we receive, we process with the books of account, the other evidences which are in our possession. So the transfer of information or mutual assistance is not a question now. We are getting information, we are processing those information. As far as Bitcoin and what I used, you told us, no? Bitcoin, it's a I already told it's a developing new area. RBI has to come up with guidelines. Let them come up, we'll follow that. What else you asked?
Wallet, sir, payment get out.
Payment gateway, you can brief. I don't have idea of payment gateway. I have not come across with any case of payment gateway.
Just to add to Sir's point, with regard to exchange of information, SEBI is also part of IOSCO, where there is a proper process followed, just like MLAT that he explained. There is an IOSCO MMOU, which is now enhanced to enhanced MMOU, wherein a lot of data, if there is a securities market related fraud, then there is an exchange of information. You have to make out a possible case, and that's when the information exchange happens. And let me tell you, even with jurisdictions such as Switzerland, we've been having exchange of information much earlier, even before the income tax MOU that happened, the black money MOU that happened. And with regard to payment gateway, SEBI also insists, just limiting myself to my SEBI, it limits that SEBI registered intermediaries cannot accept payments through payment gateways. It has to be direct payment from the respective investor.
May I add, sir? Thank you. Sir, with regard to the payment gateways, we have all the information and we can get any information from any of the payment gateway if that matter is a subject matter of inquiry or some investigation. Number one. So CBI or any other investigating agency, even your Gandhinagar police is capable to do that. Right, number one. Number two, the bitcoins, as sir has said, and sir already knows that rules and regulations are being framed. So in this regard, I can say on behalf of my agency that framing of any rules or regulation or making any legislation is on the part of the government. So in that way, I would follow the rules and regulations or the legislations passed by the government. 2. Number 3, Swiss banks you have mentioned. The information which has been escalated in the news that Swiss bank has given this much of list, etc., that is not the first part of investigation till the time the allegation comes to the investigating agency. If somebody is not reporting the incident that this has happened and this has been done, and some preliminary inquiries are being conducted so as to know whether that transaction or that details would be a part of the criminal investigation to be launched. So before that also, no investigating agency can interfere, because the exchange of information is between the government to government, not with any agency. Sir, I would request Yadav sir or Dhananjay sir, if I am saying something wrong, kindly correct me.
The agreement between governments for exchange of information imposes a lot of restrictions. We are providing this information, but you cannot use for criminal investigation, you cannot use for the civil proceedings. These are the agreements between government to government. We as an enforcement agency, what we do normally, we process a case knowing that X person his name has come in the Panama leaks. We process his other issues, other information, we launch an investigation. That information we can use as a lead to establish, but we cannot directly confront those information which came to us through Panama leak or whatsoever. Because there is a disclosure agreement between two governments, the sender of information and recipient of information. We are bound by the global laws.
Thank you, Mr. Yadav. The most important thing which you need to know is that investigative agencies have unabated powers, but they need to have the mandate of doing things. As far as digital assets is concerned, Reserve Bank has only to come out with the rules. But taxation aspects, fraud aspects have always been investigated by the respective investigating agencies. Dear friends, all growths in life have to come to an end. This discussion also has to come to an end. A last quick question, if somebody has, we can take it. Yes, sir. Very quick, one question. Great. We can start with Mr. Kaushik. I appreciate whether you have some station agency which advises you on data analytics.
Or you have in-house some data analytics that will make you further query into the area that this is the area where something is happening and I need to investigate further. Or you only act upon somebody files a complaint and then only you act on it.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. A good question, but I hope a good answer will come. Thank you. Data analytics or collection of information, analysis of information of any kind of data. All the agencies are doing, number one. Number two, when the action will be taken? The action will be taken when during that process, if some cognizability of commission of an offense is found. Number two. Number three, With regard to my organization where I am serving, you can find many a times news items that CBI has registered a case on the basis of source information. So that is your source information, which you are talking about. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So I would like to address it from the GST point of view and the customs. So please note that the Honorable Finance Minister has time and again on the floor of the Parliament said that the departments are using data mining and a lot of data analysis and a lot of platforms are already in place. So both the GST and the Goods and Services Tax Network, which is a 100% owned public company, has a very sophisticated platform. I understand BI students are here, business intelligence students are here. Please note that the GSTN has a very sophisticated business intelligence fraud analytics tool. So, coming to the CBIC, they also have a very sophisticated advanced analytics in indirect taxes, the acronym being ADVAIT. So those things are in place. And the government is aiming for a 360-degree view of the taxpayer. So from all perspectives, from the corporate perspective, if it's a corporate structure, from the income tax, from the GST, from the customs. So that is the aim, having a 360-degree perspective. And to add one more thing, that the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Act is a landmark legislation. You all know that. And we are all seeing the positive multiplier effects of that. The avoidance agreements, avoidance transactions are also having a impact on the fraud investigations, because the avoidance transactions need to be investigated properly, and there is the role of insolvency professionals who are primarily from your own community. So that is a major role to play. And another point that I would like to mention here is that the importance of framing the discourse of fraud analytics or fraud investigation is we can derive from the management principle of persuasion. That is the management literature on social proof. And if you students can note it down, if you find it interesting, you can look it up. Petrified wood principle. The petrified wood is a very good example of how to frame the problem. If you are framing that, there are many honest taxpayers and many compliant stakeholders, then there will be a tendency to for the deviant population to become more compliant. That's why the philosophy of the government is to focus more on ease of doing business and to encourage the compliant taxpayers and have a handle over the non-compliant ones, so that there is a level playing field. Thank you.
Yadav sir.
Just to add the question, we have in income tax, we have world's highest data center. That's not a problem. You are boarding a flight and using your Aadhaar card, you will be bored. Every information we have. And as far as in my organization, ICFAFI, we have a very high-tech lab, but we use the data for the cases which we have been assigned. We cannot collect data from anywhere, but income tax has mandate to collect data. So it depends on agency to agency how they use their data.
Thank you. Yes.
So I'll give two aspects to it. One, a quick short answer is there is a real-time surveillance, or at least a end-of-day surveillance that happens on the market rates. Even if there are 10 million transactions, 20 million transactions, all these transactions comes to SEBI by end of day from all the exchanges and depositories. So all that data is run by the systems. There are set alerts for which if there are alerts, and then they are looked into. So this is a alert mechanism that has been put in place. As regards data analytics, there is a data analytics group that has been created separately by SEBI. And also there was an EOI where large firms have also participated. Plus, apart from that, for people who are doing research and all of it, also this would be useful. There is data that is available for people, anonymized data of market trades. So this data can be obtained by you people, and then you can do your own study. And if you come up with something, this can be, you can come back with your findings to SEBI on that also. So that's another thing that has been opened. I'm not sure how it is done, but either it would be available on website or it can be made available. You can get in touch.
Sir, nothing is on public domain. I want to tell you one thing very clearly. They have got a very sophisticated system of data analytics and artificial intelligence. You can't think the level GST and income tax, including SEBI. If you see the share-wise transaction limit going up, immediately you'll get the surveillance message. Things are very sophisticated, and that is the reason FIs have sold majority of their holdings. In spite of that, the market is scaling newer heights. Everything is working in tandem. India today is the actual growth story. Time is scarce. Goodbye. Thanks. The session ends. Over to the moderators for taking it forward, but I request Mrs. Zavre for formal, Mrs. Zunare for formal closing. Mrs. Zunare.
Thank you, sir. All the panel members have shared their experiences and expertise. They are very much expert in their field, from government side as well as the professional side. So actually we have discussed a lot of issues. Like today, our Honorable Kaushik ji and all other teams, Yadav ji, they have discussed various issues. Initially, Dhananjay Singh sir talked about actually importance of internal control and its importance for actually crime prevention and crime investigation. Second, Nitesh ji talked about regulatory weaknesses. So actually here, I want to tell one thing, sir. Actually, in our university, we conduct this MBA in business analytics as well as MBA in forensic accounting, wherein we are providing actually the knowledge of various fraudulent incidents or economic crimes happening in India as well as abroad. So they are actually updated and they know about actually the use of technologies and data analytics tools. So we are having all types of data analytics tools here with the help of different actually professional agencies. We are providing this training to the students, and they know the cases, where are the legal, like sir told, whether the weaknesses in the regulatory system, how these actually different people have taken benefits or advantage of this, like Vijay Mallya's case, Satyam case, or we can say the promissory note case, CRB scam earlier, one, and then again latest Sharda scam, PNB scams. So they know the modus operandi, what type of tools and technology they have used. So here for data analytics, we are providing all types of tools and technology, including this IDEA and then Excel, advanced Excel and ACL, then NCAS, FTK, all types of technologies, whatever are available in the world, actually we have procured here, sir. Our students are actually updated with that system. So they will be helpful to all the agencies where they want to actually work. And I suggest and request all the agencies also, they can take their help. They can take, actually for project work at least 6 months, 8 months, you can see their performance, how they will be helpful. And they will be helpful in government agencies, sir. We have provided around 90 our students to Delhi police. So out of which actually 3 people, actually we are not having more persons in this forensic accounting area. So they have taken 3 people and they are doing excellent in Delhi police. So actually that data analytics part particularly we are having. So somebody was asking, so that actually can be taken care of. And we can provide training to all these chartered accountants at our university, sir. We conduct a lot of training program for CVCs and other banking officers and corporate sector, particularly government officers also, sir. So that one thing. And sir, there are different cases like Khadi Commission, we know that. So people have taken that. You can see the sale. The sale will be in the October to December, because there is actually that particularly rebate from government side. You can see 90% or 95% sale will be within a month or 2. So actually you can see there, actually bill and other things, so that can be easily identified. So there are a lot of cases. So like FDI, one of our PhD students has done research in FDI. So that FDI, whatever money has passed through India, again come to India, the route and everything that candidate can establish and they can see that easily we can identify. So there are some routes and technologies available, so we can identify how this money is actually laundered for India and how it is coming, sir. We see that again, day-to-day business, we see that there are 2 types of bills for business organization. One they prepare at daytime and another is. So we can identify to save or to actually not to pay the taxes. So a lot of things actually people are doing. So there are different small to big corporate frauds are happening. So here we are happy that our university is the only university in India as well as world which is conducting such programs, and we will be happy to support all the government agencies and corporate sectors, including chartered accountant, to provide our human resources, skilled human resources for any activity, sir. Last one, actually, we are having 2-3 important cases. They know the case studies. All the case studies students are knowing. We create some crime scene management through which actually they can, like sir told, how we can have a trail about this money laundering, money is happening. So they know that system. In computer, sir, there is one case in Gujarat. One person is behind a bar. Actually, like so suppose in educational institutes, the people are getting donations. He was showing 20,000 donations. When he was caught by income tax department, there was around 20 crore rupees cash. So actually, this was asked how this 20 crore rupees has been received. So then actually he changed the Excel, actually that your computer entry. So that again some police officers in Gujarat itself, they actually find out how actually you can find out the trail where we have changed this amount. So the advanced Excel is enough for that. And VBA and other technologies can be useful. And that technology can be provided, or that training can be provided with the help of ICAI, DAAB and NFSU. To all of you, we are ready for that, sir. So once again, on behalf of all the delegates present here and my students and chartered accountant, faculty and everybody, I thank the panel member for sharing their valuable time and actually giving the excellent input for us. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for listening patiently and asking questions. Because of some time scarcity, we could not take more questions. For that, I would like to express my actually.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your wise words and informative inputs. Now we are going towards the validatory session. So I request Dr. Baro to take over. Thank you, sir.
Just stay back for 5 to 10 minutes. We are going ahead with our, like we had opening ceremony, we would be having a closing ceremony also. And your certificates are also ready on downstairs. So let's conclude valedictory and then we'll go ahead for this. After concluding the valedictory session, your certificate would be distributed on downstairs, and you can have some cup of tea and you can go ahead for your own places. Just, it will take 10 to 15 minutes more.
Dignitaries, I request you to please grace the dais. A very good evening to all the delegates and distinguished speakers present here for ICFAFI 2022. I, Dr. Ashwini Pandit, Faculty, School of Management Studies, NFSU, will be proceeding with the valedictory session of this conclave. Welcome to all the dignitaries on the dais. May I please request Dr. Harish Parot, Associate Dean, School of Management Studies, to give a brief conclave report.
So again, good evening. And going through the conclusion of this 2 days event, the planning was started way back in the month of May. We had initially started or planned this event in the month of April, but due to some constraints, due to unavailability of the experts, we have scheduled this event in the month of May, and again we had shifted into the month of September, and finally today we had concluded. The basic purpose of this 2 days conclave was to provide a platform to the students of National Forensic Sciences University, not only MBA Forensic Accounting, but of Digital Forensics also, Cybersecurity also, MBA BI also, and all other domain where fraud investigations works through. So with this intention in mind, with the concern of Chairman of DAB, Charanjot Singh ji, Mr. Amit Gupta, Mr. Ankur Khairwal, and all the teams of ICAI, and with the legendary guidance of Honorable Junare sir, with the permission of Honorable Vice Chancellor, we had started our journey few months back to schedule this 2 days conclave. Concept we were going through in mind was to provide a platform and to create a platform where we can invite all the agencies who are dealing with financial fraud investigations. So definitely the idea comes to mind was started with the chartered accountants, because chartered accountants are the fraternity who directly deal with these kind of fraud investigations. Then we having our discussion among the Amit ji and me, why not to invite all those organizations who are directly dealing with financial fraud investigations by one way or another. So through that idea, we had invited experts from the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, SFIO, Economic Offence Wings, Reserve Bank of India, SEBI, and many other organizations, even CBI also. The sir says that we should invite experts from RBI also. But, we are putting our best efforts to manage all those things. But last moment, some changes have happened, and we could not manage, the person, the director of RBI is supposed to come today, but due to his illness, he couldn't come. So that is the last moment we could not control. So we tried our best to control it, and accordingly, we have provided the platform to the participants here. I'm delighted to inform you that this is the first time kind of its event since long, where normally event is about paper presentation and all. People have an expectation to present their paper, and they come here for getting some kind of exposure in terms of certificates and all. But this is, I'm very happy to share with you, sir, almost 400 participants, more than 400 participants plus 300 students, almost 800 participants have taken the benefits of these 2 days events. We have 400 participants from across the country, more than 16 states. We have the participants from more than 16 states. And it is a last moment declaration that we have some participants from outside country also. The Malaysian people are also looking into, the European people are also looking into. We have prepared the YouTube link also, and they are also watching. The Malaysia Institute of Accounting is also dealing with forensic accounting. They had requested us because they couldn't come over here, so they requested us to share this online detail and all. We are going through the online presentations via YouTube. You can also access the 2 days workshop, 2 days full conclave on YouTube, and you can have benefit of continuously throughout the year. So formal introduction, thanks, or wo sab to we have a part of process. But on behalf of National Forensic Sciences University and Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, I thank you all the participants for taking through the busy schedule, for being here for 2 days. I am happy to share that it is 6 o'clock in the evening. Since morning we are starting the sessions, and hall is almost through. And it is only and only because of you have some guts to understand, you have some guts to listen, because I am having a meeting with all the people since in the morning, and I am getting the questions from all the participants, sir, ye forensic accounting mein aisa hai, sir, hame forensic accounting mein ye karna hai. So this is the fruits of this 2 days conclave. Some things to be shared with you, because Mukesh Patel, sir, is supposed to come, the renowned tax experts, but he suddenly called for the meeting by Government of India, so he couldn't come. So he has also give his regards to all the participants, because suddenly on the last day, he has to cancel this program. Aditya Apte, sir, to be honestly, I should not share, but I am sharing with you the kind of commitment he has shown. He was on the airport, but he fallen down at the airport, and that's why he couldn't come. So these are the kind of things which had happened, but we are trying our best to provide you the best things in financial fraud investigation throughout the delighted people who are sitting over here. They are experts in their domain. They are taking through their busy schedule, and they are here for I know sir from CBI, and he said, sir, I wanted to attend for 2 days full. Though I am having sessions on last day evening, I will attend this conclave for 2 days full. And sir is with since last 2 days. So this is the kind of commitment our experts has and the kind of commitment you had. So this is a nutshell report. There are 2 things to explain you. Your certificates, you can collect it after this formal valedictory, and you will be shared a feedback form. We have your email ID, so I will share with you, our team will share with you the feedback form. It is requested to share your feedback. So next time it is 2022, we may have 23 also. So at that time we may have some improvisation in this. And we will have a group photo after this official concluding remarks. So all please be here. We will have group photo here only. And thank you for your support. And if we missed out something, we missed some kind of hospitality or a kind of thing, I extremely sorry. Next time we will take care of it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I please request Dr. S.O. Junare, Dean, School of Management Studies and Campus Director, NFSU, Delhi, to give a concluding address to the audience.
Thank you very much. I will not take much time because now we have to leave for different places. So this was our actually first effort to conduct an international level conclave of forensic accounting. All chartered accountants are here, so actually they are conducting a lot of conferences for their subject. But actually it was a blend of all authorities, all types of people, and actually to give the benefit to our students. So that our students can know actually what chartered accountants are doing, what are their duties, responsibilities, and accountability, how they are helping to the entire system, and government officers, government officials to prevent the frauds. So where actually we have discussed a lot of issues related to regulatory issues as well as technological issues and various risk awareness, risk areas, and the governance issues. Sir, actually I was talking that time, so my students and the chartered accountants, they are well equipped with the tools, technologies, knowledge, standard operating procedures for actually investigation of crimes, particularly economic crimes, as well as the investigation of crimes. So the prevention is better than cure. So how we can prevent? Now we have to decide some modules or some things, how we can get ideas before any frauds is happening. So now Government of India is going to pass, actually already it has been passed, that is actually Criminal Identification Bill. You know that, the Criminal Identification Bill, through which actually the entire data can be recorded, can be taken from the criminal or even detainee. So the data can be. So how actually that can be linked with the economic crimes, that actually we will also suggest to the governments, because we are in the committee, so we know that what data they are collecting, what are the issues related to that. Recently again one PIL has been actually filed by some professors in Supreme Court regarding the data privacy. So that data privacy, again, that is most important. Like suppose when we catch someone, we take their mobile phones or laptop. So if we take that, so their apprehension is that if you are taking that, the data of that person as well as his relative, his friend, and his well-wisher, and his other businesses which are not related to any crime, so we are taking, police officers are taking. So what they are doing with this data? There are chances of leaking of the data. Is there any standard procedure available? So actually we are having all agencies, including income tax, CBI, even ED, they are having all standard process, and there is no data leakage, but that has been filed now. So actually in our case also, particularly most of the cases are related to income tax, financial crimes. In this case, the people, they are apprehensive, they are having apprehensions about their leaking of data related to financial transactions. So a lot of issues are there. So we have to study, we have to take some research project, jointly research project. We are ready to take up jointly research project. Kindly give us any problem statement related to fraud investigation or fraud prevention. So with the help of Chartered Accountant, Institute of Chartered Accountant of India, DAAB, and even CBI, CID, or ED, income tax, we will be happy to take a project. Our students will be ready to take up this project, and with the help of faculty and students, we can prepare project and give it this problem statement. Like all technological people, they are having hackathon. So we can have such type of program through hackathon. So actually, that hackathon can be conducted, we can give some solutions to the problems of our entire fraternity. And I'm very much thankful for ICAI for giving this opportunity to NFSU to conduct joint programs. We are having MOU, but actually this is initiative taken by ICAI, and we have taken this project, and we have started to conduct such type of conferences and conclaves. So this was the first one. So now we'll have a lot of conferences and conclaves and training programs in collaboration with DAB as well as ICAI. So we are very much fortunate to have very eminent personalities, Chairman of ICAI Gujarat Chapter Sri Talati ji, and again respected Nanda ji. Actually he is a very busy person, but still actually he could spare his 2 days, entire 2 days, and he has guided us. He has given his insights which are very much useful. He is the most experienced person in the field, and all officers, government officers from CID, CBI, Gujarat Police, EOW, ED, and again SEBI and others. So they came here and they have shared their experiences and guided us. So thank you for giving this opportunity to NFSU for conducting this program. We will prepare one small report and circulate to everyone. So now we request you that actually you can take benefit of this institute. We are having 8 campuses now. So all campuses, we can conduct such program in collaboration with ICAI, DAB or any agencies. We are having campus in Goa, Tripura, Manipur, Bhopal, Pune, and now actually we are going to open in Bangalore soon. So total 8 campuses including Delhi. So we can conduct such seminars and conferences at any place. So we are there to support all the agencies for betterment of the public and prevention of such crime, particularly economic crime. Thank you very much. Thank you. I also thank all the faculty members of my institute, actually particularly Dr. Barot actually and his team, all faculty members. They have taken huge efforts, and actually they made this event very, very successful. So thank on behalf of all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Last but not the least, I would like to call upon C. Amit Gupta, Secretary DAB, ICAI, to present vote of thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. So good evening, friends. Thank you, everyone, for joining this 2 days international conclave on forensic accounting and fraud investigation 2022. Which is jointly organized by National Forensic Sciences University, Digital Accounting and Assurance Board, International Affairs Committee, and Ahmedabad branch of WIRC of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. This was the first joint international collaboration between the 2 prestigious organizations, that is NFSU and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. We hope you have really enjoyed and learned from our expert speakers in these 2 days. As you are aware that ICAI is well recognized globally for its thought leadership and always strives for perfection, integrity, and assurance, which make the word chartered accountant synonymous with excellence. Digital Accounting and Assurance Board of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India is always conducting various programs for its members in the field of information technology and other emerging technologies. We focus on ABCD of technology, that is artificial intelligence, blockchain, cyber security, and data analytics. I would like to express my appreciation to the speakers, panelists, and session chairmen for their valuable contribution in this conclave. Also, I would like to thank all the conclave partners for making this conclave a success. Further, I would like to thank Vice Chancellor NFSU, Dr. S. Ojonariji, President and Vice President ICAI, Chairman and Vice Chairman Digital Accounting and Assurance Board, Ahmedabad branch, Chairman Ahmedabad branch, for their vision to make this conference happen. I would also like to extend special thanks to Dr. Haresh Barotji and his team, all the students, faculties, staff members, and their supporting staff for their efforts and contribution. Lastly, I would like to thank my DAP team, Mr. Ankur Kherwal and Mr. Kunal Telan, who had worked tirelessly to make this conclave a great success. Thanks to all the delegates. And we would be conducting this joint conclave every year. So looking forward in next 2023. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. May I request all of you to raise for the national anthem, please.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
So the participants, chartered accountants and working professionals, I request all of them to come here on stage for the photograph. Sir, you also please remain here. And we will have another photograph with students. So first the part... Not an issue, not an issue. Leave it, leave it. धीरे कोई बात नहीं आ जाओ Please take care and come on the dais, please. All the working professionals, chartered accountants, please come here for group photo. Students, please remain seated. We will have group photo with you also.
I request all the guests who submitted their luggage to collect it from 201. Thank you. I request all the guests who submitted their luggage to collect from 201. Thank you.
Students, volunteers, please come forward for photograph. All the volunteers are requested to come on the dais. Students, all students, please do come. SMS students.
Some students on the dais, some students off the dais. Please make it fast. Faculties on the dais, some students also on the dais, some students down the dais. Participants can get their certificates from registration desk. All the volunteers on the stage, please. All the volunteers of different committees.
घनश्याम भाई माइक बंद करवाने थे ना। चलो अब तो कुछ नहीं अपने वाले अपने ये हम पूरे स्टेज वाले सारे स्टेज वाले आ जाओ इधर, स्टेज वाले सारे इधर, स्टेज वाले आ जाओ, स्टेज वाले आ जाओ।
ये ओए
मैं किधर खड़ा हूँ?
हर्षित मैं आ रहा हूँ कि नहीं?
को बोल देना आजा तू आजा।
खींचा भी सही हमने फोटो नहीं खींचा। वहीं भेजा नीचे आगे नीचे दादा चलो।